on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart. Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff 新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side Forget about and fight, I keep feeling it 如果听到我心跳声就首先说奔跑吧
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。在这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，当然一起找配方。这是最后15刻，在最后你感到迷惘。但伙伴气数无法抵挡，不管了我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing love song, love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 明日と未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう Everybody sing love sing, love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 향한 멜로디 손잡고 나가는 우리 Everybody sing love sing, love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない Everybody sing love sing, love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 確かな明日へ歌うメロディー明け渡したね新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time Sing, sing out our song For you and me Just all the time Sing, sing out our song For you and me Just all the time Sing, sing out our song For you and me Just all the time Sing, sing out our song For you and me Just all the time Everybody sing love sing, love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない Everybody sing love sing, love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 確かな明日へ歌うメロディー新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time Sing, sing out our song For you and me Just all the time
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Great messenger, bringer of strange joy to Yuggeth through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot. Detached from the pompous sham of this show, you can now listen to the whisperer in darkness among the stars.
Even in the bright spot bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button, I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Tell that dreams could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt that the tonight. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lights and running forward for you. Running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise. Look at her from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Cruising traces, more and more among the faces who the light behind us making loud. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortunes turn in the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the loss. Time and tell back, that's never get gone. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night, I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lights. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking right from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Lingered in the misty wind, covered by the fire and in my heart. But I choose to wake up. But I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lights. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking right from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising places more and more. Here shall the night blaze be over.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
After sunset, I'm an engineer for Sonora Aero Club. When the final screw was put in place, it took flight like a blessing from fate itself. But the sun always rises. Fate hanged me high above on frames of steel. Luckily, I had a loyal companion. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. Until I sold my blessing for a decent fortune. We took flight, but a price exacted by fate. Let's leave this place and fly over that skyscraper. As for this letter, is it a way to escape the curse of fate? Or perhaps a temptation to fly once again? That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here.
But everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, Mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
Specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fail went on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second day of the Southeast Asia IVC for 2023. My name is Eli O, joined here with Chocho, and we are back with our some more exciting matches. We saw the first four teams advance to the next stage of the competition, and of course they will be fighting for a spot in that offline stage, which will be coming up next month, and that is the same situation for these teams. We have 8 more teams fighting it out today. So this will be a very exciting day ahead of us. I'm really looking forward to the Southeast Asia event. So, Chocho, I'll let you take this one away. I know Southeast Asia is your region. What do you have to say about these teams, and how are you feeling about today?
I feel, of course, excited. We just have our first 4 teams kind of secure their top 8 spots, like the 4 of the 8 spots that we have for the playoffs. And today we have the last 4 matches before we confirmed who will be the finalists top 8 for this playoffs. So yeah, of course we are excited for that. But before that, I think we're just gonna go to a little bit of our brackets. We're going to go through that. So our first matchup for today will be ADM versus Devil, followed by Rio versus BK, ST versus MW, followed by NR versus RCN. So right now we're seeing kind of like unfamiliar teams, but we'll get into that, and you know, maybe when we say their names or certain team names, you might kind of, you know, have some recollection of them. But on the left we do see FT, Idol, GH, and UTP, Utopia, qualifying themselves for that playoffs already. So yeah, this is today's matches that we have for today, and yeah, just take note of the timings. Might be slightly later if we do prolong this to a BO3 or BO3 over time, so do take note of that. Timings wise is in GMT +7, so people in other regions do take note of that. And yeah, I mean, ADM, yeah, they have been like a very common face that we're seeing. Adams, they do come in and compete every IVC, but they kind of have like a swap of members, so we're excited to talk about that later on. And for Devil, we have recently seen them in this unofficial tournament in SEA held by our fellow caster Nello Mello. So Devil, so they kind of didn't make it to top 8 from what I remember, but very familiar faces once again, and we will get into the players introduction really soon. But Eli, you know, we have all these teams, but any matchup that you're specifically like excited about?
I'm excited about the fourth matchup. We have Noir like 5.0 or whatever at this point. I don't know how many Noirs we've had, but a lot of Noirs. But we are going to have Noir back at it again with our good friend Night Owl, who will be competing today. So very excited to see how he's going to play. And they will be going up against RCN, so definitely a challenging matchup, but would of course love to see how that one will play out. We won't be casting that one, but we'll definitely be watching that later. We are going to get into our first matchup of the day. Of course, it is going to be ADM roster here. We have ADM LL975, which I believe is going to be the Hunter player for this team. And then we have Maple Leaf, Skyhan, Shane, and Shifeng as well. So it looks like we have Mercenary listed as one of the survivors, which doesn't tell us too much about the Hunter, unfortunately. But we have seen ADM play a little bit in the past. We saw them in COA qualifiers. They did fall short to the ZT team in the first round, but of course ZT, one of the strongest teams in that tournament, so we didn't really get to see too much of ADM then, but we're hoping for a little bit more of a showing in this IVC. We also have Devil as well, as you mentioned, a team that did compete in IVA. Unfortunately, they did not make it through the early rounds, but they definitely have another chance at redemption here in this tournament. We do have Devil keyed on as the main Hunter. We have Hades, Raccoon, Creeper. I don't know if that's a Minecraft reference or not. I sure hope so. And we have Jojo?
Mathioni.
Yeah.
Mathioni will be that member. Yeah, really interesting and new names that we're seeing here. However, we did see, I think, Keaton, Raccoon, and Creeper in IVA. The other two, I'm not sure whether they are new members. But we'll just gotta wait and see whether we'll see what kind of characters they do play. But we're going to get into the player stats. We have ADM LL975. If you guys do not know, L975 is Lan Lan. We do see the Dreamage over here.
Right.
So if we remember correctly, Lan Lan was Asbatch Dream Witch last season. Yeah, so I think it was definitely quite a feat. And other than that, he did play the Night Watch, Spider, very known for that as well, BQ as well as the Sculptor. And for Keaton over here, we did see him in IVA. He played the Soul Weaver only in BO1 as well as BO1 Overtime that they had. However, they still lost in the end, very unfortunately. But we do see the Wax Artist as well as the Night Watch in the statistics given to us.
Right. Yeah, definitely excited to see Lan Lan play. I actually played Survivor Rank with them at the beginning of this season, and that was quite fun with the group of friends over there. So I'm very excited to see their Hunter. I know they've had a lot of success in the Southeast Asia region in the past, so we should expect some excellent Hunter gameplay and some great Dream Witch gameplay. It's always nice to see that Hunter come out. We saw some very nice matches with Dream Witch yesterday, so we should definitely expect more today. We do have Maple Leaf and Hades on the side of ADM and Devil here. Overall win rates around 31 and 27%, so slightly on the lower side here, but definitely will come out and show their survivor strengths in this tournament. Containment time over 70 seconds on both sides. That's especially important for a kiting character. Rescuer is not as relevant, of course, but with a Seer player being able to kite anything over 70 seconds is very important, obviously, when it comes to rig matches. When it comes to tournaments, we should expect a lot more support as well. So those kites will be significantly extended, and we'll see how well these players can push for those wins on the Survivor side.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about specifically Maple Leaf, he actually is currently, at this point in time, real time, he's actually S-Badge Seer. So, for other characters he plays the Prisoner, Painter, Barmaid, and Postman. Very versatile person if you're talking about him taking on the kiter role. And yeah, I think that's definitely something to mention. And as for ADM's Sky Hunt, actually a face that we haven't really been seeing too often. I think he kind of took a break from IDV as well as competitively, and now he's back and competing in ADM. So I think that's something that's really exciting. He did play the Forward and Seer in the past, Painter as well, and we're seeing the First Officer and Psychologist in front of us. Any badges to mention at this point in time, it would definitely have to be the current A badges for First Officer and Painter, and previously had this S badge for Seer.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see a potential female dancer as well. Chocho knows how much I love to play dancer. We were playing in a fun tournament one time, and Chocho's like, "Oh yeah, Eli, what Survivor do you want to play?" And I just immediately was like, "Oh, dancer!" No hesitation. So yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite characters to play and to see utilized. Dancer, of course, one of the strongest characters for the Survivor side in the current meta. The ability to support the slow boxes is one of the most crucial impacting factors for survivability in this current competitive scene. We are going to have Shade and Creeper as well, Prospector and Postman. Postman we've seen sort of fall off the meta over the past few seasons with that adjustment when he went down from that 20% to 10% decoding loader, but still a very relevant character overall. The ability to increase the gate opening speed has always been a huge factor in not only ranked matches, but also when it comes to this competitive tournament scene. And then Prospector as well, obviously Prospector with a very difficult adjustment to him that sort of knocked him down in terms of playability, really reduced his overall strength as a character, but you can't put Prospector by the wayside because we still see him get utilized in a lot of tournaments. Just the ability to waste time with those magnets, stun the hunter, allow for the survivor to make more distance is very relevant. Again, transition kiting and creating distance is one of the biggest factors in this game. So we should definitely expect some potential Prospector gameplay. We saw a little bit of it yesterday, notably from Zed, and we should hopefully see some great gameplay from Prospector as well on the side of Devil.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you. And right now we're seeing a new face from ADM, Feng. We don't really have a lot of stats on him, but we do know that he plays the Acrobat and Seer, so mainly just the kiting characters in the team. As for Devil's side, we do have this Metheny, with the Composer as well as Psychologist, mainly decoding and giving that Wi-Fi heal support that we usually see. So I think for these two members, they're kind of new to the team, so I'm excited to see how they might potentially perform in this new setup that we're seeing here. ADM with Feng being included, and then for Devil we do have this member Mathiorni included, and we'll see whether it's just, I'm so sorry, but yeah, it's a kind of difficult name, very unique name I would say, coming into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we'll see. Again, that is going to be the roster for our first matchup here. And again, both of these teams, this is a really big deal for both of them. They're really trying to make a name for themselves. Again, we saw ADM in the COA qualifiers fall short in the first round to ZT. Of course, going in, getting ZT in the first round back, that is always very difficult. But yeah, unfortunately, they were not able to pull out a victory there. And Devil, of course, losing their first round in IVA. So both these teams falling short in the most previous tournaments. They definitely want to come out and put out a good show and potentially move on to later stages of this event. Looks like we're going to have a first round map selection. It is going to be Lakeside Village, selected by Devil, ADM. It's going to go ahead and ban Chinatown. So Lakeside Village, we've seen this. Lakeside Village used to be a very uncommon map, not a very meta map at all, but with the a lot of toy merchants sort of arising in the meta as of recently, Lakeside Village has become one of the main selections for a lot of teams. Just the ability to choose Lakeside Village, play a toy merchant in the early rounds on this map has been quite detrimental for a lot of hunters have really struggled against that. It's been very relevant and very important for a lot of survivor strategies.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about Lakeside, I think There's a lot of characters that can come for support. I mean, female dancer with their boxers, toy merchant with the catapult like you've mentioned. Patience hooks at the small boat area. That's going to be really crucial whether they're going to pick that and whether they have a strategy to go around it, since Devil is the one with the map select with this map selected. So heading right into the band picks that we're seeing here, ADM has selected Land to come up first to compete against Devil's survivors. So yeah, Eli, take this away.
All right, so it looks like we're going to have Seer first. Will we see Priestess as well? It's been the most common 2 early bans. Actually, Antiquarian instead here. So it looks like Lan is accepting that Priestess might be a potential pick here. And Lakeside Priestess isn't quite as strong as we've seen on Chinatown or the Ever Sleeping Town. However, this could be relevant in the long run. As Lan may potentially be leading with the Dream, which looks like we're going to see Priestess and Acrobat first, so this definitely makes sense. Being able to pick a character that is strong against the Dream Witch, and you don't really mind losing Acrobat in the auto ban because it is one of the first 2 characters selected, as there are a plethora of options for the later rounds. Things such as Patient can easily replace an Acrobat for rounds 2 and 3. Looks like we're going to see Toy Merchant banned as well. So we actually see Devil chooses Lakeside, and they actually don't choose Merchant. So typically that's why you choose Lakeside, is so you can go in with a Toy Merchant type of strategy. Could also be that they're more prepared to play against a Dream Witch on Lakeside Village, and that is a large map, which does mean that Dream Witch struggles with certain types of map pressure here. So I would imagine that might be the case for the Lakeside Village, is they're just trying to get themselves a better map for dealing with the potential Dream Witch from Leyland.
Yeah, and right now we're just waiting on the last survivor pick over here. It seems to be that it might potentially be an Embalmer. So, just looking at this team comp that we're seeing here, Mercenary, Priestess, Acrobat, as well as Embalmer, as well as the bands that Lennon has given. What do you think Lennon could possibly be picking over here?
Yeah, I think we'll probably still see Dream Witch. This is a pretty good comp for playing against Dream Witch as a survivor side, but it's not so difficult that a Dream Witch can't be played here. Yeah, it looks like we are going to see Dream Witch. I think that the survivors did miss out on an opportunity to pick Barmaid earlier. I do like the Mercenary as the 3rd selection. I think you really need Mercenary here against Dream Witch, but I would have liked to see Barmaid picked in the first 2 instead of a Priestess or an Acrobat here. Barmaid is mostly useful in the first 2 rounds against a potential Dream Witch or Clerk. It becomes a little bit less important in the later rounds when you get into more 3rd round hunters, such as things like Wax Artist or Bonbon or anything like that. So picking a Barmaid here I really like Barmaid in the early rounds. This is what we see from a lot of teams, is early round Barmaid, but it looks like they are going to sacrifice that option and go for the Embalmer play instead, which is also fine. Embalmer, not only is it a very good map for Lakeside Village, you can set up that coffin on the big boat area, it also is a very important character for playing against Dream Witch, in that you can self-rescue yourself with the coffin, and if you do that, then none of the survivors have to slow down their decoding to go for a rescue, and no one will get injured in the process. Dream Witch capitalizes on free injuries, which you can get when someone comes for a rescue. You get a free hit on the survivor, you get a free injury on the board. If you have that coffin, you can save yourself, nobody has to rescue, nobody has to get injured, and it allows you to continue to promote that Cypher Rush and keep everybody at full health.
Yeah, absolutely have to agree with you on that, Eli. And looking at the spawn locations now that we're seeing here, Dream Witch Lennon will be spawning at the shore area, quite different from what we kind of expected. Usually Hunter spawns at the toilet area, which is next to that area, but he might potentially go for this chase onto Embalmer, since he's kind of chosen this very unique spawn location. And yeah, as usual, we don't really see the personas, but we'll be heading right into this match between Devil Survivors versus ADM's Hunter. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli O bringing you this live commentary of this BO1 first half.
All right, getting into a match here. Yeah, it looks like Dream Witch immediately is going to go for that big boat spawn, as you mentioned, going straight for the Embalmer here. We see the Acrobat really needs to get on a Cypher. They're sort of just running around. It looks like because that Cypher is actually blocked, so you typically want to rotate to a new Cypher, so waiting this out might be a bit of wasted time here. But we actually are going to see this Embalmer is leaving big boat early. You usually want to utilize this big boat as much as possible, and it's going to go for immediate patrol. They kind of sort of trap themselves in this back area. It looks like Embalmer is going to take that patroller bite right away, and going to take down the pallet too. Can Landland potentially get a spawn follower hit? That's going to be very important here, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So first hit, spawn follower right away here, and the Embalmer actually runs back towards the leech instead of away from it, but there is a long portal set up. This is going to be a foot race. Can the follower get to this portal in time? And it looks like the answer is no. Oh, she actually, the Dream Witch actually uses the leech to down the after image on the portal, so that's actually a slight mistake here, unfortunately, for Lan. You're going to lose the leech, and this allows the survivors to heal up, and you lose your map pressure, and your leech, obviously, you have your presence, so you can leech again. They actually only heal once as well. I would like to see a double heal there, but it looks like they're going to just get Embalmer up and continue to play this game out.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Lennon will be proceeding towards where the long portal kind of ended, and we'll be seeing the Priestess insist. So I think he might potentially be, doesn't want to chase. Oh, but changing targets after leeching the Priestess. He wants this Embalmer regardless, and he does know that Embalmer is already used. Kind of place his coffin probably at the big boat area. So even if he downs Embalmer here, it's just gonna be a foot race towards the big boat, and might potentially steal down the Embalmer for that second share. So we're looking at the Patroller being out, and will be successfully biting onto this Embalmer, Eli.
Right, and it looks like Embalmer is going to be down shortly to this Patroller, but there is still a coffin in play. We're gonna see a flywheel. I don't think it's gonna be too important. Yeah, I would have liked to see Embalmer actually save that, because obviously he's going to go down here. Is Lan able to leech before the coffin is activated? It looks like that is going to be the case here. You can't put a leech onto the Embalmer. I would imagine we'll see an instant coffin. I don't think there's any reason to go for a first save as of right now. Just use the coffin up. Immediately you are able to get yourself across the entire map and continue to promote Cypher Rush. Although the Cyphers are a little behind. Acrobat Cypher is only 10%. Interesting.
Yeah, it seems to be that he kind of waited for that chain cipher to be unlocked, and then because of Embalmer rotating towards 11, forcing Acrobat out of that first cipher that he was initially in. So a lot of time wasted to kind of travel around the entire map, so cipher progress is extremely slow at this point in time.
Yeah, that's going to be very... I mean, the positioning was very good for Devil, but unfortunately because of the Acrobat not decoding early, this is going to cost them a lot. And Acrobat's not able to decode again as the Embalmer is cutting towards the Cypher Machine. He needs to make sure he dies to the Leech here, and is going to go down to the Leech, so that is still okay. But Acrobat's still in the area, and because he's kiting, so as a decoding character, you want to make sure you're decoding away from the coffin, because the survivor is going to coffin themselves back to that area, and you don't want to kite on Cypher Machines. Obviously, the Embalmer needs to kite there because that's where their coffin is. So unfortunately, a few missteps from the Acrobat, just not moving to a new Cypher early, and the new Cypher they eventually do move to is near the coffin. And that will cost Devil a lot of decoding progress here, unfortunately, for them. So we are going to see Mercenary come for the rescue. Is patrolled from a distance, which means he no longer can actually make this save, and he just needs to leave here, and they are going to have to sacrifice this Embalmer.
Yeah, it doesn't really want a double down situation, and might potentially give this leech hit, and yeah, I mean, looking at this, we do have 2 ciphers remaining, but really not too... Okay, we're seeing the percentages right now, 30% and 40%, so cipher progress was actually looking pretty good. I think Priestess might have potentially primed this leech. We do see the leech revolt onto her, so let's see how she's gonna play this out, and I think there is... Like, half of this map actually kind of don't have ciphers anymore, so you might potentially see like a very tiny triangle situation that Dream Witch really wants going against the survivors.
Yeah, we are going to see... Oh, early flywheel does miss that swing there. Priestess just kind of running in the open, though. You have to run back to a pallet there, unfortunately. She does run in the open and give a free hit, which is going to be very strong here for Lan. The positioning from the survivors looked very good. But now, I don't know how well it's actually going to work out for them. The problem is, just unfortunately, a few free hits there, and then the slow decoding with the Acrobat early game. This allows Lan to potentially turn this game into their favor. We're going to see the leech onto the Priestess, and now a leech onto the Mercenary. So both injured survivors are a leech. We see Acrobat working on a new cipher here, but Lan can actually pressure the Priestess and the Mercenary with both leeches, and then bring the spawn follower to this last survivor. Gonna go for Patroller. Can he make it to the portal? Gets the Patroller before the portal. However, I do believe Acrobat should be able to kite out this Patroller no problem, because he does have bombs. He does have, I imagine, flywheel. He has many ways to avoid this Patroller bite. He does miss the first 2 bites there, but he can, of course, use this bomb. This will slow down the vault as well. He is able to kite this out, it looks like.
Yeah, so the the acrobat will be prolonging this kite further with this flywheel, and distance is actually established, and we're seeing the ball might potentially be used to get this distance once again to prevent this free hit. Yeah, we're seeing 2 of them injured, and acrobat is the only one that's full health. They've started a new cipher, and it is primed, it is popped. We're seeing the princess on the bottom left front gate is being open, and there is a portal to kind of allow her to escape if Hunter does come.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have, as you mentioned, long portal available. This does open up opportunities for a potential endgame here. It's okay if Mercenary gets chased, as Mercenary does have 2 elbow pads. The Hunter still has... Okay, so they're... Okay, never mind. They're currently on Blink, so we could see Mercenary needs to use elbow pads early. Does elbow pad, unfortunately, into kind of nothing here, and he can use the Blink to secure the hit, and another wasted elbow pad in this area, unfortunately for the Mercenary. But there is a long portal here. If Mercenary can make it to this gate, to this portal, there is no trump card available. They've already switched to Blink here, so Mercenary can make it to the portal. It doesn't go all the way to the exit gate, is the question. It does go all the way to the gate. The gate is open here. The survivors need to heal up this Mercenary before the Dream Witch can make it across the map, and I do believe they can. They're actually de-leeching. They need to heal, because if they don't heal, then the Dream Witch can just make it across and leech them again. Why do they de-leech first here? They have to heal. Let's see. I think they're going to make it in time, though. Just in time.
Yeah, it's just really fast. I think the Princess might have potentially brought this fast healing trait into the match. So, a lot of risk over there, but, you know, too close for comfort, honestly. But they still managed to get that 3 escape. Amazing stuff from Devil Survivors. Didn't really expect this. I mean, going against Lan, a S-Bash Dream Witch, I mean, still able to kind of have this strategy that they had. I mean, positioning, like you mentioned, amazing. But the slow decoding at the start kind of gave a slight chance to Lan, but what do you think Lan could have done to kind of make this match slightly easier for him?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is, the positioning from the survivors was very good. I mean, the early game was very good. The ability to take the Embalmer across the map. I think Lan, when the Embalmer went through the log portal, Lan should have tried to switch to the Spawn Follower and gotten the hit with the Spawn Follower, so the Leech will continue to follow the Embalmer, because as you saw, Lan actually loses the Embalmer, forced to leech the Priestess, and doesn't find Embalmer for a while after that. So that was sort of a big game-changing play there. If the Leech was able to stay on the Embalmer and they're able to hit the after image with the Spawn Follower, the Leech will continue after the Embalmer, and that's a really important. That's very important to happen. So I think that's pretty relevant. And then when it comes to just the endgame in general, you don't really want to commit to a Mercenary. Like, I understand it looked like it was going to be a free hit, which it was, because the Mercenary unfortunately did miss that elbow pad. But if you commit to Mercenary, then you put yourself in a position where if Priestess has a long portal setup or Mercenary is able to make it to Dungeon or Gate or something like that, Mercenary can take 2 hits, right? And we saw that be the case there. So I think it's better to actually just commit to a potential Priestess, try to get them down. Again, the positioning from Devil was very good. They look very prepared for this match. You can see why the Lakeside Village selection can be a bit challenging for the Dream Witch. But I do think overall, I think Lan played it quite well. Just maybe not using the Leech early game, and then also in the end game situation, you want to commit to one of the non-rescue characters when under that detention.
Yeah, so, I mean, coming into this, we did see how, I mean, details-wise, they kind of decided to focus on the center cipher with that Mercenary, just pop that cipher to prevent a cipher camp, something that Dream Witch really wants when he's camping someone. And I think the 2 crucial long portals from Priestess definitely have to be the MVP of this game. It turned the game around from an instant down to a super long kite, and then afterwards there was this 1 hit taken during detention by the Mercenary and still a 3 escapes. So very well done on Devil's side, but now we'll be moving on to this second half where ADM's Survivor is going to go against Devil's Hunter. So will Devil's Hunter able to kind of maintain this advantage that they need, because this is their map selection?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. They are obviously going to try to hold on to this lead here. That was honestly a very exciting early match here. Obviously, we talked about both these teams really trying to prove themselves in this tournament and coming out and seeing what they can do. And honestly, I think going into this matchup, I think ADM having a little bit more tournament experience, I would say they were definitely slightly favored in this. But yeah, Devil really came out prepared here. They did give us a little bit of a worry, a little bit of a scare going for the D-Leech instead of the heal at the end there. But they did ultimately make it out. They're really just they're just playing with us. They had it the whole time, and they were able to get that 3 escapes. So excellent job from Devil here. And yeah, I mean, you see overall, and of course, it only shows 60 seconds for the Embalmer, but the Priestess and Embalmer plays together were the really big game changers. The Embalmer able to kite to the portal, and the Priestess was able to heal. I do think they could have also gone for a double heal because the Embalmer died to the Leech with the after image on the long portal. Priestess could have easily double healed the Embalmer, so Embalmer would have been full health. Especially because I do believe, as you mentioned, I think the Priestess did actually have fast healing, in that she healed the Embalmer very quick, and we also saw the Mercenary get healed very quick. So I think that could have been a definite factor. If Priestess went for a double heal, I think the first kite would have been even longer and even more extended. But it still did work out for them, and we do see, yeah, Devil just with an early lead here against a strong counter like Landland. So this is looking very good for them right away.
Yeah, I mean, Lennon actually did. I mean, as a Dream Witch, he did everything that he could do right. It's just that the survivors themselves, they had this strategy planned out all along, and everything went out as perfectly as it could have been, you know. So, Lennon-wise, maybe later on in the BO2 map selection, maybe they do have some strategy for Lennon to play certain other characters such as Night Watch, and maybe he might, you know, catch Devil off guard, and, you know, things might turn into our favor. So we're still very early into this match, BO1 first half only, with this 3 escape onto Devil's side. So just kind of excited to see what this second half is going to be, because the Hunter for Devil's side will be Keaton, and like I've mentioned, in IVA, all he played was Soul Weaver. He played Soul Weaver at Red Church, he played Soul Weaver at Ever Slipping Town. So, are we potentially... Like, how do you think Soul Weaver fared at Lakeside, Eli?
I mean, this is one of the best maps for Soul Weaver. Besides Chinatown, this should be the second best map for Soul Weaver in that big boat area. I mean, so any map that has one of those very strong kiting areas, like one of the strong looping areas such as Big Boat or Hospital or Hotel in Chinatown, Soul Weaver is actually one of the very few hunters that can actually counter those areas because it's very narrow. It's very easy to place webs. So Soul Weaver is actually very good on Lakeside Village because you have the Big Boat area to work with, and there's also a lot of random pallets and random places you can place webs throughout the map. So Soul Weaver I think is very strong here. I think that might be another reason for them picking Lakeside. It's not only is it not too strong for Dream Witch, it's also very good for Soul Weaver. So ADM, yeah, is really gonna have to work out of this one. I think Devil set themselves up very nicely with giving them their survivors a good map to play against Dream Witch and giving their hunter a good map to play Soul Weaver. So as long they've already, you know, completed one half of that puzzle here. So if they're able to put this second part together with the hunter side, then they're looking very good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, while we're waiting for this second half to happen, I think something to consider onto ADM's side is, you know, I mean, this is your opponent's map selection. You just want to get kind of tie things out, or you not just get the advantage. But looking at the situation that they are in right now, it's kind of tough. They either get to get a 3 escape as well to kind of balance things out, and then after that it will be a map selection, or they get a 4 escape. But 4 escape means high risk, high rewards kind of team comp they might go for. So, I mean, speaking of high risk, high rewards, you did see how FT actually picked kind of like a non-orthodox pick like Little Girl. So, at Lakeside specifically, like, how do you think Little Girl might potentially perform? Do you think it's a great map over there, or maybe some other maps might be good?
I mean, I do think Little Girl is not a very strong character in general, but I think when it comes to playability in any situation, it would be a larger map like Lakeside Village. You have many options to teleport away, so something we sometimes will see is that on Lakeside Village, you'll have Little Girl and you'll have one other character that's maybe not as strong of a kiter like an Embalmer, and you spawn that character like the Embalmer and Big Boat, and then the Little Girl you'll spawn somewhere on the other side of the map, maybe in the mini boat area or the shack area, and when the hunter goes to commit to the Little Girl, you just teleport to Big Boat. And then you put yourself in a position where you're on the other side of the map from the hunter, and you're in a good kiting area. So if you do happen to get found, you can just escape to a strong kiting area on the other side of a large map. So Little Girl is good on large maps for that reason. And then you can also just teleport to a rescue character as well. That also is effective. Now, I don't think we'll see Little Girl being utilized against a Soul Weaver. I think Soul Weaver is actually significantly strong against Little Girl if utilized properly. I think a lot of people are like, well, that doesn't really make sense because the Soul Weaver can get pushed back by the pages. Well, it's actually very easy for the Soul Weaver to just wait for the page to finish and then just drop a bunch of webs and catch up and get a hit right away while the next page is on cooldown. It's really easy for Soul Weaver to do that. Additionally, it's very easy for Soul Weaver to get a hit on a rescue character because of how fast she is. Even a character like Mercenary can sometimes struggle to avoid free hits against a Weaver. So I definitely think that Little Girl here would not be too likely. It wouldn't really make a lot of sense, but yeah, I mean, we did see Little Girl yesterday from FT, but yeah, I think when it does come to competitive, especially in this sort of situation, most likely we'll see a lot of teams shy away from that character.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait and see whether that will be happening. And yeah, Keaton wise, we do know he has a Wax Artisan Night Watch, and he just need at least, okay, he kind of want to get this advantage for his team, so a tie situation would be the best kind of situation that he's looking for. Wax Artist, Night Watch, and Soul Weaver. Can you just give us like a certain like ranking, the first being the best kind of character among those three at this Lakeside Village to get a tie?
Well, Night Watch is just the best character out of all of them. But Night Watch is not only very good for securing ties, it's a good map for Night Watch. There's a lot of open areas, but it's very hard to avoid. The wind ability, it's very easy to dash for the Night Watch. There's a lot of places. Night Watch is just really strong here. Night Watch is strong on many maps. There's a few that are a little bit more challenging, such as maybe Arms Factory, Red Church, but Lakeside Village is definitely one of the best matches for Night Watch. Also, Night Watch is one of the more consistent hunters in the game right now, so I'd definitely say Night Watch makes the most sense, but as you mentioned, we did see a lot of Soul Weaver in the past from them, so potentially they could be going with that as well. Wax Artisan Lakeside is okay. It's not too good. There are some areas where it's very easy to break line of sight, such as Big Boat, such as Shack, such as Mini Boat. So we might see Wax Artisan not be the first choice here. I would imagine that Soul Weaver or Night Watch makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, so yeah, Keaton, this all everything that he kind of need to consider. Also, his bans as well is going to be really crucial. We do know that let's see whether just give me a moment. Oh yeah, they might not have this toy merchant in their team, according to the introductions that they had. But if Keaton is just trying to make it safe and just gonna eliminate that factor, I think banning toy merchant for sure would be a good choice. But we don't really see a lot of Priestess being played at Lakeside because of the terrains, but considering that he might potentially go for this Night Watch or Soul Weaver, and do you think ADM might potentially pick this Priestess at Lakeside, going for probably a similar strategy?
I'm trying to, it depends on how the hunter does their bans. I mean, you don't have to necessarily ban Priestess first. Priestess is still quite strong in Lakeside. We saw it in the last round, how that long pro can be very important. If they're playing Soul Weaver or Night Watch, we should see Seer first. Yeah, I don't know. Seer Priest is the most standard set of bans, so we may not even have it as an option. If it is open, I think they obviously should take it, but because if you take Priestess now, it's fine. It gets auto banned for the rest of the rounds. Who cares, right? Because you're probably gonna have it banned anyways. So I think that would definitely make sense. We're gonna see here what Keaton opts to go for. I would imagine Seer is gonna be the first ban, obviously. And will they go Priestess or something else? Looks like Antiquarian. So with this Antiquarian ban, I would imagine probably not going to see Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver is no problem dealing with an Antiquarian. It's very easy for Soul Weaver to just get close to the Antiquarian and then juke the swing, and then just, because you're so fast, one of those fast-moving hunters, you can easily avoid that. Looks like we're going to see, is that Mercenary and Embalmer first? So, interesting. So picking Mercenary first is never really ideal, because now, we talked about this a lot yesterday, when you pick Mercenary first, it's now banned for the rest of the series, so the hunter can easily ban First Officer later, and then you have no good rescuers as an option. And then picking Embalmer first also isn't really too important because Embalmer won't really be banned by a lot of hunters, and it's also very important to have an Embalmer in the later rounds when you need a comeback character. So using up Embalmer and Mercenary right away is really, really, I do believe suboptimal here for ADM. However, it could be that they're trying to go all out in this first round and just try to win this first round with a potential 4 survivor escape. That's very ambitious and very aggressive to use up these 2 characters first. These are extremely valuable characters to have later rounds, but we'll see if it ultimately pays off. We're also going to see Mechanic, so they're going Embalmer, Mechanic, 2 characters you don't really see in the same team comp in any situation, but it looks like ADM really trying to bring, I suppose, some new meta strategies to the table here.
Yeah, that could be possible. And looking at this, wow, we're seeing the Soul Weaver. I mean, eating your words right away because you said like how Antiquarian is, might not be a direct counter to a Soul Weaver. You think Soul Weaver is actually a great character going against Antiquarian, but we're seeing that ban to prevent the harassment possibly. And yeah, I mean, this team comp we're seeing, it seems to be very tieable. Embalmer and Mechanic, like you mentioned, and Mercenary to come for this far distance, long distance rescue. So going against this team comp, Eli, we're gonna get right into the spawn locations really soon. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think he definitely chose Soul Weaver just based off of the comp. There's a lot of easy chase targets for a Weaver here. Because again, you don't really need to, you wouldn't really ban Antiquarian if you're aiming for Soul Weaver right away. So it could be that maybe they were aiming for a different type of hunter and they just saw, well, Soul Weaver here is pretty effective against this team comp, so we're just going to go ahead and play Soul Weaver anyway. I think that's probably the case here, in that Embalmer and Mechanic obviously are very easy chases for a Soul Weaver, it's very hard for these these kiters with no abilities to kite against a character like a Soul Weaver. Also, Acrobat as well. This is like the one character that actually is not very good against Soul Weaver, or the one character that Acrobat, because Acrobat's very versatile. He's good against a lot of characters, but Soul Weaver is actually not one of them. And the reason why is that even if Acrobat drops a slow bomb, Soul Weaver still can just drop a bunch of webs and catch up for the Acrobat and get a hit, even when he's slowed down. And if he drops a red bomb, he can't drop any more webs, but if he's already moving fast because of the webs, he doesn't get slowed down. He continues to stay fast while going through that red bomb. So he can't drop any more webs, but he continues to have the speed boost that he's already gained from before. So Soul Weaver is actually quite effective against Acrobat. But yeah, it looks like we are going to see spawning closest to Acrobat, so he may go commit to that chase first. He may go for the Embalmer as well. Obviously, we talk about how Big Boat is, Soul Weaver is one of the very few characters in this game that actually likes to chase on the Big Boat area.
Yeah, so with everything in mind, let's just head right into this match really soon. Match between ADM Survivors versus Sing Devils Hunter. This is BO1, second half, and your caster Chocho and Eli O bring you the live commentary of this match.
All right, so it looks like, whoa, I'm a survivor?
Oh.
Okay, no, I'm not a survivor. Never mind.
Yeah, so this
yeah, a bit
is
of a jump scare there.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely that match that we were looking for, but, maybe there's some technical errors, so you're just gonna wait and see. We want this to be the best optimal conditions for the survivors as well as the hunter to play in. So if that's the case, we just gotta wait a little, and, we were talking about how Spider was going against that team com, and the survivors, why they just kind of seem to want to go for a tie, considering that it kind of is lagging behind with that 3 escape on Devil's survivor side in the first half. So really interesting play that we might possibly be seeing. And in the meantime, we do see also, I think just now in the chat, people talking about, Skyhan being a familiar face. I mean, for sure, Skyhan, we know that he kind of played competitively seasons before, and he has been playing rank once in a while, but competitively kind of stopped for quite some time. So for sure a familiar name because we've seen him in previous tournaments. He's a very well-rounded player, I would say. I mean, when it comes to consistency and correctable, I think he got it, and keeping up with the meta, I think that's something that he tries to do every season, studying it, watching China games. I think that's majority of the competitive players that we're seeing here, learning from IVLs, IVC in this, even IVCs. I mean, studying their players as well, it's important. And considering that team comp that we're seeing there, do you think that ADM is kind of prepared for this Soul Weaver?
I mean, you'd think that they would be, in that we know that this Devil Hunter does like to play Soul Weaver quite often. However, based off this team comp, I'm not really sure. I don't actually know what the approach is here. Again, you're trying to play for a win, but they're playing in Bomber Mechanic, which, I don't know. Again, this is not a team comp I've seen before, so I'm not sure what the main objective is just yet. I'm trying to figure it out, but yeah, usually you play in Bomber or Mechanic separately. Mechanic's a very good tie survivor. You can also be used aggressively to play for a 3 escape in some situations, whereas Embalmer is very good for either tying or going for 4 escapes, and also is good on this map in general. Typically on Lakeside, we see one weaker kiter, such as Mechanic or Embalmer, especially Embalmer spawn in the big boat area, and then you put your other kiters throughout the map, and you don't have another weak kiter, such as Mechanic. So having both of those here is interesting. I understand in Bomber Mech if you're trying to go for an all-out tie strategy, but because they're trying to win here and they need to play for a 3 escape, this team composition is definitely interesting from ADM. I don't know if this will work too well for them, but again, we could definitely be pleasantly surprised here, and that, again, this is not a strategy that I have seen before, and it looks like we're going to see First Chase actually is going to go straight for the Acrobat, and Acrobat actually runs into the cornfield area to hide, and it actually works out as the Soul Reaver did not spot him out there.
Yeah, I mean, with this cornfield, with all these weeds coming off, it's actually very hard for the hunter to have a clear vision of where the survivor is. So Acrobat safely got out of that area. So you know, there's a lot of risk over there, but then it played out well. So heading back into the center, we're seeing Hamzas, the mercenary, will be going against Kidan, but Kidan he doesn't want to chase a mercenary at the start.
Yep.
But I think Soul Weaver is the only hunter that, you know, if you kind of prolong it further at the start, it's still fine because he has these threads and webs that's kind of gathering a lot more. And wow, a very surprise hit from behind. Acrobat wasn't expecting Hunter to come from behind the pellet.
Yeah, so I think here the rotation was good from the Survivor's Kit. Acrobat, oh, he's able to avoid this hit. Does get almost a pallet stun. He has blink. He could have just blinked right there, but he misses the opportunity here. I'm not sure what he's holding the blink for. Acrobat is going to go ahead and go for this ball, and he is now going to use the blink to secure the down. But yeah, just a few bit of extra seconds of kiting there could be a difference maker. You definitely want to use that blink as fast as possible, especially in a situation where you want to play for a tie. And Bomber Cypher almost done here. Mechanic with progress on 2, but not a whole lot of progress. They did have good rotation. They definitely did have some good rotation, but you see why Soul Weaver is still very effective against a character like Acrobat. One Cypher Machine done here, but will it actually be enough for Survivors to play for a win? Again, they do need a 3 escape if they want to go for a tie in this round.
Yeah, so we're seeing the mercenary coming for this rescue. Elpad spitting for one, and yeah, unable to get that hit register onto Acrobat, onto mercenary is really unfortunate. But yep, still securing this hit onto Acrobat. Let's just take a look at the. There's still this double speed thing that Soul Weaver still have, correct, Eli?
Yeah, he is able to set it up right there because he gets this extra hit here. He can now go for the double web shot. For those of you who don't know, when you go for a web shot as Soul Weaver, if you reach your full presence by getting the web shot chip, you get the web shot back. The cooldown resets immediately, so you can go for 2 web shots in a row if you hit that web shot. As you can see here in the bottom right corner, on the presence bar of the Soul Weaver, they are 1/4 damage away from getting full presence. And of course, the web shot is 1/4 damage. So they go for a 1/4 damage hit with the web shot. They gain that full presence, makes the web shot go back to 0 cooldown, and they can go for it a second time back to back. So we'll see if they're able to potentially set that up here. Looks like it is going to be Mercenary coming for the rescue. He has to dodge his web shot or he might go down to that play here from Keaton here. And Balmer, and Balmer actually goes for the save. We see the web shot. He can go for it twice, as we talked about, but it is going to be the down. Mercenary trying to go for the distraction as Balmer gets the backdoor rescue, but it's not going to be enough here. And Acrobat is going to be placed onto the rocket chair and eliminated. So already for the Soul Weaver, it's looking like a drawn position, potentially already down to 1 Cypher. Excellent Cypher rush from the Survivors, but they are unfortunately a little short of that 3 Survivor escape here.
Yeah, so just gonna interrupt the ciphers a little bit more, but then outside ciphers are actually being decoded, so that's actually fine. And Bama will try to kite this out, but he needs to dodge the first web shoot that we might be potentially seeing here. But getting that slow walking and just getting that speed very accurately onto Maple Leaf, and we'll be downing him immediately, but we'll be using this coffin. So using this coffin, it kind of shows that they might not potentially get this potential 3 escape, because I mean, coffin wise, we've seen how many gameplays that it might potentially help them get the dungeon escape sometimes. So yeah, looking at the current conditions, Eli, how do you think Survivors might potentially end this match?
It's looking like Mercenary, he doesn't really have a chase target as of right now, and there is still teleport available. So he definitely is going to have some map pressure. We're actually going to see the bot try to get a little bit of free progress in. Ghost Web Shot actually misses. Bot's going to try to kite. Not a lot of energy here, so he's just going to waste some time off of the Soul Weaver, which I think is definitely good here. This buys time for the other Survivors to decode, as the bot is about to run out of energy and will go down here. And so we're going to see if he'll actually use that teleport up right away. You could teleport to that Mercenary Cypher Machine, but nope, they're actually going to stop to heal up. Mercenary's going to get off the Cypher, which is the correct play, and we are going to see them reset this position. Now, again, I think this is not a great spot here for ADM, in that with their, as we talked about before, their first two character selections were sort of an all-out strategy. They used two very strong characters you don't want to use up right away here, because I do think they're going for a potential 3 escape or an aggressive 4 escape right away, and they're already in a drawn position, so they lose both of those opportunities. So I don't know how well this will work out for them right now, but it looks like we are going to see the Embalmer is going to go push that Cornfield Cypher potentially, and we're going to see Embalmer's just hiding. Not really sure why. Soyver's not actually near the Embalmer here, so I think they're playing a little bit too safe, a little bit too scared. They do need to push Cypher Machines here, or they're not going to be able to push for this endgame anytime soon.
Absolutely, yeah. The conservative playstyle that was what ADM's going for, but Keaton not giving any chance of flywheel, but the hit still registers onto Maple Leaf. Oh, but that pellet, he needs to destroy it, and we're seeing at the small boat area, bottom left, we're seeing Mercenary decoding a new Cypher. Mechanic might potentially go for this rescue onto this Embalmer, so we have to see how this is going to go about. Embalmer's trying to pull away, but not too far, and let's see whether Keaton's going to chair him at the shack, or does he know that Mercenary is decoding that small boat Cypher?
Yeah, I think he probably does, but the thing is that Cornfield Cypher is about 80% of the way done, so you have to chair at one of them. It looks like he's going to go chair at this one instead. This is second chair for Embalmer. Mercenary does have that Cypher Machine almost ready, though, so Mechanic, of course, can just wait this out till the Cypher Machine is ready. Actually, it's going to go a bit early and does not perfume as well. And this could potentially be a stuff rescue. There's the web shot to cancel the rescue. Gets the hit, preventing the save, and the Cypher Machine's not ready. And Mechanic, unfortunately, revealing themselves way too early there. Mercenary is going to still attempt to save, but the Soyver is aware of this. We see the Mercenary elbow pad towards the rocket chair here. Going to try to go for this web shot. Misses that first hit. It's now a mind game at the chair. Can he get the save off, or will it be a terror shock? This comes out of this, does get the rescue off, and gets the body block as well. So he needs to, this Embalmer needs to stay alive until Mercenary can get to the Cypher, but he's not able to do so. Mercenary's elbow padding there. Can he pop it? Gets the pop, but Embalmer does not have borrowed time. And we're going to see a 2 survivor endgame instead of 3 here, and there is still teleport available for this Soul Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, a main sequence of events that we're seeing, they could potentially look like a 4 kill just now, but right now, that pop by the Mercenary kind of preventing that 5-point lead to Keaton once again. So, you know, Skyham, we're seeing him trying to kite the Hunter, but he does not have anything to use anymore. 1 speed, 1 hit, and he's gone. Or even a basic hit during this detention period, he will be gone, and Dungeon is nowhere here, is at shore. So let's see how it's gonna play out. Oh, a hit registered, Eli. So right now, Mechanic is not even at the gate. He's still at the shack area, needs a lot of time to run there. We're seeing her, she kind of detouring from that area. He potentially might want to go for this dungeon at shore. So how do you think Keaton should possibly play this out, Eli?
I think he needs to not teleport too early here. You want to go circle around this area, try to see if you'll pick up Tinnitus. You've already won this round, so playing a little, I guess it's fine to play aggressively. I don't know. I actually am not really sure here what the Soul Weaver's going to do. They're going to try to see if they can get Tinnitus. I think it's, the thing is, Mercenary is such a long chair time, so if you do teleport, Mechanic's not on the gate, Mercenary will probably get rescued. So I think it makes sense to camp this out a little bit before teleporting. Is going to teleport now. Does he get Tinnitus as well? Does get Tinnitus and does actually teleport at the perfect time. If he teleported early, he would not have found that Mechanic most likely. If he teleported too late, he might not have found the Mechanic, as Mechanic was starting to leave the gate. But he teleports at the perfect time to catch the trail of the Mechanic. I think she already also might have picked up Crows as well, I'm not sure, but does see the trail overall, and now this should be a 4-kill situation. There is a perfume to work with, and a flywheel. Does not perfume back, so nice patience from the Mechanic here, but it's just a matter of time before Soul Weaver is able to secure this down, potentially.
Yeah, so a matter of time, and yeah, I mean, Keaton, he did an amazing job. I mean, the moment he teleported, there was this ping of this 3 best friends on top of your head that crows, and the hit does not register.
The dungeon is here. The dungeon is here. Soul Weaver needs to use a web boost right here. There is a flywheel available. This Mechanic go straight for the dungeon. Actually makes it out the dungeon just in time here. Wow. What a series of events. Wow, what a series of events we saw in this match. So much back and forth play there. It was looking like a tied situation, then it looked like a 3-kill, then it looked like a 4-kill. Yeah, the dungeon just being in the perfect spawn location there. And I think the biggest mistake is Keenan actually just let the Mechanic get away there. Instead of trapping them, they could have just kept them trapped in that back area and just built up webs over and over and over, and eventually just used a bunch of speed boosts to catch up. But unfortunately, that did not work out in their favor. I'm looking back at this situation right before the chair rescue. So as a survivor, you really need to make sure that you stay hidden until the Cypher Machine is primed. Mechanic could have actually just stayed hidden behind Shaq, and it looks like the Soiver would not have seen them at all there. But Mechanic, yeah, just running into the chair way too early there, unfortunately. And then it was a very nice job from the Mercenary to get that rescue off. But of course, it does not matter in that the Embalmer doesn't have borrowed time. Now, keep in mind, it is standard for Embalmers to not have borrowed time because typically you will have that coffin available. So even if you don't have borrowed time, it's still okay to just go fly while in broken windows. It's very common. But unfortunately, this is one of those situations where it doesn't work out in their favor. And because Embalmer is actually dead on chair, they did have a coffin available, but they couldn't go for the coffin setup because they were dead on chair. So yeah, I also think the route could have been different. So after the Embalmer, if you look here if you look back at the match, when the Embalmer was rescued, and the Mercenary was racing to the Cypher to try to pop it, the Embalmer actually goes into Shaq, and he goes left away from the window. He actually could have gone right and gone to the window, and even without borrowed time, they could have popped the Cypher. As long as he makes it to the window, they can still pop the Cypher without borrowed time, and Embalmer would still be alive. So unfortunately, the Embalmer's route did cost him there, and did cost the survivors that endgame. But an excellent job from the Mechanic to still make the dungeon in a situation that looked like a 4-kill. That one extra escape is extremely important for the outcome of this match. So this is the difference between a 7-point deficit and a 4-point deficit. So it's now 6-2 for this round instead of 8-1. So that's going to be very impactful. Potentially, if this next round is a tie and we go to a last round situation, a 4-point deficit is way easier to come back from than a 7-point one.
Yeah, absolutely have to agree with you on that. And yeah, I think a very impressive play on Devil's side. I mean, if you're talking about the rankings wise, ADM actually ranked higher compared to Devil in terms of the in-game tier rank thing. So considering all of that, ADM still Devil managed to actually play a lot better with their strategies, and still, I mean, Soul Weaver is not really the kind of character we usually see. I mean, in IVL and IVC, we don't really see that very often, but Keaton making it work at Lakeside, like you mentioned, is a great map for Soul Weaver, and they make that into their advantage. Their map selection got this 4-point lead, and what can I say? He capitalized on every single chance that Survivor gave them. So for example, the one where Acrobat was at the pallet thinking that Hunter's gonna go from somewhere not behind him for sure. He got that free hit. Afterwards, he was focused on objectives, just focusing that hit onto Acrobat at the shore area when Embalmer was trying to body block. I think he did every factor. It was beautifully done, I would say. And right now, it will be ADM's map selection where they got to get this advantage back. Banning the Soul Weaver, I think, might be the possible choice for them, just so that similar situations will not happen. But they kind of wanted to play this, like, end this quickly with this Embalmer and Mercenary with this global bans thing. So how can they possibly move from here onwards, considering this very crucial potential last few picks is being banned already?
I think that it's very important for, considering that this was... So basically how this played out is Devil did what they wanted to do. I mean, they wanted a good map for Soul Weaver, and they wanted a good map for Survivors against Dream Witch. So they've already positioned themselves well, right? They are able to get a Survivor win against the Dream Witch and a Hunter win with the Soul Weaver. Okay, so they did what they did exactly how it was planned out. I'm sure this is pretty much how they practiced it, and it worked out exactly in their favor. So it's always nice to see that work out in their favor. But now it comes down to, does ADM actually have a counter strategy, and how did they prepare? So obviously, Devil was well prepared for this matchup. Now, what about ADM, right? So are we going to see a map that's going to be strong against the Devil Hunter? We don't really know how strong the Hunters after Soul Weaver is for Keaton, because we've seen them play Soul Weaver mostly, and we haven't really seen much of anything else. Obviously, we do know about Nightwatch and Wax Artist, but are they as effective with those characters as they are with the Soul Weaver? And is ADM prepared, has the map prepared that might be weak for those types of Hunters? We'll have to find out. That's going to be very important. The key for ADM here is, how did they prepare for this matchup? Do they have a strategy for this next map selection to go against this Hunter? And how well is the Hunter Lan prepared to play on that map that ADM does choose? Now, I was looking back at the end game for that match as well. And there's one pallet, there's two situations that could have done differently. So unfortunately the Soul Weaver did not, there was a web that the Soul Weaver tried to go in. So right before they went for the swing at that pallet that the mechanic vaulted and was able to then push for the dungeon, where they missed the swing at the pallet. And he hit the pallet. He actually, if he went into the web and he got a speed boost from that, he probably would have caught up in time, but he actually missed the web. He went to the right like he was going to go into the web and actually sort of just missed it. He didn't get into it right, and he didn't get the speed boost, and he missed out on the speed boost. The mechanic was able to make it to the pallet and then to the dungeon after that. Now, also, they could have broken the pallet, not the one the mechanic vaulted, but the one that they went around. If you look at the two pallets off to the side, they could have broken one of those pallets, and then it would have been very easy to trap the mechanic back there and get the down that way. But they didn't. They went straight for the webs, unfortunately, and I think possibly Keaton just getting a little bit ahead of themselves. But again, the important thing is that not only did Keaton secure a draw, they secured a 3 elimination, which gives even more of an advantage to Devil, and they did win that first round. You see overall, the first down onto the Acrobat, 34 seconds, very, very fast down. The rotation was nice. They set themselves up well, but unfortunately the Acrobat's kite was not too strong. And actually over-rotating a Soul Weaver ends up not being too impactful, because the amount of time you spend rotating and avoiding the Soul Weaver's sort of vision, you allow them to build up webs, and when they do find a chase target, they have a lot of webs built up, and it's very easy for them to secure a quick down, which we did see in this case.
Absolutely, and we're just looking at, the stats that we have here. Looking back into the match, of course, Mechanic did a great job getting that dungeon escape. Like you mentioned, a 7-point deficit is definitely a lot more compared to a 4-point deficit that ADM will be facing at the point in time. So, great job onto Mechanic's side. Able to capitalize on the little things that the Spider didn't foresee at that point in time. And I think also Skyhunt as the mercenary did an important role to decode that small boat cipher, headed all the way back to pop that cipher. He was kind of racing against time, but then again, if the environment actually brought 3, it might potentially be slightly different. It wouldn't be that hard to play the end game, but still good job on both sides, able to get their objectives done, and for ADM to not give that 5-0 lead for Devil over there. So ADM, they kind of have to consider what map they want to pick, and knowing that if they might potentially go for this Soul Weaver, Rex Artist and Nightwatch is possible picks. So what maps could they pick, knowing that Keaton has these two hunters, Rex Artist and Nightwatch?
Well, yeah, it's actually quite simple. Just Red Church or Arms Factory. Both maps are not strong for Nightwatch, as there's a lot of walls. It's very difficult for Nightwatch to use the wind ability when there's a lot of tie cutting in walled off areas, and it's very hard for Wax Artist to hit the wax because, again, it's very easy to break line of sight on these maps. So Wax Artist and Nightwatch are very weak on Church and Arms Factory. So one of those maps would definitely make sense. Based off of Landland's Hunter Pool, we do know Landland has Bloody Queen available, so that could be an option to go Arms Factory BQ. Arms Factory is one of the better Bloody Queen maps, so that could definitely be an option, and I think that would probably make the most sense. But yeah, again, we're gonna have to see what ADM opts to go with. But I definitely think you can ban Soul Weaver. You don't even have to ban Soul Weaver on Arms Factory, but I think after that last round, they'll probably go ahead and ban it anyways.
Yeah, that could be possible. And speaking of Soul Weaver, Leland does have this Soul Weaver as well, pretty known in the SEA region, but highly doubt he's gonna pick that unless he really wants to show that he has more potential as a Soul Weaver main compared to Keaton. But considering the sticks that they have now, possibly we might not be seeing that as of yet, unless in BO2 ADM has this huge lead, and in BO3 that will happen to pick a map that's favorable for Soul Weaver. So we gotta see how that's gonna possibly play out. ADM, if they kind of want to come back from this, either to get a 3 kill, 3 escape in this BO2 with their map selection, which is actually not the most optimal considering that the third match end, which is Devil's map selection, they might kind of struggle once again, like we've seen in the first match, BO1. So ADM, as much as possible, try to win and get more advantage compared to Devil in this BO1, which is a 4-point deficit at this point in time.
Yep, for sure. So yeah, if Landland wants to play Soul Weaver as well, they might just play Red Church instead, because Soul Weaver's not too strong on Arms Factory, whereas Red Church is a pretty good map for Weaver, so I think that would make more sense. It just depends on what Hunter Landland wants to play. I really think it's between Church or Arms Factory here. If it's true that Wax Artist, Nightwatch, and Soul Weaver are really Keaton's only options, you just go Red Church or Arms Factory and ban Soul Weaver, and that's it. It's that simple. And then obviously whatever map that Landland prefers, you would probably just go with that one. So either Church or Arms. I don't really expect to see anything else here. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna see Keaton's actually subbed out. So it is going to be. So we just talked about all that for for nothing. So that's nice.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. Yeah.
Coco. So yeah. So how much do we have any information on Coco?
Yeah. We do have from the stats that were given to us from the production team. For Coco, he does play the Breaking Wheel as well as the Night Watch. So you know, we kind of have to U-turn a little bit what maps at this point in time.
Actually, that doesn't change too much because it's actually still the same situation. If the survivors know about Breaking Wheel and Night Watch, well, you know what? Never mind. I'm just gonna not even try to guess things anymore. So I was gonna say if it is Night Watch and Breaking Wheel, you would still pick Arms or Church because Night Watch and Breaking Wheel are bad on both those maps. Moonlit is good for Night Watch and Wheel, so I don't really know. It could be that ADM just doesn't know what Hunter's Coco plays. Or maybe Landland just really wants to play Moonlit here. That must be the strategy because I don't think Moonlit really makes sense. I think Moonlit's a very good map for Devil's Hunter, but it could be that Landland just really prefers Moonlit here for this situation. And we might also see, I believe Landland also can go Geisha as well potentially, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So that could be the case here with this Moonlit pick.
Yeah, that could be the possible case of the Geisha pick from Landland. But as for Coco, yeah, he has quite a lot to still work with. I mean, if the stats is kind of slightly different, since for Keaton, his stats was actually Wax Artist Night Watch, he picked the Soul Weaver. It might be a different case for Coco. Maybe he had also a Geisha that we don't know about. And regarding the skill level, I'm actually not sure at all since I've never seen Coco in the competitive scene unless he's changed his or her name. So we just gotta wait out and see how Coco is gonna potentially do against ADM survivors and what can he pick. I mean, considering that this is ADM survivors, they probably have this strategy to go about with this Moonlit, and from what we have been seeing since yesterday, teams who actually make use of the roller coaster tend to have a higher chance of winning, and the people who don't touch the roller coaster tend to get 3 kill or if not a 4 kill against other hunters. So we'll see how they're possibly gonna play it out. And yeah, I think if I remember correctly, Pumpkin that we saw in ADM's team is actually Shane, and Shane actually he was in this team called Jocks in IVA, and I think they actually played pretty well at the Moonlit River Park. So we'll see how that's gonna be put into play, whether strategies has been kind of reformed, revamped, and suit ADM's character pool.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, I don't know if I'm not really sure. I guess they could have also, well, no, because they know the Hunter sub. I was gonna say if they expected Keaton to play Hunter again, maybe they just didn't want to ban Soul Weaver and they wanted to put Soul Weaver on a bad map, which is Moonlit, but they would know the Hunter substitution before they choose the map. So I'm not really sure. Maybe it could be they have more information on Coco as well, or Landland just really wants to play Geisha. I mean, that could definitely be it. That Landland just really, really wants to play Geisha right here. And it makes sense. Certain hunters just love to play Geisha in the second round. We've seen that from Dongshuan, the round 2 Geisha over in China a lot. So that could definitely be the idea. We're going to see Priestess and Antiquarian first. So no Seer ban, which is very interesting. So Seer is definitely open. So I expect they're not going to take Seer. So, okay, so now that Seer is open, you really want to take Seer right away. If you give up on your Seer option, you're losing out on a very viable character. Additionally, if you pick Officer first, you don't have any good rescuers for the last round now. So they've now auto banned Mercenary and Officer, and now Seer will of course get banned because they did give up on that opportunity. So ADM unfortunately loses out on 2 of the best rescuers for the 3rd round, and then they also will lose out on Seer here. I guess I understand obviously wanting to go for the Acrobat, but I definitely do believe that Seer and Acrobat would have been very, very good for the first 2 picks here instead. So yeah, unfortunately ADM is going to have a very big missed opportunity there, and will also miss out on the 2 best rescue characters in the last round. But it looks like they're going to go for Mechanic as well, and for their last character selection we are going to have Prospector. So overall this team comp is not too bad. I think. But if it is going to be Night Watch, not having Seer as that open option, or Psychologist even for that matter, will potentially hurt here. They also could have gone Patient. Patient is very strong on this map. They did have Toy Merchant available. So it looks like they're just trying to play a more aggressive strategy though with that Prospector.
Yeah, so we might potentially see like the 4th stop and then Prospectors at the, over there just giving that magnets. But yeah, the Night Watch. And looking into this, Mechanic can be chased, but Acrobat might potentially be spawning at the 4th stop. So I think it might not be a potential chase at this point in time. But Eli, what do you think about this team comp against the Night Watch and possible spawn locations on the Survivor side?
I think this is not too good for the Survivors. In that, obviously, I mean, it depends. Because it is Moonlit River Park, you can spawn the Acrobat in your 4th stop, which is a very difficult place for a Night Watch to chase in. So I think that'll be pretty good for Survivors. But obviously, Mechanic's a very easy chase target. Prospector, it can kite Night Watch pretty effectively, but depending on the area, it might be beneficial for the Night Watch, as Moonlit is a very open map as well. I would expect we're going to see the Mechanic probably will spawn either 2-story or 1st stop. Prospector will spawn either 2-story or 1st stop. And then the 1st officer will spawn near the 2nd stop platform to hit that stop sign, and the Acrobat will be 4th stop. That has to be the strategy here for the Survivors. Again, missing out on Seer here is a very unfortunate missed opportunity for the Survivors. Of course, we will see the Prospector Mechanic at 1st stop and 1st station, and 2nd story. Acrobat should be 4th, and Officer will either be bridge or at that platform near 2nd stop. I believe that's an Officer, right? Not Mercenary, but
I think there might have been a mistake on the Survivor selection because from what we remember,
it's auto banned, right?
Yeah,
so
it's auto banned already, so they can't pick Mercenary.
Not sure. It looks like we do see Officer on screen though, so it could just be Officer and maybe the game glitched.
It could be a glitched, yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe just something wrong with the screen. But yeah, it looks like we are going to see Officer is going to be the character on screen. Of course, Mercenary is no longer available for the Survivors as it was chosen in the first 2 characters of the 1st round here. So the team comp, a bit interesting here for ADM, but I do like the spawn location. I think this is the ideal spawn situation for them. As for Coco, spawning near the 2nd station is curious. It's pretty well distanced for most Survivors. You usually would want to spawn either closer to 2-story or closer to 1st stop, but is putting themselves sort of in between. This way they can sort of choose which target they want to go for here.
Yeah, so, while we're waiting for this to happen, do you think ADM might potentially be ready for this? Because we're seeing the Mercenary into the lineup when it should have been the 1st officer. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I don't think this is right because Mercenary should not be allowed here as it was chosen, right? Unless we're mistaken, but maybe go ahead and check for that, Chocho. We're going to go ahead and have the, looks like it is going to be the Mechanic getting the 1st kite here. Does absorb that 1st hit with the bot, it looks like. And we are going to have a pause here. Mercenary should not be allowed, I believe, unless we missed something. Mercenary was auto banned for that 1st round, so we should see a 1st officer instead here. But yeah, I mean, anyways, so assuming that 1st officer does replace Mercenary here, Jojo, how do you think that will overall impact the match?
Yeah, I mean, considering how 1st officer is kind of situated himself at the Cypher Bridge area, he can potentially still come for this rescue regardless, and swinging the watch, it kind of prevents Hunter from knowing where he's really coming from when he's going for the rescue. However, for Mercenary, he could potentially pad away. Hunter can use his vacuuming effect, vacuuming him right back. So maybe it might possibly turn into ADM's favor, considering if they kind of know how they're gonna play this out. But Eli, looking at the spawn locations, right? I mean, we kind of really saw how he's chasing the Mechanic right from the get-go, and we don't see any like movements from the rescuer to kind of go to 2nd stop to pop the 2nd stop sign in attempt to use the roller coaster. So considering all that, I mean, at the God Kite area behind Double Story, how do you think Mechanic can possibly kite against the Night Watch?
Well, it looked like they were, it looks like they're just going for the Cypher Rush play of just pushing the bridge Cypher instead of doing the, hitting the stop sign. As for the mechanic, it looked pretty good. Obviously, the match will have to be restarted, or we'll have some sort of situation here because Mercenary obviously won't be allowed. So this match will not continue to play out, I don't believe. But looking in that position, it looked like Mechanic had a pretty good spot. I mean, they were not able to drop the bot, which was unfortunate. But what they were able to do is they're able to use the bot to body block and then get a pallet stun right after. And they looked like they knew how to kite in that area. So Mechanic, I think, was definitely prepared to utilize that God kiting area. Now, something we could see happen as well is we might see the Prospector bring the roller coaster to second stop, and then Mechanic can kite around the God kite for a while, and then push towards the second stop platform. Now, it depends if the Hunter does have insolence or not. I don't recall if they did or not, or if they will have it after this reset. But if they do have insolence, it's very easy for the Night Watch to just hit the Mechanic once, and then when she tries to transition towards the coaster at second stop, he can just dash and catch up. Now, if he doesn't have insolence, it is possible for the Mechanic to go for this play. So I don't know if that will be the case. And again, this is why Moonlit River Park was sort of a curious decision for ADM, because an open map like Moonlit is very strong for Night Watch to utilize that dash ability to catch up and close distance, as well as the wind ability. It will be hard for that Mechanic to make it to that platform, the second stop station. If they do set up the coaster there, they may just have the Mechanic just go for rock kiting here and promote Cypher Rush. That could just be ADM's strategy. Based off of those spawns, I think that probably makes sense. Looking back into this match, it looks like Nightwatch did not have insolence, so that play is technically possible, but it's still not too likely in that the Mechanic can get slowed down by the wind overall. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, and yeah, considering that he's, using the bot to kind of body block already, which means he didn't have time to kind of place it down at all, might be seeing the same thing happen. And if that's the case, usually when we see mechanics just kind of selling his or her bot at the get-go, it means that your kite has to 100% be long enough for ciphers to kind of be at least 2.5, if not 3 ciphers, since it will be a total of 4 hits in total for Itakwa. And against a Itakwa presence, once he reaches the first skill, he's gonna have this wind form change. He can attract you back onto his side, and I really, really doubt Mechanic can potentially kite from downwards since she has nothing but her bot.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, a bot body block is still a factor. Mechanic still has that available. We saw that right away. If you're able to get in a narrow area and you drop the bot there, it can be pretty effective. You actually drop the bot in the pallet as well, and what that does is that actually forces them to block it, because the bot can just body block the pallet. So it's almost like a magician illusion. You force them to break it before you continue after. Now it is, of course, a little bit different. It does force attack recovery and feed presence, which is beneficial for both sides, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Mechanic on Moonlit is not quite as strong. We don't see Mechanic on Moonlit as often. It's very difficult to hide on this map, so Mechanic will potentially get found early, and it's very difficult for the Mechanic to drop her bot and rotate. If you drop the bot in the 2-story area, the Night Watch will just eliminate it right away. So then you're forced to kind of save it for kiting, which is not really as ideal because your Cypher Rush won't be as fast. You kind of miss out on what Mechanic is mainly used for that Cypher Rush, so... yeah, the Mechanic decision over the Seer, of course, was a bit interesting. I don't know if it'll actually work out or not. I mean, so you sort of have to think about it this way, right? If that's a Seer there, and that's a Seer kiting a God Kite, the Mechanic that isn't able to drop the bot anyway, right? So you have to use the bot to body block. So what would you rather have kiting in that God kiting area? Would you rather have a Seer with an Owl, or would you rather have just a Mechanic using a bot to body block? Probably the Seer, right? So that's sort of one of those situations. And also Seer, of course, is more versatile. If they did go for a chase on something like Prospector, you would have that Owl available. But yeah, I mean, maybe the Mechanic, once we see a reset of this game here, maybe the Mechanic is able to hide the doll. And if they are able to do so, then that could also be extremely beneficial for ADM. We'll see if they're able to pull that off. Having the bot in play is very important for Mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, considering that they have just started their BO2, and usually when we pick Mechanic, we're kind of like usually in the second half where survivors are coming out, and my Hunter got 4 kills, we just want a 1 escape tie situation. You pick a Mechanic, but right from the get-go in the first half, we're seeing this Mechanic picked. Feelings-wise, do you think maybe they could have picked something else? I mean, you talk about Seer, but since Seer was banned in the third one, maybe a Toy Merchant, I mean, it's gonna be still on in double story. A Toy Merchant might have potentially be a slightly better pick. What do you think about it, Eli?
I agree. Toy Merchant could have been very good here as well. That's something, we talked about during the ban pick. They did miss an opportunity there as well. They missed an opportunity for Patient. So a lot of care. So again, ADM sort of bringing another team comp that we don't really see quite as often in a situation like this. They had many opportunities to pick what we consider to be more ideal and more meta characters. They went for a slightly different approach here. But who knows? You know, it could work for them. It could not. We'll have to see. In the first round, unfortunately, it didn't quite work out in their favor. But we'll see if it does work out in their favor this time around. Again, we are just on a short pause in the game, trying to figure out what happened with the mercenary. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, or those of you who are new to the new ban pick system, the first 2 characters selected that are locked in by the survivors in the first round are not actually allowed to be used in the are not allowed to be used for the rest of the best of 3. So we did see Mercenary and Bomber as the first 2 character selections for ADM in the first round, so they cannot use those characters for the rest of the series. It looks like we are going to have a restart here momentarily, so apologies for the delay, but we should have that fixed in a moment. Meanwhile, we can talk about Chocho's opera singer. So Chocho, how's the opera singer been for you thus far?
Opera singer, I mean, haven't really met her as a hunter much in rank, because we have been banning it. There isn't really a direct counter to its opera singer. The only bad thing about opera singer, if you're playing from the hunter's perspective, is the short hitbox that you always talked about, Eli. And other than that, it's a very fast moving hunters. I mean, from all the creators we've been currently seeing, right? I mean, we see the Itakwa being released. It doesn't necessarily mean that he kind of moves fast, but the slow win, and also when the first skill opens, he can zoom here, zoom there, and from what we saw from Miaopai's Itakwa yesterday at Ever Slipping Town, with 4 zooms, he zoomed all the way to the gate and secured that 4 kill. So amazing things Itakwa can do, but I just feel that Hunter's moving speed, right, gets faster and faster. From Itakwa, it was the speed, the zooming, but then for Opera Singer, it's the zoom, zoom, zoom. I don't know what you call that. The running through obstacles. I mean, around obstacles. Yeah, I think it's getting stronger and stronger. This hunters that has been created, and I think it's something the servers have to be wary about.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. I'm really excited to see how Opera Singer. We're just gonna talk about Opera Singer because this is my new favorite hunter to play. We all know how when Chocho plays hunter. Chocho, on a scale of 1 to 10, how successful would you say in your hunter gameplay? Actually, I'll answer that for you.
Wait, no, let me answer. We had this 1v1 and I killed you like almost instantly with a clerk, and it was my first time playing it.
I don't actually recall that. That was not. I don't actually recall that. I think we're making up stories now, actually. Yeah, no, so okay, that is true. Chocho, I did die to clerk relatively quick in one particular instance.
No, it was a few of the until you got like you were feeling better about it.
I have the video recorded. I'm pretty sure it's just one time. And then what other hunters did you play? Was it Hermit?
I think I only played Club because you wanted to like do a clip for your. Oh yeah, just you know, Eli O is a YouTuber, so you know, follow him on his YouTube channel. What's it called?
I didn't know that. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, let's see if we have an update. Oh yeah, there's things for the update. Okay. Yeah. But basically, what we were doing is we were 1v1ing. No, you played Hermit too, right? I'm pretty sure you played Hermit. And then
I'm pretty sure I didn't. But even though I played Hermit, I think I still instant down you, right?
That's cap.
Right.
That is actually cap. Nah, you definitely missed 90% of the shocks or something. I don't know.
No, but I instant down you with Clock, and it was my first few times playing it, so it means a lot. It means a lot. I have potential.
Alright, you have to 1v1 my opera singer later. We have to 1v1 my opera singer later then. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, anyways, enough of me dying in 5 seconds. Hope everybody watching is... Chocho, you want to do shoutouts in the chat? I think probably now is a somewhat opportune time for that.
Yes, okay, so someone said hi Eli O. This person is oh my goodness. I'm so sorry if we pronounce it wrongly. Like Eli O and me, we just don't have very good pronunciation of interesting, unique names.
Very true.
Yeah.
Or just good pronunciation for anything in general, so...
Yeah, I mean, we do have Drippy in the live chat right now. Drippy, Cheese,
you got that one right.
Hands, la la la. la la la. We do have one there. Azil, Gracia. You know what's good? You know, we have been here since, in fact, for quite some time. We do still have 3 other matches for today. We're still on our first one. So wherever you're watching this, I mean, whether it be morning, afternoon, evening, night, supper time, do get some drinks, or if not, food next to you, because it's gonna be a long day. Yeah, coffee. I mean, Eli Ho had his first can of coffee today. I'm still on that same coffee. So, to pull through, we all need this certain energy boost. So for you, what would it be? And suddenly we're talking about this little girl mains. Okay, so we're talking about Eli O is so petite, and what? My English. Someone said you're so petite, and I can't pronounce the other word. You're petite.
I don't know how much. I don't know what Eli we're talking about. It must be a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, considering all the buffs that the hunters have been getting in the survivors, you know, recently with the new patch and stuff, anything that you want to comment on, like the coordinator, the weeping clown, anything specifically?
Well, I think Coordinator's already been a pretty strong character. I think Coordinator's been quite underrated. You know, the ability to just allow a survivor to make distance. You go for a rescue, because rebound kiting is a huge part of this meta. So when you go for a rescue as a coordinator, right, and you go with that flare gun, you can allow the survivor to make a lot of distance and potentially rebound kite. So that's pretty important. It's very important on maps that have good rebound kiting areas, such as Big Boat Lakeside Village, Sacred Heart Hospital, things like that. And also, Coordinator just in general, I think is a pretty good... I mean, many people are like, well, I can just play Excitement and that counters Coordinator. Well, a lot of people, what you don't realize is, like, if you go for a flare gun and they use their Excitement, they don't have blink, which means they're actually killing their early game chase by not having that blink as an option. So of course you can go for that Excitement, but if you either don't chase Coordinator and you have that Excitement, then it's sort of just a waste of a trait. Or if you do use the Excitement to get a free hit on Coordinator, you won't have blink as well, so Coordinator can continue to kite too. So there is many ways in which the Coordinator is actually a very underrated character. So I actually don't even think Coordinator needed any adjustments or anything like that. I think she was quite strong already and quite underrated. But I think Coordinator could be a very impactful character in the meta. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely is much more stronger now compared to last time, and also would be quite useful to kind of have it as an option in the later rounds, considering the global bans that we're having. So it's going to be interesting to see how that's possibly going to be playing out. But you know, we do have also like the recent like Ripper, and then once you down, there is this foggy area around the survivor, and also at the chat chair. So how do you think that can potentially benefit, or you know, make it slightly easier for the Ripper at that point in time when he downs the survivor? You
know, I remember when Ripper got that adjustment. I don't really read the patch notes or anything that too much. Okay, we are back to the game. We'll revisit that conversation after, because I actually have a bit of a funny story about that. But we are going to get back into the match here. It looks like we're going to have a different rotation than we did in that first part of the match we saw. And we're actually going to see the mechanic rotate towards the third stop area instead of the first stop. Now the question is, was she able to drop that bot? We're actually not quite sure. I don't see any energy deducted from the bot's item in the mechanics bar there, so I'm not sure. But it looks like we are going to see rotating immediately towards fourth stop. So this is an interesting place to kite. I would have liked to see Mechanic actually go towards the pallets on the side instead of go this way, but she is able to break line of sight here and potentially kite out this first win. So that is very important, and Mechanic does have some pallets to work with over here. It is just going to be a mind game here running through this first one. Dropping the second one, Coco can, of course, vault this right away. There is a flywheel available. Mechanic can use that flywheel at the pallet. Flywheel's early. Does have the bot. Gets the bot body block off. So conserving the bot here actually ends up being a big factor for this first kite. Typically, obviously, we don't see this very often, right? You usually see the bot utilized as decoding rather than kiting, but Mechanic, using it quite effectively here, is going to drop the bot again, but I believe this will result in a hit as there is no flywheel. Now, the bot being dropped the second time is important. That 50% energy on the bot can be used to decode at least half a Cypher machine. And we are going to see the Blink securing the down here as well. But for a Mechanic, that was a long kite. First officer Cypher over halfway done, 2 Cypher machines already popped, and the bot is out. Now the question is, will it live here? Looks like that's not going to be the case, though.
Yeah, that's not going to be the case at all. And right now, Mechanic has nothing to work with. Usually in this kind of situation where she has no flywheel, no second kite ability, and nothing to work with, survivors usually just sell their teammates and just come for the tie. But going against a Night Watch, and also ADM, being so united and stuff like that, Sky Han doesn't want to abandon his Mechanic. Probably might go for this one rescue, but I believe the follow-up rescue might not be the case, and we'll see whether Prospector will going to come for this potential OB.
Looks like we're going to see, continuing after the Mechanic here. Of course, no more items to work with, so she will go down right away, but is going to go die in the corner of the map here. First Officer starting an extra Cypher. I don't think they need extra Cypher progress here, so I think we should see the Officer go for another rescue. Acrobat pops the Bridge Cypher. It looks like they... yeah, I guess he's going... Okay, I guess they do need that extra Cypher, as First Officer did not pop their first one. We're going to see Acrobat go to that Cypher and Officer come for another save here. The question is, can they finish these Cyphers in time? That fourth Cypher that actually the Officer started will be the last one. He's going to have to body block long enough for that Cypher to be primed if they want to play for a win here. But it's actually looking pretty good right now. First Officer can wait this out a little bit, as that he does have the watch to work with, and give the Acrobat a little bit more time to decode.
Yeah. Oh, but getting the hit on the chair instead of the First Officer. First Officer can potentially block 2 hits for the Mechanic, and I think Cyphers might potentially be enough by then. Oh, a flywheel and also a pellet stun that's being used over here. We do have the Cypher at bottom left, 60%. First Officer is still trying to body block for this Mechanic. Oh, but using that speed boost, we believe targets hit onto Mechanic, and that's a
no. It hits the Officer. That's huge. That's completely game-changing. This forces the chair onto the Officer, which means the Acrobat can prime the Cypher machine. If he gets the hit on the Mechanic, I don't know if Prospector was going to be there in time to harass, which means this game would have resulted in a tied result most likely, but it's now probably going to be a winning position for the Survivors, as we do see the backdoor rescue here. The Cypher machine is now ready to be popped. He's going to go for the win onto the Prospector, but they can go for the end game here, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Now it is an Acrobat opening the exit gate, and it looks like he's actually going to change targets to the Acro here. The problem is Acrobat isn't able to make it. He goes for the bomb over the coaster there, which I actually didn't know you could do that. So
yeah, and now we know. I mean, that was very fast reaction from Sifeng's side, able to get that mud ball over and getting the distance between Itakwa, and right now forcing Hunter to change skills and teleporting away. Fortunately enough, it is the Mechanic in front of Coco, and will be dumping her immediately. She is the last chair, and right now we're seeing the roller coaster being used, but where will it stop? Will it stop at second stop, or is it third one?
If it's third stop, this is a 3-survivor escape. If it's second stop, this might be a tie. It is going to be a third stop, so I think this can be a 3-survivor escape, unless the Night Watch can catch this Survivor here. It's actually, it is third stop. He has one more dash to use with. He's going to use it up right there. Now it's just a foot race between the Night Watch and the First Officer. He is going to have a chase onto the Prospector here as well. They do have a magnet. The exit gate is open. Can he get a potential wind ability off? Prospector goes for the stun. He needs to go for the win here. Goes for the instant win. Can Prospector flywheel? Throws the magnet. He has the flywheel to work with, though. Goes for the dash. He pushes them back, and he's going to make it all the way out the exit gate. That is a 3-survivor escape here for ADM. What a turnaround there. I mean, their start was very good. It looked like it was going to be a 3-star escape for the majority of that match, and then they're able to the Night Watch made it really close. I think if he targeted the Officer there, he might have been able to go for a tie, but because the Prospector had the magnets to work with, and because he had the flywheel, if he didn't have flywheel, he goes down there. He's able to flywheel into the magnet, which forces the Night Watch to walk through the magnet. He's able to get the push off. That was what a series of events there. This is exactly what ADM needs. They were down a significant amount after that first round, so a 3-survivor escape here is very crucial for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that foot race. It was really, really close. I mean, we're seeing all of ADM's end game, right? It's getting really, really intense. From the BO1 Mechanic Dungeon Escape, right now we're seeing a very clutch 3 escape at 4th stop. Yeah, I think amazing team from ADM's side. I think looking at the, I was thinking about how Keaton could have potentially played it out better, but after he checked the Mechanic, he's technically had two dashes at a point in time. If he potentially actually does his attraction at a point in time, like before he dashes over, his cooldown actually might have been shortened, and he can potentially have 2 other dashes once he reaches the moving carousel and dash faster and nearer towards the survivor before they reach the gate. I mean, we got to look back at the replay in a little bit, so we'll see how that potentially can play better onto, Coco's side, not Keaton. So, but I think it was amazing setup on the ADM side. I mean, first officer was able to get the free rescue, able to body block all the way. I think those are the winning factors for ADM.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a few important plays. We talked about how it was the first officer that was able to body block the mechanic. If they weren't able to do so, that was probably going to be most likely a tied game. But because they're able to keep them alive up until that end game situation, that was very important there. And then I actually didn't know you could jump over that. I mean, I know you can jump when you're on top of the platform, you can jump the long way. But I actually didn't know you could jump. I'm actually looking at it right now. I didn't know you could jump over the bottom part, which is
because of the distance and the height, right? It didn't really
I thought it was too high. I mean, the distance is reasonable because you can do it when you're on the platform, but the height, yeah, I guess you learn something new every day. That is that's a first for me. So
yeah, but he was able to kind of force Itaqua to kind of change targets and force the teleport as well. So good stuff we're seeing here. But maybe, just maybe, Mechanic shouldn't have been that close to the gate as well. I mean, they don't know where the Hunter at trump card at that point in time. So if Mechanic was to be away and the chase instead would have been onto someone else, that might have been slightly better. They might potentially kind of play it out better. But great stuff. I mean, they kind of closed the second stop sign at the early stages of the game, so it kind of benefited them in the later rounds, and we're seeing the roller coaster being used, getting at 3 escape, amazing things onto ADM Survivor side. And right now is about how Devil Survivor is going to come back from this. They did have the advantage initially, but right now, from 4 points deficit is back to 2 now. If Lana can get this 3 kill, there is no more advantage that Devil had initially in BO1.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, excellent job there from. You also have to because that was gonna be if Prospector misses the flywheel, that's also a tied game. You have to hit that perfect flywheel. Obviously, Night Watch's swing is fast, but it is obviously easily slow enough to instantly flywheel. But you have to hit that flywheel. If you hit that flywheel, then you get stuck in the magnet. Then you get a 3 escape. If you don't hit the flywheel, that's a tie. So that was really important that the Prospector was able to hit the flywheel at the end there too. So. Yeah, just a lot of important plays there for ADM. They really did everything right in that match. And typically you don't see Mechanic hold on to the bot that long, but she did, and it actually impacted the kite. It made it longer than it probably would have been if she didn't have bot available to body block. So that was pretty important. Unfortunately, the bot did go down the second time, wasn't able to get any decoding in, but the first kite was long enough with body blocks. They didn't even need any support, just overall raw kiting. Now, I do think Mechanic going to 4-stop to me seemed a little bit interesting. I think it would be better to go to the pallets earlier, but it actually ended up working out as the Night Watch did miss that first win. She was able to avoid that, and it did actually work out in the long run. So yeah, ADM with a 3 escape here, which means in terms of winning this round, it's very important that they're able to win this round. If they're able to win this round, we are going to be tied up on rounds. And if their Hunter can now get a 3 kill, we are going to be tied up all together, as it is now down to just a 2-point lead here for Devil.
And right now, if Devil wants to end this with a 2-0, Survivor side, they need to get a 4 escape. So, I mean, I would say nothing's impossible at this point in time, but we're just going to jump right into the statistics of this BO2 first half. Mechanic 120 seconds kite Eli, 120 seconds kite Eli, and I think amazing things from Mechanic. We usually don't see this kind of play style to kind of hold on to the board, give that body block. We just want to, satisfy the condition of to decode one cipher with our bot. But we're seeing how Shane actually made it work. His own play style, it worked, and yeah, cipher progress is, I mean, from the survivors, Prospector, First Officer, and Acrobat, all of it added together to be exactly 500%. They did over decode, and the setup and everything is just great.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was another situation where if you look at first of all, you have to look at the overall decoding. When you're able to get a perfect 500%, that means the cipher rush usually was very well done, very impactful. They didn't miss a lot of cipher decoding at all. So as you saw in the first game from ADM, there was a lot of missed decoding. There was a lot of sort of running around. We did see the Acrobat miss out on a lot of decoding in the first round. But in this case, we did see the perfect 500% here. So that was very important for them. Oh, actually, I think that was the Devil Survivors, right? Yeah, that was the Devil Survivors. But we also did see some misdecoding from ADM as well. They had a bit of a difficult time dealing with that Soul Weaver. Now, I do think here that they were able to get the perfect 500%. That was very important. The Cypher Rush had to be very good here because obviously the first kite was good, but it wasn't quite good enough to be a win unless the Cypher Rush was perfectly intact, which we did see actually happen from this Survivor side. So, yeah, excellent job there, and the body block's very important at the end too. Just, you know, it does go to show though, if you had a character besides Mechanic, I do think the first kite could have been longer because Mechanic didn't utilize the bot at all. She really only used it to body block. So basically, you just use Mechanic plus the bot as a kiter rather than a decoder, right? So that's kind of how it played out. So obviously, if you take a character like Seer or Professor, which we've seen being utilized to counter Night Watch, I think those characters would have been a lot more effective. Maybe even a Toy Merchant too. Could have been a lot stronger here, but they actually go for the Mechanic instead, which obviously still did work out. And ADM with their Mechanic Kiter strategy was actually successful this time around and does put them back within a 2-point deficit of Devil.
Yeah, so you know, while we're kind of waiting for this, for the all members to kind of get ready for the second half of this BO2, you know, we kind of just drifted off and get right into the match after it started. But you know, Eli, we're talking about this character in particular, Ripper, at a point in time. So maybe you want to finish your thought, your thought process at a point.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. So I was basically, you know, I don't really pay attention to a lot of the patch notes or anything like that. I just kind of see the adjustments in game when they come out, or people tell me about them or something. And so basically, for those of you who know Psyche, he randomly messaged me and he's like, oh my god, Eli, like Ripper's so broken now. You have to play Ripper, blah blah. And I was like, dude, whatever happened, I don't know what happened, but Ripper's not broken. There's nothing that can make Ripper broken. And he's like, no, Ripper's so good. And he's like super like adamant about it. He's trying to explain to me. He's like, he has this foggy zone, whatever, something. And I'm just sort of like, okay, whatever you're telling me, I just don't really care. I don't think it makes, whatever you're trying to tell me, there's no way Ripper's good, right? And so he's like, no, like I played Ripper on stream and I won every game, dude. Like it's so good. Like what? And I'm like, okay, so I'm like, all right, fine, I'll try out Ripper. So, you know, I was playing some games with Ripper, and he actually is. I don't think he's broken, but I do think he is a bit stronger. We did see the win condition there, which we'll most likely see an extra round here, and that the survivors will need a 4-escape to secure things here. Yeah. But and I was like, okay, so you know, I'll try out Ripper, right? We'll see how he is actually. And he's better, right? So basically now Ripper has the ability to, you know, the biggest problem with Ripper is that his cooldown for his invisibility was so long, right? Once his invisibility turned off. But now, like I think it's when you share a survivor, right? You get the invisible fog area, you get the fog area, which lets you get your invisibility up right away. And I think is it also when you down a survivor, right? If I'm not mistaken.
When you
so
down
yeah,
a survivor.
you can get that fog up really fast. So that is definitely game changing. The ability to get into that foggy. Get the fog zone up and get the invisibility up faster is very important. But I do think he still does lack overall cypher pressure. He does still get cypher rushed. He is definitely stronger, so that is true. But I think he's moved sort of from like C tier to like B tier. I think it's that sort of change. So he is now technically playable in late rounds in tournaments, I think, and also in rank. So maybe we'll see Ripper as like a 3rd round surprise pick. I think that's definitely an option. Now that he does have that adjustment, I just don't think he's really good enough to become anywhere near the main meta, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you. Yeah, I mean, with all that reasons justified, still, yeah, Cypher Rush is just this meta, the name of this game, and yeah, if you just get Cypher Rushed out and there's nothing that Ripper can do to control Cyphers, for sure it's not something that he wants to, is not near the meta at all. So yeah, we're gonna head into this very interesting one. You know, just now you were kind of talking about how Lan from ADM, right, the Hunter side, is gonna possibly pick a Geisha. So yes, we'll see whether that will be the case and how aggressive is the Geisha as compared to Meowpie's Geisha and Moonlit yesterday, if that's the case. So yeah, very traditional ban onto Lan's side. We see the Seer as well as the Antiquarian, and yeah, we'll see what kind of hunt. Alright, she's gonna give that not respect ban, but the ban onto Land. Since Dream Witch, even though they got a 3 escape, I'm just gonna say, like, you know what? I know that you're great at this Dreamwitch. Just gonna bend this out, and we're seeing the Prospector and the Psychologist being picked for this
Yep.
phase 2.
Yeah, so I think they're definitely thinking about a incoming geisha. Obviously, characters like Acrobat would be very good here. Characters like Antiquarian or Seer would be very good, but none of those are available. So you are sort of in a situation where you have to prepare for geisha. The reason why we're actually going to see Wildling as well. Mercenary was banned, but they could have gone Officer, but they're going Wildling instead. I think Wildling is not a bad character as well. Just the ability to not get cut off. If you get cut off from a distance as Wildling, you still make the rescue because you can just have the boar take the hit. And he's also unchaseable for many hunters, so it makes it so this forces the survivors to, or forces the hunter to chase a new survivor, which allows rotation and free decoding. It looks like we're actually going to see Little Girl here, which is the only reason I think we're seeing Little Girl is because it's very good with Wildling. Little Girl can combine with the Wildling, and it's hard for the hunter to catch up to that. Typically, I would say Little Girl is very bad against Geisha. Obviously, you can stop a long dash with the pages, which is pretty convenient, but it's very easy for the Geisha to hit a rescuer such as a Mercenary. We're actually going to see Nightwatch from Landland, so they actually don't even, this is another situation where Eli is just
Slapping himself in the face.
Yeah, punch in the air. Psh, psh, psh. So this is I don't know. Yeah, so again, the Moonlit River Park only really made sense for ADMF if Landland was gonna play Geisha. I mean, it's still a good map for Nightwatch, but you'd think they would have gone with something else. But it looks like it's actually just gonna be Nightwatch here. Maybe it's the team comp that's sort of throwing Landland off. It could be that they're seeing this and they're like, well, Prospector is a bit difficult for Geisha, so is Psychologist, so I don't really want to deal with these things, so we're going to go for Nightwatch. But then again, Little Girl is also pretty effective against Nightwatch too, so I don't know. We've seen a rise of Little Girl here in Southeast Asia in an attempt to counter this Nightwatch character. However, I do believe there are some better options, and we are going to see a first stop spawn for the Prospector, 2-story Psychologist, which is very standard. We're going to see the standard second station stop here from the Wildling to hit that stop sign. We actually see, we're going to see Nightwatch go over and spawn close to Psychologist. So I'd imagine you go for that first chase. I don't think he'll go for a Little Girl. If you go for Little Girl and she's able to teleport away, she gets across the map for free. You could actually go teleport here as Landland, and if you go teleport, you can go for Little Girl first, force her to teleport, which will slow down the Cypher progress because she's not going to be decoding if she goes to the Prospector. Prospector Cypher is going to be locked based off of the Hunter spawn, so Prospector won't be able to decode that one. And then Little Girl won't be able to decode because she just teleported to a Cypher where that's already locked, and it's near a survivor that can already decode the closest Cypher after that. So the Cypher rush will be very slow if you go for Little Girl first. You could go for Little Girl first, force her to teleport away, and then teleport as the Hunter onto a new... So that's a lot of teleport. Sorry, that's a lot of words.
Yeah,
I think
a lot of
basically,
teleport in one sentence.
basically, the idea here for Landland is go for Little Girl, force her to teleport away, and then teleport to a new survivor. But it looks like, nah, it's just going to go straight for the Psychologist straight up here. And that will be the first chase.
Yeah, but Psychologist going a little bit of a different route compared to what Landland would think of, because he, instead of going to double story, the second floor, he actually went behind the double story instead. And yeah, Landland's just gonna give up on the Psychologist, and we'll be chasing Creeper, which is the Prospector that we're seeing here. He does have one magnet to use, and the second one will be coming really soon, but we'll see whether that will be put into use. At this point in time, it seems to be that it might potentially be done. Oh, that was so close to die.
Yeah, I thought that was a canceled attack recovery there, but it looks like Prospector is able to... Well, it goes for the vault in front of the Hunter. Is not going to attempt it this time. Typically I don't say this, but I actually have to say this is a pretty cool accessory. I don't really care too much about accessories and skins. If you guys know me, I don't really care about that, but is able to get the stun and make the coaster without the Nightwatch being able to jump on, and we don't see Insolence. Insolence is so strong on this map for a Nightwatch. And it looks like, without Insolence, Landland is not going to be able to catch up to this survivor here. Wildling's actually going to jump on the boar. Interesting. So he's going for an early harass. I don't think this makes a whole lot of sense, as that the Prospector already has a lot of distance. But it could be that he just doesn't want to give a free hit.
Yeah, that could be the case, but from what we know, each time you use the Wildling's board, it's just gonna be... The time that you can be on the board is gonna get lesser and lesser, so we're seeing the first use of the pig, sorry, the boar. So using that, we'll be seeing... Prospector will be continuing this chase, but it will be interrupting Psychologist Cypher. Just a note for you guys, Wildling hasn't touched his Cypher yet, his first Cypher, so Cypher progress-wise is gonna look really slow. The first Cypher has been popped on the bottom left, which is from the Little Girl behind at the Lion Cage area.
Yep. This kite has been extended quite long here. We're going to see Landland is going to use the blink, does down Prospector here. Gave him an opportunity to use the flywheel in that it wasn't an instant blink, but was not able to do so. So Prospector does go down. Unfortunately, still has that flywheel and a magnet to work with. Yeah, Prospector's able to get that flywheel plus the magnet right after. That could have been a very long kite, but did unfortunately miss out on that opportunity here. And looking at the Cypher progress, it's looking decent, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for a Survivor win here. Keep in mind, Landland really only needs to go for a tie here to secure this win for this round.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing should be a very stable rescue. Oh wow, able to kind of get off his board before he got hit a second time and got that hit instead. So amazing mind game with the welding with it. But wow, flywheel being used also. So he still has one more magnet to use, Eli. So jumping over, I don't think the kite will be prolonged further than the tie period. But
I think Prospector is using these magnets way too. Does get that hit through the pallet. Yeah, Prospector's being very impatient with those magnets, unfortunately, and that's going to cost him the kite there. If he had thrown the magnet right away without looking behind him, that first one, he would not have had to use that flywheel. But because he waited for so long, he did have to waste that flywheel there. And then the second magnet, he just threw too early. There was no way for Landland to really get the hit while in that narrow area. So if you just hold the magnet for a different time, he could have definitely extended that kite there. So unfortunately, that did not work out for the Prospector. Landland was able to take advantage. Does hit the Wildling from a distance. Wildling is not utilizing the boar, so this is a bit risky. Landland can make it back to chair. Does get the double down onto the Wildling in the process, so I would have loved to see the boar being utilized there to avoid the double down, but does keep Prospector alive. He could potentially kite here. Does have one final magnet to work with. Landland needs to get this magnet out. Does get the magnet out. Can dash to catch up right away here. Is not going to dash. Actually just going to use a speed boost instead. Prospector gets stuck on the wall and is going to go down because of that, unfortunately. And that will be a most likely a tied position now just because of that one play. It looks like we're going to see Wildling is able to get back up here, and Psychologist is onto the last Cypher machine. So, Landland definitely in a pretty good position to tie this game, same for the Survivors. But keep in mind, a tied position is not a bad result at all here for ADM, as they would be winning this round.
Yeah, and we're looking at the Wilding getting chased right now, and we'll be getting the hit onto the Wilding, and little girl didn't really teleport away to decode with the Psychologist because she knows that she might have to potentially come for this rescue, and that's exactly what's happening. Cypher's looking 60% at the fourth stop. Hunter will be teleporting straight away using his trump card, and might potentially down the Psychologist over here. The flywheel's being used, but the speed from the Takwa, the hit will still register. But we're still not sure where the basement is. If she potentially downs near the basement, which is at 10, it might potentially be a possible 3 kill, if not 4, considering how injured the Wilding is. And little girl ability to get to the basement will be difficult.
It is here. And yeah, you saw Landland turn their camera angle right away to see if the basement was there. They did see it, and they are going to take the Survivor there. So this all of a sudden goes from a drawn position to a potentially winning one for Landland. We'll have to see how it does play out here. And also keep in mind, the Wildling Cypher is only 30% of the way down. He does decode very slow as well. So this is going to be very important. We need to see the little girl hide until the Cypher machine is ready. We talked about this in the first round, Chocho, where we saw a slight mistake. I believe it was from ATM Survivors, where they went for an early rescue and it did cost them the match. So we do need to see a safe rescue once that Cypher machine is primed. That is going to be the best possible option for the Survivors here. Now the big question is right now, Landland does actually bought out this Survivor early, and he's going to cut off the little girl from a huge distance here, and she doesn't use the page either. She does not use the page. She does use a flywheel, though, and then use the page right after. So nice sequencing to avoid that hit there, but I don't think they're going to be able to go for a rescue, which means Landland can actually play for a 3 kill now.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and you're trying to... the rescue won't be happening at all, and right now Wilding will be priming that Cypher. We're seeing on the bottom left, it is primed. So once this hit registers into Little Girl, he was going to be popping the Cypher. But something to note, that Hunter still has a teleport in hand. If you can potentially down the Little Girl, and then chair her, teleport towards the gate, and prevent Wilding from escaping, it could potentially be a 4 kill, Eli.
Absolutely. We're going to see if he can get this win off. Does get the win off, and he does get the pull and can get the down. Little girl needed to live to that pallet for this to be a 1 escape here, and it might actually be a 4 kill position. If Landland manages 4 survivors eliminated here, this actually means that ADM will all of a sudden be winning the round. Will Lanlan teleport right away? You can actually teleport right away as a Night Watch, because even if the survivor's not here, you can just dash to get back to the chair. Looks like Lanlan's gonna dash away instead here. Wildling is not doing anything. He's hiding away from the dungeon and also not going to the gate, so this doesn't really do much. The only thing Wildling can do, I suppose, is wait out detention, but I don't know, Chocho. I mean, typically, you know, you want to try to hide near the dungeon, try to find the dungeon, but if Wildling just hides here, this doesn't do a whole lot, and because he's using the whistle here, I think this might give away that he is hiding. Yeah, and we do see the Tonight's pick up. Wildling reveals himself, but Lanlan doesn't see him. Wow.
He reveals himself, but Lanlan doesn't see him. And because Wildling received that heartbeat, right, he won't be having this close around his head. Now. Yeah, so the distance established and the speed that Wilding's boar can give him is just a lot. Right now, he can potentially still dash towards the dungeon. Oh, we're seeing...
This is not over just yet. If he can hit the Wildling right here... Oh, I think he's too fast. I don't think he can catch this. Oh, he gets up too early! He gets up the boar too early! And we're gonna see him get the pickup here. What's the cooldown on the boar up? Maybe the cooldown on the boar was up. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to go back and look at that one.
Yeah, we gotta go back and
I wasn't actually paying attention to that. I just saw him get off the boar there. Wow, what a turnaround. That 4-kill is so crucial here for Lanlan. It could have been that the boar cooldown just ran up. I actually didn't see that. We'll have to look back at that in a moment.
Yes.
Once the stream catches up here. But I do think that that was going to be that 4-kill is really important. Now ADM is winning not only by not winning in general, they're winning by a significant amount of points. A 5-0 is very, very crucial. That is an 8-1 for this round, which means they're now winning by 3 points going into the last round. So ADM looking very far behind after the first round, has turned things around with a 7-point round here, and is now winning, now tied up in terms of rounds and winning in terms of points.
Yeah, and that also just means that Devil, when it comes to BO3, it is the map selection, but they can't tie things up anymore. If they tie things up, it's automatically ADM winning. So technically, they gotta win by rounds this time around when they're going up against ADM. And for ADM, they're just gonna aim for a tie. And considering the mechanic that has been consistently picked from BO1 until now, we might potentially see that once again from Shane. And yeah, amazing stuff from, I would say, from Lanlan. But do you think there's any highlights that you'd like to mention about that match specifically?
Well, I think the big thing was, the big game changer is that could have easily, I think, been a tied game. But once that survivor, the psychologist, got shared in the basement, that was a very important factor, because then it was very difficult for them to actually make that rescue. On top of that, the little girl revealing their hiding spot too early. We saw the same situation in the first round when Devil was playing Hunter, and the ADM survivors actually revealed their location. It was the mechanic that revealed their location too early before the Cypher was primed. As a survivor, you have to wait until the Cypher machine is primed before you reveal yourself and go for that rescue, because if you show yourself too early, then the Hunter can just prevent you from rescuing or hit you earlier, stop the rescue, and the Cypher's not ready to be popped. Then it all of a sudden goes from a tied game into a losing game for the survivor side. So yeah, unfortunately, the little girl just showing herself too early there, and you know, it did result in a Lanlan able to capitalize on that situation and come out with a 4-kill from what looked like a nowhere near a 4-kill. The most of that match looked like either good for survivors or it looked like a tied game. But Lanlan, you know, you see the power of Lanlan and the end game Night Watch. Just very impactful here, and a huge turnaround, because now what happens in this situation, right, is that if that is a 3-kill, and if that's a 1 survivor escape and only a 3-kill, then we're all completely tied up in terms of points and rounds. But now, because of that extra kill, that means Devil has to win the last round. If it's a tie for the last round, or anything else, anything other than Devil not winning the last round, means that ADM is going to be victorious here because of that 1 extra kill.
Yeah, but for now, I think ADM can heave a sigh of relief at this point in time, since they're kind of having this slight advantage, but definitely not to let loose, because this BO3 is going to be PX selection, map selection, and they don't want to lose to them at this point in time, considering the advantage that they just received. And looking at the kite from Prospector, it's actually really long. I mean, 120 seconds. But then again, we did see how the Wilding actually decoded 10% on his first Cypher, and then had to come for this rescue onto Prospector, which means that Cypher progress wasn't fast. Interrupted Psychologist Cyphers as well during mid-kite, and yeah, Cypher progress on this at the start is just not very fast. And even though it was a long kite, Cyphers wasn't really doing them justice. And considering that Wilding kind of did set things up for Prospector with that second stop sign being pressed. I would say setup is great. It's just that the ending results wasn't the most optimal case that Devil was looking for.
Yeah, so it looks like the Wildling, so looking back at the replay here, the Wildling's board actually did run out. So that could have actually been avoided if the Wildling didn't get on the board so early. So Leyland actually didn't see the Wildling when the Wildling was hiding, right? And I think the Wildling just sort of got scared and too quickly jumped on the board. I think the Wildling should have just ran towards the dungeon for a while. And then once Landlin either saw the Wildling or he got closer to dungeon or the survivor is closer to dying, then he should get on the board. But the problem is he just got on the board too early. I think he was just too impatient there. And Landlin was able to take advantage because the board did expire before the survivor died on chair. So I think the Wildling definitely could have waited a little bit longer there, and it would have worked out as a one escape. But unfortunately, got on the board a little too early, and we see that the board cooldown did run out, and Landlin was able to get that survivor eliminated a few seconds before the dungeon did open there, and that is going to be 5-0. So now in terms of points, as we talked about before, ADM is now winning by 3. And we are tied in rounds, which means, again, Devil has to win the last round. We did see them pull it off in the first round. I do expect they will be prepared for this. Obviously, we saw in Devil's map selection, they won. ADM's map selection, ADM won. So both teams really prepared for this matchup when they're able to pick their map. Now that Devil is able to pick their map here, I think we'll definitely see some good gameplay from them. And I think they definitely will have something prepared for this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Devil Survivors, they didn't come to play, they come to win. So, looking at, I mean, ADM, they kind of have many crucial picks being banned out, globally banned out already. We see the Embalmer, the Merc, First Officer. I think this tree is the most crucial one, and then also the Acrobat. So, you know, coming into BO3, do you think Devil should be picking a map that's, you know, small? Or do you think they should pick a bigger map to kind of go against these bands that they don't have anymore?
Well, I would really love to make an accurate prediction here, but I have been inaccurate for majority of today, so I don't know if that's a good idea. But we're gonna give it a shot. So based off of the hunter pools from both sides here, obviously we talk about Landlin a little bit. We have Dream Witch, we have Geisha. We have, we do see the win condition here. ADM will win on a 4 survivor elimination here, because then the round, of course, will be nothing more than a tie if best. But anything else, we will see this play out. So basically, and because of this, actually, it does mean I think that Landlin will be hunting first, right? Because
it seems so.
So it looks like Landlin will be hunting first. So that means that ADM chose to go hunter first here. But based off of the map selection, I think we could definitely see, then, just never got to guess, but it looks like it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town. I like Ever Sleeping Town here. I think this is good. We'll definitely see Dream Witch and Night Watch be banned from Landland. We know that Landland does have Bloody Queen, which is not very strong in Ever Sleeping Town, so I think that definitely potentially puts them on the back foot as well. Geisha is an option, but, obviously, I think it's mostly going to be geared towards Devil's Hunter here, which I think we still have Coco hunting. So we talked about how they have Breaking Wheel and the Night Watch. Now, if Breaking Wheel and Night Watch are banned here, Chocho, they must have something else that's good for this Ever Sleeping Town.
Actually, I'm kind of expecting Coco to kind of pick something that's really like something that we are not even thinking of.
Like Ripper.
Like Ripper, sure, or maybe Photographer. I mean, all this kind of things. I mean, it's what we wish. But honestly, most likely it wouldn't be happening. But we'll see what Coco has behind his back, and just maybe ADM may not be prepared for whatever that Coco might be bringing to them. And for now, we're not seeing any member swaps. So we'll probably be going with the same team comp for both sides. So let's see what ADM can bring to the table to kind of maintain their lead. And also, for Lanlan, if he wants to end this right here, right now, he needs to get this for kill. And considering all of that, I'm not sure whether Lanlan might potentially have a clock to play around with against Devil.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they might have Clerk, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I don't know too much. I know it's Survivors. Lan likes to play because played Red with them before, but that's pretty much it. So, but we do know about Bloody Queen, of course, Geisha Soulweaver and Dream Witch, and then after that, it's a little bit up in the air. Oh, we saw the Night Watch as well, all right? So, but of course, Dream Witch and Night Watch should be banned here. Of course, after the Night Watch 4 elimination, there's no reason to give Night Watch on a good Night Watch map such as Eversleeping, and of course, you don't want to give a round 3 Dream Witch. That is never ideal for any team. So, I think we'll probably be avoiding that here. But yeah, I mean, Lan could just win things right here. If they're really going to force survivor elimination, that will secure the victory for ADM. If not, then we will see, we will see Devil go for the potential victory. Devil has to win this round, so it really does come down to this. A lot of pressure for them for sure.
Yeah, pressure is definitely on them, and they want to win this. I mean, again, going against such a known team already. I mean, ADM has been playing for many IVCs, so if Devil can potentially win against ADM, it's gonna be huge, because Devil, we've never really heard of them until IVA, and them coming off so strongly right from BO1, and we kind of could have tell like their strategies is working out. It did work out in BO1, and right now it's their chance again to pick this map. Eversleeping Town will be the map chosen, and I'm actually quite curious what they might possibly play. Would it be possible like a Toy Merchant pick over here, or maybe like a possible interesting play, a little girl once again, like who knows, of all things. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it's gonna play out. But Lan, I'm most interested in what Lan is gonna be picking here, because as much as possible, he wants to lessen the pressure on the survivors. If anything, he wants to get as many kills as possible.
Yeah, thus far we have seen Little Girl in this tournament not be too successful. We saw it in the first round of yesterday's match. Did struggle a bit there. We see it attempted again today, still unsuccessful. So I would think that Little Girl is not really going to be everybody's first option here. Not a particularly strong character. Again, it could be sort of the Night Watch approach is try to play Little Girl, but I don't think... Yeah, again, it hasn't been the best, right? It's good for early game Night Watch because you can, you can turn off the wind ability when they don't have presence. But once they have presence, after you use the page to push the hunter back, they can just dash and catch up right away. So then it's not really as effective anymore. So I really don't like Little Girl in a lot of these situations, especially because Night Watch will be banned anyway. So there's no real reason to pick this character. I do think that Toy Merchant could be very effective here, as it is a Toy Merchant map. Not Chinatown, Eversleeping Town. So I think this will be a very good option for them if they want to potentially bring that out here. Now, I really want to see the spawns here. Are we going to continue to see the trap myself in the corner of corner house spawn, or are we going to see a good rotation spawn? That's going to be very important here. We saw the consistent trap myself in the corner of corner house spawn yesterday. But will we see something a little bit different? I don't know. This could be very crucial for a matchup like this. Again, if you go for the corner house spawn, you're saying, okay, well, I just want to raw kite. I don't really want to rotate or get too much support. I just want to kite in corner house for as long as possible. But if you spawn somewhere else, you can say, like, okay, well, I can rotate potentially to corner house or rotate somewhere else, and just go from there.
So that's something that ADM really got to think about, whether they can pick a Toy Merchant. And also, they do have a female dancer, so they haven't really picked that out too. Eversleeping Town, I mean, I've seen how Eli during rank, he plays female dancer at Eversleeping Town. He does a very, very long kite, so it really shows how strong female dancer can be at this map.
Accurate statement right there, yes.
A 3-pallet area at the center, that's a great area for a female dancer to play with. You can just place your boxes and just run around it. But any specific place you like to say like female dancer kind of excels in at Eversleeping Town?
Yeah, so Eversleeping Town is very good for dancer for many reasons. Not only is it good for support for your teammates, it's also very good for kiting. So in terms of supporting your teammates, any map that has a heavy palleted area towards the center of the map is going to be very crucial for dancer. So particularly in Eversleeping Town, you have the 2 pallets in the middle of the map near the middle 2-story. You can put a slow box in one of those pallets or both of them, and you put the pallets over both the slow boxes. And the slow boxes will actually cover both pallets. So when the hunter goes to break the pallet, they get double slowed down by both boxes, and they break the pallet very slowly. Then they have to break the box. and then during all that time, you get so much distance, and it forces the hunter to change targets. It's an incredibly strong strategy, and it buys a ton of time for decoding and rotation. Now, there's also the 3 pallets. If you continue past the middle cipher over towards where, if you guys know where that cat statue is, the statue with the cat on it, there's those 3 pallets over there. You can also use the slow boxes in that area, throw the pallets on top, and it forces the hunter to break them, and it buys a lot of distance. So those are very good supporting areas for Dancer. And then just in general, any area that has a strong pallet, such as over near the corner house buildings, near those middle pallets, near the fake gate, you can just put a slow box down, put the pallet on top of it, and it's really hard for the hunter to hit you while the slow box is there. If they stop to break the pallet and break the box, you make distance, and it's so easy to just 3 cypher kite from rotation, from breaking the pallet, forcing the hunter to break the pallets, and creating distance that way.
Yeah, that's right. So we might be seeing a possible female dancer pick over here. Hopefully, we might be seeing that. And speaking of toy merchant and dancer, I mean, we have there's this thing that someone told me was that once dancer actually used the catapult, once she lands, she actually do get this speed boost, like how she drops from a 2nd floor. So I think that will be a good cooperation if they are able to do that. But right before that, we'll be seeing, yep, just like you mentioned, Eli, a female dancer being picked and a forward being picked over here. So they're not gonna be picking a stable rescuer like a mercenary or first officer. So they might be potentially going for this. Whenever I see a forward now, it reminds me of FT picking forward in BO1 with the little girl. So not too sure why, but we're gonna be seeing this entomologist. And just looking at this as a whole, it seems to be that Lan actually has quite a lot of things to work with. Dreamwitch and Night Watch is being banned, Eli.
Yeah, so we definitely expected. Are we going to see a double rescuer here? Wow, this is a very not a very common strategy here. We don't see double rescuer very often. Again, Cypher Rush in this meta is very important. In rather than it used to be a meta where we would have heavier rescuers. Looks like Leyland is going to be eyeing up Geisha as we discussed, but it used to be a meta where we talked about heavy rescuers was very important, having those strong characters, those hard to chase characters, and the slower decoding is okay because the kites would be longer. But in this meta, it's better to go for a single rescuer and just have fast decoding. But like Devil is taking a bit of a different approach here, having 2 rescuers. So now they do have very good kiters for going against Geisha. Obviously, rescue characters such as Ford and Gravekeeper are difficult for a hunter to chase. And then Entomologist is a good kiter against a Geisha, and Female Dancer are very strong against Geisha as well. So I do think that this is a pretty good comp to play against Geisha. In theory, I just don't know how well it'll actually work because, again, this is sort of a less than meta team composition that we would typically see.
Yeah, so with all that into consideration, I think there's gonna be a lot of time wasted at the start of the match, mainly because of the female dancer have to kind of set things up with the boxes, and entomologists have to drive her beast to the person that's kiting, if that's the case, if she's not being chased. And for a fact, Forward and Gravekeeper has this debuff when they kind of end decoding. So yeah, sorry, my brain was lagging for a little bit, but we saw the spawn locations until we're spawning next to the Forward, but we'll see whether that would be the case, whether he's gonna get chased or someone else would. So we'll be heading right into the match, Eli. So match between Devil Survivors versus Sync, ADM's Hunter Lanland. This is BO3 first half. Winning condition for Lanland to end this now is a 4 kill. So we'll be heading into the match, and this is your caster Chocho and Eli O bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, so it looks like we are going to have immediately the Geisha is going to go ahead and head straight towards, I think that's the Gravekeeper, but actually has caught sight of the Entomologist as well. Looks like it is going to be the Ento chase first here for Landland. You already see this is one of the places we were talking about with the slow boxes in the middle, but the Entomologist actually taking an early hit here was not able to avoid that, and the slow box actually not having a big impact there. We're going to see the Entomologist is going to set up the bees in the doorway here. Landland is going to use that time to take them down. Is going to take that ball here, transition potentially towards the tram. The tram is in this area, but he's actually not going to go to the tram. He's actually going to run away from the tram, and that means the Entomologist will go down right away unless Gravekeeper can potentially body block, and he does get the shovel block right away here, so this keeps the Entomologist alive a little bit longer. But Entomologist is actually just going to stay here and continue to kite on the Grave Cypher, which means the Cypher Rush will be slowed down significantly, so unfortunate misstep from Ento here. and runs back into the hunter. Actually, the geisha got stuck in the beast there for a second, but unfortunately the entomologist runs back into the geisha and will go down, also dying on top of the grave cipher. So Lanlan with a beautiful position. Unfortunately for Devil, a slight misstep gives Lanlan a lot to work with now.
Yeah, and I mean, coming into this, the main thing on Lanlan's side is, of course, to kind of secure as much as he can. Not a 4-kill yet, but looking at the situation that we're seeing now, with Female Dancer kind of taking some time to set things up at the start, Cypher progress is actually not looking very fast, like you've mentioned, Eli, and Lanlan's potentially gonna push out, and they're not looking into rescuing these entomologists, Eli.
Yeah, we are going to see the boxes are set up here. This is the other area, the 3-pallet area I was talking about, near the cat statue, where you can set up those slow boxes. But the dancer's actually going to leave the slow box area, but actually looks like Lanlan's going back to the chair anyways. And we will see the Gravekeeper potentially come in for the rescue. I would expect at least one save here. Gravekeeper does have Tide Turner. It definitely is worth it to go for this rescue. Lanlan is able to get that hit there onto the grave. Gravekeeper just needs to knock a body block. I wouldn't go for a body block here if I'm Grave, but he's just going to give the double hit. And go for the body block anyway. They really believe they can keep this survivor alive long enough to potentially kite. We are going to see Ford come in for the harassment here, which I think is correct. But entomologist missing both of those hits there. Does use the blink, misses the blink, and misses the swing there. But Ford goes for a stun and misses the stun and misses the dash again. A lot of missed opportunities from both sides here.
Yeah, I think pressure is definitely on Lanlan now. Even the stun happened. I mean, she was looking, but the hit did not register onto the forward. Stun came in first, but the hit registered onto Entomologist. And one thing that's good now is that Entomologist is in the open air area, not against the wall. So forward wouldn't have an easy time to kind of stun. But missing that swing once again, and forward will be getting that hit. Even Entomologist is not even moving. She's focusing on self-healing instead of crawling towards a wall.
Yeah, he's gonna cross the throat, but here comes the tramp. Just misses the geisha there and is able to get this chair off. Yeah, interesting. Ford just decided to give a free hit. He could have actually used the football to avoid the hit there. So unfortunately, that did not work out for the survivors at all. We should see Lanlan can actually just take down these boxes, but no, he's going to go for the survivors healing and does catch sight of the injured forward. Here comes the tram again. Yeah, not going to... Okay, we're paying attention this time, it looks like. And now can just chase this injured forward. Actually, looks like going to go for the grave instead. Probably trying to bait out this shovel. And it looks like Gravekeeper... Wow, beautiful dash from Lanlan, abusing that vision through the wall there. And Lanlan is slowly taking control of this match.
Yeah, and right now he spots them kind of healing up over at this fast boxed area that Musical Dancer has placed. So right now there is still this a potential chase on this female dancer. He can potentially continue. I mean, Cypher's is usually looking still okay. Lanlan can potentially go for a tie and even more, and this hit registers perfectly onto female dancer. But teleporting away and wants to chase this Gravekeeper that does not have any still has a little bit of shovel to work with, Eli.
Right. Yeah, that shovel, of course, can be reused. Now, there is a lot of opportunities here for Lanlan to win this game. Everybody's injured, and Lanlan knows this shovel has almost nothing on it because it's already been used once, and there is the shovel waiting for it to run out. Gets the hit on the Gravekeeper through the pallet as well. And the survivors are stopping to heal, which means the decoding is not happening, and they do die in basement again. Unfortunately here for Devil's second match in a row, Lanlan is able to utilize this, and now this is even better because this is a position where the Cypher's not almost prime. There's still 3 Cyphers remaining, and I don't know if Ford even has Tide Turner to work with at all here, so this is looking like a really strong position for Lanlan. We may see things wrapped up right in this round here.
Yeah, it could be the case because from what we recall, Graveyard as well as Geisha are the ciphers that are halfway decoded, and if our memory doesn't serve us wrong, a new cipher has been decoded by the female dancer, which is what they need, a full cipher. Oh, but the box just disappeared the moment forward when the pellet stun is done perfectly. But who is going to come for this rescue? In the bottom left, we're seeing the female dancer potentially running towards, but we see that little hesitation over there. They don't want to get this for elimination. Why? Because that's the only condition that Lanlan needs to stop to prevent a second half from happening. So Lanlan is just gonna camp this out, and this is gonna be successful. And Cypher's not enough. Two survivors remaining in life.
Yeah, but I don't know if they don't go for this rescue. I don't think they can avoid a forward kill. Like, you have to, I don't know, I feel like they really need to pressure that rescue. If they're able to get that rescue, there's a chance they can still tie or maybe get one out. But now that you're down to 2 survivors left, it's very easy for the Hunter to win from that position, especially with 3 Cypher Machines remaining. Landland can just go down 1 survivor, go to the other one. It's really hard for them to finish all those Cypher Machines. We're going to see Ford can finish 1 here, but still 2 Cyphers remaining, and Landland really with control over this match.
Yeah, it's just dominating them. And right now, Raccoon is just trying to buy out more time for decoding to happen. Griffith Cypher is popped and the hit registers through the pallet. And Lennon has many butterflies to work with right now.
Yep.
We'll see whether this dash will have... Oh, a little...
misclick there. Yeah.
But the Terror Shock still registers. Seems to be a slow game before this for elimination does happen, and teleporting right away doesn't want to give any chance for survivors to potentially decode this out.
Yep.
Forward still have a ball, he can potentially kite, but feeling that swing and he's not being conservative with the ball. He's gonna use it to a little bit of that juking over there that's happening, but the hit registers regardless.
Yep. Let's get that first hit onto the forward dancer. He's going to get up here. It is safe to get up now that the forward is getting chased and the teleport is on cooldown, but again, Dancer has to get through 2 Cyphers while this forward kites. Now, forward does still have self-heal. There's still a slight opportunity for survivors to make it to the end game. We're going to see forward use up the last of the football here to stay alive as much as possible. Can't go to this pallet. He does. But he uses the dash. The dash comes online just in time. Forward is going to go down in the process. Landon's going to go back to where the dancer was down here. And yeah, just a matter of cleanup here. I don't think there's any opportunities for survivors to get one out. Again, if Landland 4 kills here, this will be over. This will be a win for ADM.
Yeah, that's the case, absolutely. And Female Dancer doesn't have any self-heal anymore. Forward still has, but he registers, doesn't have self-heal. He's just going to go back for this forward who has self-heal. Flying back because teleport is still on cooldown. And yeah, forward does stand up, and yeah, it just seems to be a slow game before this ultimately ends in a full elimination, which is exactly what Lan wants, and that secures ADM's position in the top 8 for the playoffs next week, actually.
All right, so it looks like Lan is looking for the location of the forward. Knows it's probably somewhere in this back area, as that's where the self-heal was used. Oh, and forward actually does reveal their location as well. Landland's gonna wait for the vault and then use the butterfly, but forward's actually just gonna vaults right into that butterfly there. Landland does secure the down. That will be 4 survivors eliminated, and that means that ADM, with an incredible comeback here after falling very far behind in the early round, dropping 6-2, a win for the Hunter side of Devil, a win for the Survivor side of Devil in the first round, but then ADM with a dominant performance here in rounds 2 and 3. With a survivor win and 2 4 kills for Landland here with that Night Watch and Geisha. And yeah, ADM, again, we talked about this is a really important match for both ADM and Devil. They did in both of their previous tournaments in co-qualifiers and IVA. They fell short in their rounds in those tournaments, and they were eliminated early. So ADM showing that they are here to play, they are here to move deep into this tournament. This is very important for them.
Yeah, very important indeed. And yeah, just once again, congratulations to ADM Adams for securing their spot in this top 8 playoffs that they will be appearing on next week. So, I mean, I would say it's a very great comeback considering the 6-2 point differential that they had at the start in BO1.
Yes.
Able to kind of pick themselves up, and I think definitely gotta give a huge good job to Landland for securing that 2-4 kills. I mean, it's very, very crucial at that point in time, and yeah, it's just amazing stuff from ADM. And even though their band picks were kind of unique, very interesting. I mean, coming off with this mercenary pick at the start, followed by a first officer in the second BO, not something that we totally would have agreed with, but it kind of worked out. So, kind of show like, different strategies for this band pick is working out for them, and Landland able to capitalize on survivor mistakes and get his objectives done. I think we'll kind of have to expect a lot from Landland in the from tournaments from here onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looked like Landland was off to a difficult start with the Dream Witch in the first round. We saw Devil with a very nice setup. They were definitely prepared for that match. They had the Embalmer play with the Priestess. They had a very good map to counter Dream Witch. and they just had everything going really well for them on both the Hunter and the Survivor side. But once we got into that opportunity for ADM to pick the map, they were able to get that Moonlit River Park, and they were able to get a situation in which Lanlan was able to get a 4-kill with the Night Watch. Now, imagine, things could have gone a lot differently, right? If the little girl was able to make that rescue and it was able to be a tied game instead of a 4-kill the last round, or if it was the Wildling waited to get on the board a little bit longer and got the 1 escape, this even a 4-kill here, Devil could have still came back with their own 4-kill and forced a round 4 tiebreaker situation. So there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of plays that definitely impacted this match, but ultimately we do see ADM coming out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that Lennon was kind of in a rush. I mean, we saw a lot of missed swings on his geisha, a lot of field butterflies that was done once the entomologist was being rescued. So yeah, it comes to show, really need to calm down in situations like this. Don't be too rushed. I mean, focus on objectives. Get the first kill followed by the other. You have a good standing. So Lan just needs to kind of calm his nerves, and we saw that he actually played a lot better compared to the entomologist rescue afterwards. And also, I mean, for Devil's side, they actually did a great job. I mean, they kind of created this strategy with this Embalmer and Priestess going against Lan's very strong Dream Witch and got a 3 escape. So definitely got to give it to them as well for, taking time to kind of plan things out, strategizing, practicing this kind of unique way of going against Lan. And it really comes to show that they really come prepared. But unfortunately, when the later rounds do come in, it really comes to see who has a bigger character pool for the Hunter side. And for sure, I think Lan secured that name for himself with not just Dreamwish, Nightwatch, and Geisha being picked just for today. He has so much more. Spider, Bloody Queen, Sculptor, you name it, he's good at it. So expectations are high for Lan from now onwards, and hopefully the win streak for ADM do continue from here. And yeah, just looking at this as a whole, we just finished our first match of the day. We still have 3 other matches for today. Eli, we have this second match that's going to be upcoming, but we'll talk a little bit more about that in a slight while. But who do you think might be the potential MVP for today's match?
Well, there's definitely a few candidates, as we did see some great Survivor gameplay from ADM, but I think it probably will go to Lan here, as those 4 kills were very crucial for how this match played out. Not even a lot. I mean, it looked like Devil had a great start. They had a early lead, a pretty significant lead early on, and Lan's Hunter gameplay in rounds 2 and 3 was so strong to a point where they were so many points ahead that Devil couldn't even come back. Like, that's how much Lan was able to turn it around there. So of course the 3 escape from ADM Survivors was very important, but yeah, definitely the Hunter gameplay here from Lan I think will be the overall MVP for this match.
Absolutely. So we might potentially see Lan with this MVP once again. So we don't really see a lot of survivors getting MVP since yesterday. I mean, we saw Kuga with the MVP followed by Meowpie. So okay, we're just gonna dive into the stats first for now. Entomologist Kite, 89 seconds. Like we've mentioned, 2 rescuers, that means the start is going to be a very, very slow decoding, regardless if anybody's injured. But considering that Entomologist actually did get a hit very early into the match, Cypher progress were extremely slow, set up by the music boxes as well. Female Dancer Cypher was slow as well. Interacting Gravekeeper Cypher at the Geisha area, slow Cypher again. So yeah, when it comes to decoding, try not to die, just him in Cypher, that's the first thing. And also this team comm, yeah, I think if there's any changes to be made, Eli, what do you think they could have done slightly better with the selection?
With the map selection or character?
Correct, the selection.
Yeah, so I think that, again, we talk about how ADM's character selection was a little bit interesting. For Devil, I think it wasn't too bad, but yeah, I don't know. I think they did go a little bit with the forward and the Gravekeeper at the end. You saw the ciphers were very slow. I think there were still 2 or 3 ciphers remaining. And it really goes to show why double rescuer in this meta is not quite as strong. So I would have definitely loved to see. I love to see the Geisha counter picks, but I would have liked to see one more kiting character in opposed to the double rescuer as the kiting options, because then the Cypher Rush is of course too slow. We will see Lan as the MVP for this match, with overall an average of 3 eliminations. Of course, 3 escape in the first round, but 2 4 kills after that. definitely very important.
Yeah, definitely important. And we're seeing the remaining ciphers 0.7. So at times he doesn't even allow the exit gates to be open. And we did see that in BO3 where ciphers were, I think, 2 ciphers remaining. So yeah, very good job on Lennon's side. And what can we say? He is a very strong hunter, very versatile when it comes to selecting what hunters he want to pick. He looks at team comps, he looks at the map and like, you know what? I'm just gonna be picking this character. I think I can do well in it, and that's exactly what has been seen in BO2 and 3. So, yeah, looking at how today might potentially be the matches for match 2, 3, and 4 is probably gonna be dragged out longer since we're kind of a little bit behind schedule. So I think I saw someone saying they were kind of waiting for Norse, which is the last measure of today. So you might potentially be waiting probably 6 to 7 hours from now onwards. So do hydrate yourselves, do buy things to eat at this point in time, because my time is currently 5:24. It's almost maybe an hour towards dinner time. So if you guys haven't eaten, do have something to munch on, have your water, buy bubble tea with some percentage of sugar and
0 to be
no
precise.
some percentage of sugar. We've been through this, so yeah, do have that next to you. And we're just going to be preparing the next teams that will be coming up, which is Rio versus BK. So Rio, it seems like a very unfamiliar name. When you talk about Rio, what's the first thing that comes to your mind, Eli?
Rio from the TV show Money Heist.
Yo, we have different thinking. Yo, okay.
Different thinking.
When I
think of Rio.
Dude, it's supposed to be the bird movie.
Oh, the bird movie. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. I haven't seen that since I was a kid, though. I haven't seen that since I was a kid. That doesn't count. I haven't seen. I don't even remember. I just remember it's like a blue bird, right? Like I don't even know what happens in that movie.
And then you talk to me about this 1960s.
I was like 12
series.
years old. That was like over 10. That was like almost 10 years ago. I haven't seen that movie.
Dude, I wasn't even born before Star Trek happened.
What are you talking? Well, I wasn't either. Okay. Anyways.
All right, but we're heading right into a short break, and we will see you guys really soon.
Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Curtis, child! Your family is
All because of horror. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, me while you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば
暗く長い夜が明ける我想在路上里对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and
あ
me
なたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない
Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you
明日から明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember last time we had.
手をパせため新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side Forget about and fight, I keep feeling it 如果听到我心跳声就手牵手奔跑吧
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。在这里忘记时间流，是记录时间流。Can't stop it，和你一起找秘方。世界无时无刻在追求你感到迷惘，让我们齐出发抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩
And we are back with the second match of the day, and we are in our IVC preliminary stage day 2, and this is your caster still, Chocho, as well as Eli O as my co-caster, bringing you this live commentary of the second matchup. So what are we having here for today, Eli?
For our second match of today, we will have Rio, as we talked about before, which we have different ideas of what comes to mind when we think of Rio. I mean, I thought of the movie too, but I thought of it second, so it's fine. I just haven't seen the movie in a long time. Versus BK here. So yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Rio, is Rio the team that has Potato?
It is the team with Potato.
But he might not be playing, which is kind of sad. So for those of you who remember Potato, my favorite, one of my favorite players from Koa, he was on the team ZT. He is on the team Rio, but from what we've been told, he might not be playing today, unfortunately. And then up against BK here for our second match of today.
Yeah, I mean, Potato is a very cool dude, very nice guy actually.
Dude.
So
Yes.
yeah, he's really adorable. Like I haven't really met him offline since I didn't go for it, but he was like a very cute red potato after he drank a little bit. So that was kind of funny when I saw the video that was sent to me. But other than that, Rio, it seems like a very foreign name. But if you guys have heard of this team name called TNG, yep. They are that team, and they do have Wolfie, Cat Carey, White, and a new member called Roxy in the mix, and a very familiar hunter named called Death Row, DWD.
Yes.
So we will be seeing them. As for BK, another team that sounds very, very foreign, but they're actually kind of like the revamped version of TMX, Tiny MX. Now we do see the very familiar players like Basic, we see Ryan, we see Yune, but two other inclusions that they have at this point in time, I think, is Cat and also Zyda. So very new faces into this competitive scene, or reaching this far in this competition. So excited to see how this might possibly play out. Very known teams and very well-rounded players all around, but we have to see how it's possibly going to be playing out, Eli.
Right, and I think if I'm not mistaken, we did see was it the tiny team that beat GH during IVA, or was it somebody else? I think it was, right? Or was it somebody else?
There's a team that beat GH in IVA.
Yeah, there's a team that
You
beat
mean
GH
ZT?
during IVA.
Like the X.
No. It was a different. Maybe it was ZT. I don't remember. Anyway, somebody beat somebody during IVA, and we will see. I don't know if it's one of these teams. Maybe it is. I could be losing my mind slowly. So the old age is getting to me, I guess.
It must be the roasted coffee this morning.
It must be the roasted coffee that I bought from 7-Eleven. So anyways, we are going to have BK versus Rio. What does BK stand for, Chocho? Not Burger King, I assume. Hope not.
I don't know. What do you think? What do you think BK stands for? Because I don't think there is any.
There's no meaning.
Yeah, I think there isn't any meaning to their name, unfortunately. But if you guys know, I mean, fans of them, you guys do know what BK means, or even the players themselves, if you're listening to this, what exactly does BK stand for? Please enlighten us with your knowledge. And yeah, so we'll see how this might possibly play out between Rio and BK. Very known teams, very known players, but who is gonna be the one advancing and taking that one slot that they have in the top 8? Yep. So just to remind you guys, we do have some teams that have already qualified, 5 teams in total. We have FT from yesterday, Idol, GH, Utopia taking the 4 slots yesterday. Today we just ended the first match, which is ADM versus Devil. ADM securing the 5th spot for this top 8 playoffs. So Rio versus BK. Eli, what expectations are you having for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, again, both of these teams, obviously the names seem a bit new, but we have seen both of them in the past, TNG and Tiny MX. So I think that, again, I'm not too sure exactly how this matchup will play out. But I do think statistically, I think it could be a pretty close matchup. We talked about today, going into the matches for today, that a lot of these, a lot of the matches were a bit one-sided yesterday, I think. But today we will expect a lot closer ones, as we did see in the first round. Definitely a back and forth match with one team starting out in the lead and the other team actually finishing on top. Yes, Rio the Bird movie, but also Rio from Money Heist. For those of you who have seen that. But anyways. Yeah, we will see most likely a potential best of 3, a potential back and forth match here between these two teams for sure.
Yeah, and also fun fact about Team BK, their hunter Yune. From my knowledge, I think he or she is actually a Japanese member, and we do allow in this IVC we do allow one foreign member from other regions to participate. So for BK it will be Yune, and it might be a high chance for Yune to be playing as the hunter for BK, because from the stats I don't think we have any other hunters in their lineup that will be playing. So we'll see whether Rio is prepared to go against a Japanese hunter, and do they know what the character pool this hunter specifically has at hand.
Yeah, I don't think too sure about that, but Yeah, unfortunately, because a lot of the information about any of the Japanese players that comes in, is a bit limited to us, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'd imagine. I mean, most of these tournament hunters have very similar approaches. Nightwatch obviously been the most popular hunter in this tournament so far. Definitely the main meta hunter right now. So I would think that we'll probably see something like that. As for the other side, we do know that Death World, of course, will be bringing the Nightwatch to the table as well. I believe was the #1 Nightwatch player on this at some point, right? If I'm not mistaken, or one of the top Nightwatch players for sure. Yeah, so I think we'll for surely see that come out in the first round. From we also have Anne as another option. For surely? For surely?
For surely is a thing.
For surely is a thing now. I just made it a thing. If you didn't know, it is now. You know now. We will see Anne potentially in the later rounds from them. We know Death World does have that as their rounds 2 and 3 option. Of course, we are going to look at the roster for Rio. Obviously, we talked about Death World. We also have Wolfie, White Cat Carry, and Roxy as the hunters here. And Wolfie is also a name that I do recognize. I believe I've actually played Hunter Rank against them before as well. So, yeah.
Dang.
So, I do recognize that name too.
Yeah, that's all good. I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out, but we don't want to give spoilers to the audiences that's rooting, or if not watching this for the first time, seeing Rio for the first time. So we're just gonna wait patiently to see how that's gonna turn out, and we're moving on to BK's introduction. We're seeing very interesting names here: Duel, Happy, Ryan, SYT, and Basic. I do know that Cat is a huge fan of this Chinese commentator Liang Happy, so I think Happy might be Cat. Basic we're seeing here. As for the other members, it's hard to tell who is who. I don't know why they decided to register their names this way, but later when we get into in-game, we'll see who is playing what characters in a more in-depth manner. So at this point in time, something just kind of came to my mind. Manny wanted this special shout out from Eli O. So Manny, I saw you. Okay, I saw you in the live chat during our break. So I also saw how you said I was a Malaysian. So
oh, that's crazy.
So Eli, give your shout outs to Manny, please.
Broken Flame back here. Yeah, shout out to Manny. So yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Manny.
Thank you. Thank you for the positivity in the chat as always. Manny is one of the more the very positive people that keeps the chat enjoyable for everybody. So that's always nice to see. So thank you, of course, for that. And we are going to get in. Yes, Chocho is actually Singaporean, not Malaysian.
Thank you for clarifying.
To clear that up. We are going to see. We're actually going to see Leo's Memory is going to be in first for Rio, and actually Sacred Heart Hospital is going to be BK's selection, which is a very uncommon map, probably the least meta map we've seen in most recent tournaments. So, Chocho, Sacred, interesting choice here for BK. What do you think is the reasoning for this potentially?
I think they kind of want to prioritize on survivors getting the win, and I think BK might potentially have some certain strategies or play style that we're not too sure about. And considering that it's a Japanese hunter going against Rio survivors, I think they are confident with their hunter getting the advantage survivors-wise as well, since it's a first-sided map. So BK, hopefully they do get the advantage they're hoping for. But I think I just kind of glanced through the live chat. I think we do see Wolfie in the live chat, one of the players of Rio. So people who are supporting Rio or BK, they might potentially be watching the stream, if not the live chat. So do give your cheerings, your support towards them. They definitely do need it now. Even after, we know Wolfie has been in this competitive scene for the longest time. You can say like, oh yeah, she might not be nervous. Anybody coming into competition, they would have this certain level of nervousness, pressure onto them, because there's expectations on this individual people. So to consider all of that, to give your support and cheers. And yeah, Manny, go Cat and Ryan. So we're seeing how she's actually going to be supporting BK in this matchup, possibly.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, again, for those of you watching, don't forget to keep the support going. Also, shout out to everyone who has stuck with us through these matches. I know for some of you guys, if you're from my home country back in the US or somewhere on the western side of the world, you do know that the time zone there is significantly inconvenient to watch IVC as of right now. But again, anyone over there who is sticking with us at this time, thank you so much for watching. And again, everyone who is here, of course, supporting from the Southeast Asia region or any side of the world over here on, I guess, the eastern side, right, over in Asia or Europe. Thank you so much for watching as well and supporting these teams. We are going to see on screen here, of course, Rio and BK are two teams of the second match for today. Which team will be victorious and which team will be going home? We will find out in a moment.
Yep, and we're seeing that Rio actually decides to have their hunter up first. Death Row was seeing DWD going up against BK survivors. So I guess SYT is Zyda, since the rest we have kind of identified who they are. So looking into this, we're seeing the Seer as well as Priestess band. Eli, what do you think about this?
So obviously Seer and Priestess are very standard, especially on a very survivor-sided map, very Priestess-sided map such as Sacred Heart Hospital. Looks like we're going to see Prospector and Antiquarian first, so picking two Harassers first, it's not too bad of an option for BK, but of course it does reduce the opportunity for that support in later rounds, as now both of these two characters will no longer be available for rounds 2 and 3 here. And it looks like we're actually going to switch to Professor instead for the side of BK, which I actually think is correct. Professor in the first 2 rounds is very strong because you only need Professor for the Night Watch for the most part. You don't really need Professor for much of anything else. So if you're going Professor here to counter Death World's Night Watch in the first round, that is absolutely the correct play from BK. I 100% agree with this. You don't mind a Professor's auto ban for the rest of the rounds after this. And it looks like we're going to have Mercenary next, the standard first officer is the 3rd round selection here. And I actually really love this band pick from BK. They chose 2 characters, Antiquarian and Professor. One of the characters they don't mind losing for later rounds being the Professor. They picked the Rescuer 3rd here. This is absolutely the correct way to do band picks in the current meta, and I really like what I see already from BK right now.
Yeah, I mean, securing the Rescuer as well, and banning the Toy Merchant. So, I mean, usually when we ban Toy Merchant at Sacred Hospital, I mean, it's actually kind of hard to put the catapult placement for Toy Merchant, but considering that BK might potentially have this Toy Merchant being selected, and if put into use, it will be great. But
looks like it's gonna be Bloody Queen potentially.
Yeah, what do you think about this, Eli?
Yeah, I think so typically we would obviously love to see a Night Watch lead here. I think if there's a few factors going into this, one of them is being that Night Watch is not incredibly strong in Sacred Heart Hospital. There's a lot of ways to break line of sight, such as the hospital area. It can be a bit challenging for the Night Watch to deal with. But another main reason as well is this team comp is quite strong against a Night Watch. Obviously, the Professor being a counter, the Antiquarian being a counter, and Acrobat obviously a versatile counter in general. So I think going Bloody Queen here is essentially just saying, well, I want a hunter that's better at securing ties. Deathworld doesn't want to play aggressively here. He wants to play for a tie. It is Hospital. As a hunter, you don't really want to play for a win in Hospital. You just want to get 2 survivors down. That's really your main goal. Bloody Queen is definitely one of the best hunters for that, and also is better against this team composition than a Night Watch would be.
Yeah, so we're heading right into the spawn locations. Professor will be spawning at the center hospital area, and yep, Acrobat at the very safe kiting area for him. He can rotate around. First officer at the open area in front of Shag, and Basic, the Antiquarian, will be spawning at the front gate. Looking at this spawn locations, Hunter, what do you think about this?
I think here the Professor being in Hospital against the Bloody Queen is very good. That's probably the easiest target for the BQ, so giving that Hospital spawn is definitely going to be the most ideal here. And besides that, I mean, Bloody Queen can chase anybody here, but I think Professor would be a little bit easier than the other two. Based off of this spawn, I'm interested to see if he actually has Excitement or Blink. So a lot of Bloody Queens will go Excitement if there's a single Antiquarian, just so if they do go for a mirror and the Antiquarian tries to stun her when she's mirroring, then you can just Excitement and get the free hit anyways. So we might see that. We might see him go for the Acrobat. I'm not actually sure. I think it's safe to say that Professor and Acrobat will have broken windows in preparation of the Night Watch, and Antiquarian may just have Flywheel. So I think actually the best target might be the Acrobat.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Death will be going for that. And yeah, we're heading right into the match. We're seeing that, like you predicted, Eli, he's gonna go straight for this Acrobat, but seems to be that he's kind of rotated away, and Death did not catch sight of that. Still, as Tinnitus popped up, so I believe he's the guy that is at the Shag area that's giving that. So I believe it's Zaida, the first officer that's over there. Therefore, kind of senses it out. But from here onwards, what do you think Therefore should be doing?
Yeah, I mean, this rotation from BK is very good. He hasn't found a viable target just yet. Obviously, he did go this way because he wanted to find the Acrobat, but wasn't able to do so. He's now actually going to mirror to the Cypher. Can he? Oh, snipes the Acrobat from across the map here. What an incredible mirror. If that mirror misses, then Acrobat can kite out that first mirror. That's a really good spot, but now Acrobat's actually forced to use a bomb as well, just so he doesn't give a second hit to this mirror image. So incredible start here for Deathworld. We're going to see that broken windows, of course, being utilized as we talked about here. The Antiquarian does have Flywheel. Professor actually has Flywheel as well, which is interesting, but so yeah, Acrobat definitely would be the most ideal target for a Bloody Queen right now.
Yeah, so he's just trying to kite this out. And he does have a shell to work with. He's kind of targeting his white ball at this point in time. The mirror won't be used just yet, but the blink is available. So blinking through, trying to predict that, but that did not happen very successfully. Cat will be chat to one of the chats probably at the ruins area to kind of camp out possible ciphers. We're seeing that, nope, it's going to be chat right in front of Shack, where First Officer Cypher is near at.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to use a red bomb there instead of a white bomb. I understand wanting to use a white bomb, so if the Hunter does break the pallet, then it's a slow pallet break. But we do know the Hunter probably has blink, right? So if you use a red bomb, that actually turns off the blink. So I definitely think red bomb could have been more valuable. We're going to see First Officer come in for the rescue. Does need to get close enough to use his watch. Is able to do so and avoid this hit. So that's... Oh, actually, Deathworld just really missing the officer by a wide margin. This will allow a free rescue. Oh, he had an option to go for a free rescue, didn't take it, but he's going to go straight for the Acrobat. Doesn't want to give any opportunity to rebound kite. And I actually agree with this. A lot of the time you'd want to hit the first officer, that way you can just mirror the Acrobat and get a free down. But because it's his hospital, you have to play a lot safer. We're going to see the Flywheel from the Antiquarian to avoid that mirror image. And now Antiquarian should come in for Harass. They do know that the trait is Blink, not Excitement, so there's really no worry about that for the Anti here. So no, she's actually just gonna get pushed away here by that mirror and is not able to supply any support, any form of support.
Yeah, and Eli, if we're looking at this carefully, we do see that the last cipher might potentially be at the hospital area, and the last 3 ciphers is gonna be at... Oh, but with the mirroring is happening, will people dodge this out? Yeah, it seems to be that it will be. We've been seeing very accurate mirrors from Deathworld, but... Oh, but the hit registers a little bit of stab onto Basic. A little bit too complacent, I would say.
Yep,
and
I agree.
The second watch will be used to get this rescue off. We'll see whether the bloody block will happen, but Cypher's, just to let you guys know, it's not enough at all. Nearly a double hit on that mirror, but Acrobat successfully gets out of the T-wall.
Now, Acrobat is taking an interesting route. He's kind of running in the open, which is going to force him to waste a bomb here, and that's really not ideal. You want to save your... Oh, Acrobat just runs in the open, and it's going to go down anyways, so unfortunate misstep from this Acrobat. Yeah, as an Acrobat player there, you really want to run to a palleted area or a good kiting area. That way you force the mirror, and you don't want to use the bomb for a basic hit. You want to use it to avoid a mirror image when they mirror. But unfortunately, use the bomb early and still gave a hit anyways, so it's looking very good. And Officer gets up in front of the Bloody Queen, which means the Bloody Queen can actually just down him right away here, and he doesn't even have self-heal anymore, so another unfortunate misstep here. This is going to be very important for this Bloody Queen. We'll now teleport onto the Antiquarian. With the Antiquarian injured as well, we could see another down, potentially 3 survivors downed in a row here. Of course, Acrobat being one of them, already sent back to the manor. And let's see what the Antiquarian will go for. He's going to go for that stick. He's going to go for the stun there. And I think Deathworld will probably just wait. Now he's actually going to go back and I think share the officer actually, but also catches sight of Professor, so could go for another free hit here if he does see the Professor hiding out, and does spot him out here, looks like.
Yeah, we'll see whether this mirror will be another accurate one. He does have Flywheel, but he's not going to use it because the distance is not enough. And right now, Basic is trying to kite this out. We do know that this Birdcage Cypher is the last Cypher at 95%. But First Officer has used his self-heal in front of the Hunter. Doesn't have anything to work with, forcing the Professor to kind of make a First Officer, help Officer stand up. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. Therefore, we'll be committing. We'll see whether Antiquarian will do this backdoor decoding. It seems like that it will be. Cypher is prime at this point in time. Therefore, should know about this. And the teleport will be up in about 30 seconds.
Right. Yeah, he knows he's not going to use the mirror here because Cypher is ready. Now, the biggest problem here for the survivors is that Deathworld wants to chase the Officer, because if he chases Officer endgame, there's no self-heal. So if he downs the Officer at any point, he can just leave him on the ground. He needs to just hit him back towards the corner. just go ahead and hit him. There's nothing to really wait for. I guess he's waiting for his trait, and he does get it here in about 10 seconds, but he can actually just mirror right away, secure this down, and teleport to the gate. Officer can't go anywhere, and he doesn't have self-heal, and he knows this, so we can just leave him on the ground. He can teleport to an exit gate here, and that's exactly what he's going to do, and he can now play for a 3 kill because of that positioning.
Yeah, so we see Ryan using one of his shells to get that effect onto the hunter. He's still at the shack area, but if Professor potentially downs here, which might not be the case since he does have a flywheel and Hunter has a mirror very soon. It's just gonna be a slightly difficult situation. Let's see how he's gonna play this out. Flywheel will happen, but the distance, is it enough?
Is it enough? Oh, it looks like it is enough. Deathworld's swinging a little too early there and actually does miss that. And he doesn't actually switch places, which means that they can actually get 2 survivors out the gate. So I guess he just wants to conserve the tie. He doesn't want to let the Professor actually make it out the gate, because then the first officer could crawl to the dungeon potentially. So he's just going to take the tie. It looked like he could have gone for a potential 3 kill there, but it is going to result in a tied game as of right now, and that is going to be a 2-2. And I think this is perfectly fine. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was BK that chose the map, right? The Sacred map, Sacred Heart Hospital. So Deathworld able to get a tie on this map, as we talked about. That's the goal for hunters. You don't really care about winning as a hunter on this map. You just want to get 2 out, which he is able to do. And that's really good positioning for Rio here.
Yeah, so it's great positioning from Rio. I mean, considering it's a survivor-sided map, and he's able to get a tie right from the get-go, and he doesn't have a lot of bends to work with as of yet. So I think it's still very good, but right now it really comes down to whether BK's hunter Yune, with this tie situation, is he able to achieve more? Because if he's able to achieve more, BK does get this map selection and also get the advantage that they want. However, if it's Rio's side, it might potentially become, if Rio does get this win, 3 escape and above in this second half, they might potentially 2-0 sweep BK when it comes to the second round, where it is Rio's map selection.
Yeah, for sure. So now that the survivors are coming out here, I mean, the only reason you really pick Sacred is 2 reasons. Oh, actually, there's 2 reasons, not 1. 2 reasons. One of them is that you really want to have a very strong survivor-sided approach, which, you know, we mentioned this before. Obviously, the BK survivors really wanted to win this game, which they weren't able to do so. So that's more beneficial. That's more beneficial for Rio here. And then the other situation is that there must be maybe some kind of hunter that on the side of BK that doesn't mind hospital, which usually isn't the case. But if that is true, we might be looking at, you know, hunters that are good on hospital, which is not a lot. So I guess potentially you have Geisha, you have Soul Weaver. There's a few things that you could play here. You could play Bloody Queen as we saw here, but even Bloody Queen's not too good in general. So potentially Dream Witch is an option. But overall, yeah, it's not too good for a lot of hunters.
So we just gotta wait and see what Uni will be possibly picking in this second half, and maybe a surprise pick that we weren't really expecting for that could be possible. But you know what, at this point in time, I think highlights wise definitely gotta be that very accurate mirrors from Deathworld, back to back in fact. But you know, for Survivor side, is there anything that you think that they could have done slightly better, or you know, do something different that can potentially turn the outcome slightly towards their favor?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The problem was the acrobat. I think it's mostly just the kiting in general. Like the acrobat did give an early hit with the long mirror. Not much you can do about that. That was just a really nicely placed mirror for Deathworld. But in the upstairs area, the acrobat should have definitely used a red bomb there instead of a white bomb, because the hunter can just blink over the white bomb in the pallet, so that doesn't really matter. So if he puts a red bomb, that actually turns off the blink, and that would have been a lot better. Maybe use a red bomb inside of the pallet, and that could have maybe had an impact. I'm not really sure, but definitely using the white bomb there is not going to do anything unless he has excitement. But there, yeah, I think the red bomb is better. And then also, there's another instance where he uses the acrobat sort of ran in the open after getting rescued, and that prevented him from rebound kiting. If he went to an area with pallets or windows or something, maybe off to the side, he could have forced out a mirror and then used the bomb to avoid the mirror. But instead, unfortunately, did run in the open, allowing the Bloody Queen to get just a basic hit. And the kite was definitely cut a bit short there too. So, and then also, as you talked about, the Antiquarian getting a bit impatient, going back to the Cypher Machine too early, instead of avoiding that mirror, allowed an extra free hit, which allowed even more pressure for Deathworld.
Yeah, and Yeah, it's just quite a series of events that we saw just now. I mean, for sure, Acrobat's Kite could have been longer, like you've mentioned, with the red bomb being used. So yeah, we talk about how important first kite can be at times because the style of decoding, you know, where everybody is just decoding at full, actually maximum speed at that point in time. For sure, the first kiter wants to prolong that as far as possible so that it looks more favorable towards the survivor side. Fortunately, that did not happen, but regardless of all of that, I mean, definitely the Cypher Rush was still very, very fast. I mean, we saw how the last two Cyphers was actually both at 95% when he swapped teleport and teleported to the birdcage. So, think if BK survivors do keep this Cypher progress speed up, they might potentially go well against Death Roll's Night Watch, but we have to see whether they actually do ban his Night Watch in BO2.
Yeah, I think they probably will. I don't know. I mean, looking into how this match played out, I think getting a tie as Bloody Queen obviously is good, but getting a draw in Sacred Heart Hospital, I actually can't stress this enough. It's more like a win. If this was another map, could have obviously been a different result, but I think in a situation like this, being able to get two survivors eliminated on Sacred, because again, when you pick Sacred, you're literally saying I want my survivor team to win. So the way I see it is this is basically a win for Death World. It's almost like you got to win in this situation. That's how beneficial it is to get a tie on Sacred Heart Hospital here. So I definitely think that he's already putting Rio in a very good position just because of that. So yeah, it's really not easy to get Hospital. You know, I know when people play Hunter rank and they get Hospital, especially when I get Hospital, I'm just like, you know, like why does this have to happen? You know, and I tell this to everybody, right? But I don't actually know anyone. I've never heard any hunter say I like Sacred Heart Hospital. Like I've never actually heard anyone say that. Like if I actually hear that one day, like that'll be pretty impressive, right? It'll probably go down in like Book of World Records somewhere, but yeah, I don't think that's ever actually happened. So yeah,
that'll be interesting. Someone's actually asking, is it me or is you guys' hair getting lighter and lighter every stream? I'm so sorry, I was focusing on what you're saying, but
oh yeah, my hair does that. It changes color every few minutes, so yeah.
Wow.
It's like a chameleon. My hair's like a chameleon. It just changes color. I'm just like my hair's just built different like that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, a very interesting fact that we now all know about. So hopefully that answers your question, Horton. And yeah, once again, this will be a tie situation. But like Eli said, it's probably in two deaths for himself. And as a hunter, it's probably a win already, especially as a Sacred Heart Hospital. But we'll see how Real Server is gonna keep this momentum up. Tie situation is in an open map selection, if you're able to tie, that's great. If you're able to get the advantage in your opponent's map selection, that's the best situation that you want. So we'll see how Rio is gonna react towards this tie that they just received. Are they gonna play conservatively, or are they just gonna go aggressively and go with another unorthodox pick that we don't usually see? So we still don't know what Uni can actually play as of yet, except from the data that we've received, which is the Opera Singer and Night Watch. So I think in this, Opera Singer for sure can't be played since it's not allowed in our IVC at this point in time. But for Night Watch, Eli, what do you think about it?
I definitely think that Night Watch, we didn't see Deathfall play Night Watch in the first one. It's usually his round 1 hunter. I think it's, as we talked about, it's for two reasons. That comp was very good at countering Night Watch. And also Sacred Heart Night Watch is not that strong. So, I think it's still fine here, though. It's still playable. I think Arms Factory and Red Church might be a little worse. I'm not really sure, though. But I think it's okay to play Night Watch here if this BK Hunter wants to go for it. But, they might, again, have another option available. It looks like Priestess first. Will they be Seer next? It is going to be Seer. Okay, so Priestess, Seer, very standard here. And again, we don't know too much about this hunter, so let's see what they do opt to go with. For the survivor side, I wonder how much information they have on them as well. That could be very important for these first two picks from Rio. It looks like it's going to be Antiquarian and Barmaid. So with the Barmaid pick, they must have some idea of what this person can play.
Yeah, it could be a clerk. If Uni wants to play a Dream Witch, I guess it could be possible. Maybe Rio does have some statistics onto what Uni might be possibly playing. That's why with this very we don't usually see a lot of Barmits anymore. I mean, Barmit wasn't like nerfed or anything, but still still a very strong character, I would say, in terms of kiting, especially against a clerk. Yeah, for sure something to be feared of. But oh, Toy Merchant ban once again. Just really respecting each other's Toy Merchant players in each team to not give that benefit of them potentially kiting out and jumping right into the hospital and prolonging their kite further. So we're seeing.
What is that? What is happening?
What does this remind me of?
I don't know. You yeah, this reminds us of someone. Interesting. Yeah, Lawyer is going to be the last character here. We actually see Sculptor from BK's Hunter duel here. So I think interesting choice. They went for Hospital. Sculptor's not really that strong on Hospital. I mean, obviously you do have the narrow areas inside Hospital, which makes it easy to play statues, but Hospital's loop is still very good against Sculptor, so that's something to keep in mind for sure. The Lawyer pick, I don't know. Didn't think we'd see it from any other team, but it looks like it is actually going to be coming into fruition here.
Yeah, I think
White.
Actually, I kind of saw this coming because actually, I was actually studying Rio's members this morning, and White actually has his battle records open. I just happened to chance upon it. They do have this Gardener, Doctor, and Lawyer picks in their recent custom matches that they have been having with Death Row. So I thought it was kind of like them joking around, just, you know, randomly playing, but I guess it's coming for reals this time around. We're seeing the Lawyer being spawned at the shack, center the Barmaid.
Interesting.
On the left, we do see the Antiquarian and Mercenary at the front gate. So, Eli, what do you feel about the spawn locations?
Yeah, they opt not to utilize the Ruin spawn as well, and also, yeah, you know, see, the problem with this shack spawn is Lawyers are going to spawn all the way in the corner. So with this spawn, Lawyer spawns all the way in the corner of the map. There's nowhere to rotate. The only way Lawyer can do much here is if he runs away early or if he hides. But if the Sculptor goes straight to Shack, he should see the Lawyer very early. So this is why we don't see a lot of teams spawn in the corner of the map, because you sort of trap yourself back there. And I guess obviously they want Shack to work with, and that's perfectly understandable. It's just that I feel like it is definitely better to spawn in the Ruins area. Ruins is a very strong kiting area. It's a very good place to rotate from. And it's just a good place to be in general, whereas Shack, that spawning all the way in the corner there, definitely not as optimal as Ruins, especially for a character like Lawyer, which might potentially struggle to kite here, as they don't have a lot of kiting abilities besides the speed boost, of course.
So we're heading right into the match. BO1's second half, we're seeing the Lawyer actually trying to, you know, remove its blood trace by slowly walking around this area. Sculptor is just trying to find where this Lawyer exactly is at because of its Tinnitus being popped up. Oh, things is at the basement, Eli. I would say that might have just been the newest meta strategy I've never seen in my entire life. Where Lawyer actually can see the Hunter through the wall and hides out, and he hides his way into Hospital. Wow, that actually is impressive. I have to say, that is very impressive. That seemed like a very easy chase target for the Hunter, but that actually really just worked out here, and it looks like we're going to see Duel is trying to find another target, still cannot find anybody as the other survivor rotates early, and that is the communication, of course, of the Lawyer telling the survivors where they're going. And I think does now finally catch on to the trail of the Antiquarian potentially here, but nope. Yeah, he definitely sees the trail here. So Antiquarian needs to go ahead and move out of the way here. But good rotation from the survivors. Barmaid Cyber 80% of the way done, and they just now have found a target. Is going to miss the stun here. Still has another one to work with. Is actually going to get that one. Needs to go for one more here potentially. And looks like it's gonna not go for another stun. So, or flywheel even for that matter. So it's just going to give a free hit here, unfortunately. Yeah, very interesting. But we're seeing that Mercenary Cypher is already 81%. That's a lot already at this point in time. But looking at this kite, seems to be that it's going to be a really, really long one. But then again, chasing the Antiquarian means that there isn't any...
Oh, flywheels the blink and gets the stick off. What an incredible play from this Antiquarian. That is a huge game-changing moment. Now this survivor can continue to kite even longer here. Has the window to work with too to transition away. Has to break both of these pallets. That kite just got extended anywhere from at least 30 to 60 seconds more just because of that one single play here.
That's right. You know, amazing prediction of the Roxy side, and still able to kite it out. And that's being a little bit rushed at this point in time. We will see that miss swinged over there, but Oh, a little bit of that statue being clicked on. Oh, unable to swing it. But the hit still registers. We're seeing that since the blink, it has been about 40 seconds since then. So amazing stuff from Roxy's side to able to allow the survivors to continue decoding, as we can see. And looking at this, Cypher progress, 2 Cyphers left. Lawyer's decoding a 40% one, and Kid Carry, I'm not too sure how much the Cypher is, but it's almost prime Eli.
Yeah, the Cypher here is very impressive here. 50% on the last Cypher already. What incredible Cypher rush from the survivors here, and just that hiding wasted so much time from both teams. You really see how hiding can be really important if the Hunter's not able to find. We're going to see Mercenary needs to get this save off. Oh, gets hit on the rocket chair here and is able to make the rescue, but Mercenary actually blocks off the Antiquarian there, but still is able to continue to kite here a little bit longer. I would imagine Antiquarian's going to save the stick for endgame. Well, I guess not. Yeah, you really just want to save the stick for endgame, as the Cypher Machine is almost primed here. There's no need to waste it, as they can just pop right here and go for that endgame.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. I mean, it didn't matter whether he get the hit register or not, because there was still this Tide Turner effect that allows him to kind of prolong his downing effect. So yeah, I think having that stick that you mentioned would have been a lot better for him. But we're seeing Hunter will have Blink in 5 seconds to secure should be a stable 1 kill, since he has detention as well.
I mean, the problem is, I mean, he's in the hospital now, and the dungeon is in this area. He can just wait for him to drop down and push the dungeon right away, and the Sculptor loses sight of. Oh no, but Mercenary's gonna body block. They're gonna play for a gate instead of dungeon. I do believe that pushing for, he has flywheel. He could potentially flywheel the swing. He needs to time it. Oh, does not use the flywheel though, and Mercenary misses the body block. If they push for the dungeon instead, that would have been actually been a 4 survivor escape there if Mercenary just left and they went for the dungeon instead. So unfortunate miss there, but still a 3 survivor escape. Yeah, the Sacred Heart Hospital pick here for BK did not work out in their favor.
Yeah, so we're seeing that Rio has this 2-point lead, 5-3 against them in their opponent's map selection. Yeah, I think it kind of would have made more sense if you kind of go towards the dungeon, but because I think nobody really rotated there to kind of say like where the dungeon was, so they didn't really want to risk it and wanted the Mercenary to body block. That could have been the possible reason why he did not want to go for the dungeon. But then again, amazing stuff from Rio's survivor side. They were able to secure the tight situation that Devro gave, and able to get the advantage at their opponent's map selection. Amazing stuff. But Eli, any highlights that you mentioned in this second half?
You know, it's very interesting how you usually pick Sacred Heart Hospital as a map that's very good for survivors, because you can just kite inside hospital and there's not much the Hunter can do, right? But the reason why the first down took a long time was not because of hospital at all. Actually, it wasn't even because of any of the good kiting areas. In fact, the Antiquarian actually got found in a pretty weak kiting area. It was because of the hiding, right? It was the hiding early game from the Lawyer. You can just see where the Hunter is and just continue to stay hidden from them. And then you can tell the survivor, you can see where the Hunter's going, you can tell the survivors where the Hunter's going, and Antiquarian can just hide. Wasted a lot of time hiding. And then that flywheel on the blink was really important. I think if Antiquarian went down there, they actually still would have had enough cyber progress to win the game, but it would have been a lot closer for sure. So that flywheel on the blink was very important. And now I think it's important to note that if the Antiquarian did actually not use that stick at the end and they had one more stick left to use in that endgame kite, maybe it could have made an impact. We're not really sure, but something to keep in mind as well is that I do think that Rio had a 4 escape setup for sure. I think they just potentially didn't know where the dungeon was, and they did miss out on that opportunity. But still, 3 survivor escape, and again, we talk about how hospital is just, this is a map, as survivors, you always want to win on this map. And Rio definitely did their job by getting that win here, and definitely prepared for all situations.
Definitely agree with you. And right now we'll be moving on to this BO2, where Rio's gonna get this map selection instead, and if they are able to kind of continue the lead, it's gonna be a 2-0 sweep against BK, and for BK it's something for them to worry. Definitely pressure's gonna all be on BK right now for survivors and both hunters. We're seeing that even though they did have a Japanese hunter in the team, somewhat the results wise is not something that they are kind of expecting, and also picking a sculptor at Sacred Hospital, yeah, that would definitely have to be an interesting pick. And something that we have to mention for sure is how that Lawyer dodged out that a potential chase at the start. I think he made full use of his map, not just to hide out from the hunter, but also telling their teammates where the hunter's going from, allowing that very long kite from the Antiquarian because she was able to transition to a better kiting area. So amazing stuff from Rio survivors, and for BK, it's definitely something for them to be serious about at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you even saw the sculptor went to check the basement as well, and wasted a lot of time there, just looking around shack, looking around basement. Yeah, when you see that spawn, you're thinking like, okay, well, you know, the lure is spawning in the corner of the map. The only thing he can do is hide, and he actually did do that well. So that worked out very effectively for Rio. So yeah, Rio with an early lead on BK's map choice, very good here for them. And just again prepared for all situations. You know, a lot of teams don't prepare for Hospital too much because it's the most uncommon map, and when it comes to competitive, it comes up probably the least out of all of them. So you don't really spend a lot of time preparing for Hospital. Obviously, you'll do it a little bit, but not as much as other maps. And obviously, you can tell that Rio was well prepared for all situations here. So this was definitely an ideal result. And yeah, the Sacred Heart Hospital map pick was very interesting. You know, it's still, Deathworld still seemed to play perfectly fine on it. Still was able to get a tie, and the hunter for BK, again, you know, Sculptor is a strong hunter and has some playability on Hospital because you can put statues inside the narrow areas inside Hospital, but it's just, Hospital's such a survivor-sided map, even for a Sculptor player, I feel like it's quite weak in general.
Have to agree with you with that. And also, something we kind of didn't really see a lot, but we kind of mentioned it slightly just now, was that the Cypher progress, that Cypher rush, you know, I thought BK was fast, but Rio, they're having it another level. When Instagram was down and chat, the 4 ciphers were actually decoded already, and the last cipher was Lawyer's one at 50%.
Yep.
The cipher progress is just so insane. He didn't down at this teammate cipher. Most guys actually didn't down at teammate cipher, but just somehow, somewhat, the cipher is just so quick, so fast, and there's nothing the hunters can do because the chase is so long. There's nothing he can do to get this high. From what we see from Duel, that's in this matchup in the second half. So, Eli, anything you have to mention about the Cypher Rush?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even really that. I mean, the chase was pretty long, but it's not even that. It's just also the rotation and the hiding wasted so much time there as well. And yeah, definitely there were some nice plays from the Antiquarian too, flying willing, that blink swing and getting the stun off and things like that was very important. I'm surprised because you can see what the Sculptor did is they tried to go behind the wall before blinking so they could hide that they were going for the swing. If you look behind you when you kite, it's actually not too hard to predict a blink with flywheel, because if you look behind you, you can see the hunter swinging in sort of a faraway area, and you're like, okay, this doesn't really make sense, right? But you look behind, you see them start to swing, and then you flywheel then, and you can predict the blink with the flywheel that way. But if they do it from behind a wall where you can't see the hunter, that's really hard to do. And that was actually performed very nicely by the Antiquarian to avoid the hit there and continue to kite. Especially a character like Antiquarian, you can flywheel swing, and then you just go for a hit right after with the stick. Is a really nice 1-2 punch combination there, and that was really a big factor for that kite.
Yeah, I mean, Roxy did an amazing kite. It was just him just solo kiting. There wasn't like, I mean, there wasn't female dancer, of course, but you know, usually see a lot of support from the dancers, boxers, and stuff like that. But no, he was just using his Antiquarian's foot, just disarming the hunter left and right, and able to perform so well. 134 seconds kiting time. It's amazing things that he's actually doing there, and hope they kind of bring this forward to their second round BO2, which we will be seeing very soon. And I think I'm very excited to see what this map selection is going to be from TNG. Rio and what hunter is Defro's gonna pick. I feel like Defro, his character pool is so large, but his performance wise he's very detailed when it comes to hunters, such as like the Night Watch. We saw the BQ accurate mirrors as well. Is there any specific hunters that you kind of like expecting Defro to be playing in this second round?
Yeah, I mean, if they ban Night Watch, he'll probably just play Bloody Queen or Anne. That probably makes the most sense from the hunters we've seen him play before. You know, I was thinking about the physics behind Antiquarian, right? And Antiquarian has a bamboo stick, right? So
bamboo flute.
Right. So how do you hit a big hunter with a piece of bamboo, Like, how does that not like just break? Like, where's the logic? I'm looking for the logic, but I don't see it. I don't understand it. This is an IDV physics moment for any of you watching. Yeah, it doesn't really.
Yo,
so, Chocho,
I mean,
care to explain that one, or?
ADV physics is hard to tell, it's hard to say, hard to explain, how to justify. I mean, we did see how, like, every stepping time we see a wax artist and then shooting the wax onto the graveyard cipher that's inside the graveyard. I mean, that physics, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't really make sense. Like, how are you able to aim it so accurately at the graveyard cipher? So, IDV physics is just telling us not to understand certain
not to
things.
understand
Yeah, just play this game, play this fun game. So that's exactly what's happening, and you're thinking too deep, my dear.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. But it's kind of, I don't know. But then how do you like do a flip with the thing? Like, I don't know. Anyways, okay. So yeah, so that's your guys' IDV physics lesson. We learned nothing from this conversation, unfortunately. But it's up to your imagination, I suppose. But we do see the score on the screen here. It is going to be 5-3. Of course, Rio with the lead right away here. So, I think things are looking pretty good for them. Again, we talked about how this will be a close matchup, and it is thus far. Obviously, only a 2-point deficit here for both these teams. Very high skill level in this match, I think, for sure. So I think, obviously, but Rio definitely looking a little bit stronger. So we are going to see Arms Factory from Rio. So this definitely makes sense for a potential Anne or Bloody Queen selection for Death World.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. We'll see whether BK will be allowing his Hunter first or the Survivor side. But it shouldn't really matter because at this point in time, what BK needs to do to at least prolong this to a BO3 where they will then have again the map selection is to tie things out. If Yune is able to tie, Survivor is able to tie as well from BK, they can prolong this to BO3 and possibly get the advantage through their map selection. But if they kind of, just let loose everything, they allow Death Rolls to come up first, Death will get a 4-kill. Yune coming up in the second half has to get a 4-kill too, and that's gonna be a lot of pressure. And for Rio Survivor side, they don't have a lot of pressure. They're probably confident and comfortable with this map selection. So we'll see how this is possibly going to be played out. And we do know that Death Row, not does he only have Bloody Queen and Anne, he has Geisha too, he has Dream Witch too, and he's very skilled in each and every of this character in his character pool. So we'll see how this might possibly play out and what characters BK Survivors wants to ban out as a priority.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know how when like you like drink like a coffee, right? And you get that caffeine boost, right? But then it wears off, but it's like instant, It's not like like I had my coffee and my caffeine's like slowly wearing off and whatever, and I'm losing my energy. It's like you're like, oh, you have like a lot of energy, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, it's gone. I just had that moment where I just lost all the caffeine energy is gone. So bye-bye to that, unfortunately. It was supposed to last longer. I think I need 2 coffees next time. Anyways, let's get into the ban picks here. We do have Antiquarian and Professor as the automatically banned characters. It looks like Seer and Psychologist will be the first 2 selected here for Death World. We're actually going to see an immediate Dancer and Prospector. I really do like, of course, the Prospector here is a very strong character against that. And we actually see it's going to be a Dream Witch ban. So they're actually accepting that Night Watch might be available here. And they're sort of just going to play, I think probably just going to play an anti-Night Watch comp. It's also not a very good map for Night Watch anyways. Dancer is very strong against Night Watch, especially on a map like Arms Factory. You have the middle 3 palette, you have the Factory Torque with the slow boxes, Prospector as well. It will also be good against Anne. And they have Acrobat. They have to be careful they don't play too hard into Bloody Queen, though. I think Bloody Queen against this team composition is actually quite strong here for Death World, so they might be giving him a little bit too much to work with, I think.
Yeah, so it seems to be the case, and they're not even going to go for a first officer, which is a more stable rescuer compared to a Gravekeeper. It's going to go for that, and we'll see how this team comp might potentially work out against what Death Row is going to be picking. Seems to be they kind of want to counter like possible BQ or AN, but nope, Death Row stepping us right in the face. We do see this Night Watch potentially being picked over here. But Eli, how do you think about this team comp going against Night Watch?
I think that this comp is pretty good. Obviously, you have Prospector, which can be very good for turning off the wind if you go for the attract stun. Dancer is going to be the most crucial character here. So Dancer is very good against Night Watch. The slow boxes are very important, especially in a map like Arms Factory. Again, we talked about where to set up the slow boxes. Then also, we actually see Dancer spawning off to the side, though I don't really like this. I think it's a lot better when Dancer spawns closer to middle, in the middle spawn, because then Dancer can easily set up boxes there. Although I suppose maybe the strategy is that she's going to rotate towards middle. If the hunter chases somebody else, that could be the logic here with this as well.
We'll see what logic there is in this game, but looking at this, we're seeing Deathroll being spawned at the back gate area. Next to him, we do see the Gravekeeper, but he'll probably not be committing to that. There is the Acrobat nearing him and the Female Dancer. So looking at this Eli, he can potentially go for this chase onto Female Dancer, or if not, the Acrobat. So we'll see how this might potentially play out. This will be BO2, first half, between BK survivors versus Rio's Hunter Deathroll. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli O bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to see the survivors rotating accordingly here. Dancer's going to take Factory early, it looks like, and it's just going to leave a box there. Actually puts the box the outside pallets instead of the inside, or the God pallet there. We see Deathworld rotate towards Shack first in pursuit of potentially, I guess he wants to chase the Acrobat, but he's actually going to go towards Factory instead here, looking for that Prospector. Although the boxes are already set up there, or at least one box is. But Prospector's going to leave. He's actually going to rotate early instead of utilizing this. Now, there's two ways that this is good. You can actually rotate early to create distance, or you can stay at Factory, and that way you don't kite on Cypher machines. But it looks like he's actually going to kite on this Gravekeeper Cypher, and he's also going to kite on the Acrobat Cypher if he opts to go towards Jack. So that's something to consider as well here.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And he's brought Insolence into this match, Bling as his trait. So he's kind of like acknowledging that, you know what, either he wants to have a good start, or he's acknowledging that this might be a potential hard chase for the first few moments. But canceling attack recovery over there, Eli.
Yeah, he canceled the recovery. But Deathroll I think is lagging here. That's so unfortunate. That looked like it might have potentially been an instant down there. Hopefully we'll have a pause of this game pretty soon. Looks like no, we're just gonna continue here. It looks like he is back here. Yeah, that is very unfortunate. That could have easily been an instant down here for Deathworld. We're going to see the Magnet canceling that out as well. And just a mind game when it comes to this pallet. Goes for the charge attack. Does connect the charge attack. So even after an unfortunate lag spike from Deathworld, he still gets the down right afterwards. So excellent turnaround there. But you can only imagine how this game would have been a lot different if it wasn't for that unfortunate situation here. But it looks like we are going to see Gravekeeper pressuring this rescue. He needs to use this shovel early. You don't want to get your shovel canceled, of course. Looks like Deathworld was not able to spot the Gravekeeper out, and he is now going to come in for this save.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And yeah, I mean, coming into this, Deathroll, even though he's lagging, he's able to show how strong he is, even with that lag. So amazing stuff coming in. But rescues, able to successfully rescue, but unable to body block. So Prospector will be down once again. We still want Magnet to use, however, Fly will still have 70 seconds cooldown. Yeah, coming into this, he needs to, get his priorities straight, which is to get as many kills as possible. And we all know Deathroll is this very strong Night Watch main currently in SEA. So we'll see how he's gonna potentially play out his mid game. And Eli, do you think they would want, or they should go for this rescue again?
I don't know. It depends on how much Gravekeeper's first Cypher was. The other two survivors have already started Cypher machines. So if Gravekeeper Cypher has enough progress, it's definitely worth it. I think the only downside is that Gravekeeper might not have a lot of progress because he did have to rotate early because Prospector did kite on his Cypher machine. He's going to hit him out of shovel here. He's going to go for the speed boost here. Tries to blink Terror Shock, but Gravekeeper did not go for the rescue right away here. So unfortunately, that did not work out for Deathworld. He's going to try to go for a hit on the Grave as well. I think he can get this probably. Oh, does miss that there. He needs to make sure he doesn't go too over aggressive here, as the last Cypher might be almost ready, but it looks like he is going to get the chair onto the Prospector here, as Cypher Machine is not yet primed, only 70% of the way done here. So this is definitely looking like a drawn position.
Yeah, we see that. Very unfortunate. He tried to predict that the Great People will be going for the rescue. However, that didn't really work out. The blink was a failed blink, but he's able to still target down that hit onto Prospector. So yeah, it's still fine looking at this, but Great People still does not have anything to work with. He needs to open a chest so that he has a better way of playing the end game. We're seeing a new Cypher being decoded at the front gate by the Acrobat. Prima Dancer might potentially be getting the second chase in this matchup.
It looks like he's gonna... Yeah, doesn't know the Dancer, just swinging at that pallet. Goes for the win. Pulls her away from the window there. And baits out the flywheel by actually just walking forward. It actually worked out. So he's able to get that hit. He has to be careful, though. That Cypher Machine at middle is almost prime. Looks like he's just gonna go down for the survivor over here, which is the Dancer, dropping that slow box. Can he get the hit through the pallet? Isn't able to register that. He's gonna go ahead and take down this box here. He's gonna go for Acrobat instead, but that middle Cypher is 70% of the way done. Yeah, it might not actually work out here. He's gonna break this pallet, and I think Gravekeeper will have the Cypher primed in time.
Seems to be the case. And yeah, we're seeing Female Dancer already at the back gate area with this fast music box. So right now setup is looking pretty good. They know that Hunter has insolence, and now they see the tension, which means that he's blink all the way. Gravekeeper still gets that hit through that pallet, and very unfortunately the dungeon is here but unable to prolong further. We see the Acrobat on the bottom left rotating towards the back gate, and the gate is open at this point in time. So yep, high situation at Arms Factory for Death Roll. Eli, any highlights you want to talk about in this match?
Yeah, that is going to be 2 survivors out the gate there. So definitely still optimal to secure a tie there. Obviously, it looked like a pretty decent start. He actually had possibly an instant down on the Prospector. Prospector still had flywheel, so he might have been able to avoid the hit. But there was that unfortunate situation where he wasn't able to get the second hit because of that lag there. But yeah, I mean, it does look like it's still pretty good for Rio. Obviously, they're able to hold on to their lead here. If they do manage a 3-survivor escape, they will be moving on to a 2-0 victory here. So definitely a lot of pressure on the BK Hunter. Now, it is a bit of a different situation here. We saw in the last round, of course, it was Sacred Heart Hospital, right? That's, as we know, a very survivor-sided map. Although they didn't actually use Hospital at all for the majority of the match, and they still were able to get a win here. So if they're able to put out a similar result to the last round, they could wrap things up quickly with just a dominant survivor performance, I would say.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, considering Rio's condition for today, individually they seems to be very prepared to get a kind of situation going up against BK's Hunter. So we'll see whether it's gonna be the same situation, a 3 escape, or it's gonna be more than that, or you know what, just gonna tie things up and play around with BO3 and prolong this slightly further to ensure their win. So at this point in time, we still remember that Rio do have this 2-point lead that they had in BO1 against BK. We'll see what the winning conditions will be on our screens really in a while's time. So but if you guys are very eager to know at this point in time, we'll tell you that right now, if this is gonna be prolonged, if Rio wants to end this now in this BO2 second half, it's gonna be a 3 escape needed onto Rio's survivor side. And if BK's Hunter duo wants to bring back the points, it's gotta be a 3 kill. Correct? Seems correct.
Yeah. Well, so if they want to win this round, they will have to go for 3 survivor elimination or more. If it is a tie for this round, then obviously this round will be tied, and then it's a 3 survivor escape. Then that will be the win condition for Rio. Yes.
So yeah, it will be the case, and we'll see how Rio is gonna play this out. But definitely they don't have to play aggressive at all. They can go for the very standard picks. But I mean, from BO1 we saw this very unorthodox picks, a lawyer. You know, people call it in the comments, people are calling it the MX effect. So maybe we'll see. And he can potentially pick a lawyer once again, or if not, there is still a gardener pick that they have actually gone for in IVA. Now that I remember. TNG went against some other team and they picked a gardener.
Really?
They had this strategy at Arms Factory where the person died at the back gate and the gardener was at the chair near that gate and just kept removing that chair over and over again against the Bonbon, and it worked out. It worked out. That's the most important part. So we'll see whether it's going to be the same strategy. You might potentially see a Gardener, who knows. But if you guys are excited, do say it in the chat. Or what other characters are you guys expecting in this IVC that we haven't seen as of yet?
Yeah, you see the first down on the Prospector. Yeah, only 53 seconds. So excellent job from Deathworld not to allow any sort of extended kiting there. Even with Arms Factory Nightwatch, not a great map for Nightwatch, still able to perform well here. You know, the Survivors also had a pretty good setup, they had a pretty good rotation. I do believe that it might have benefited the Prospector to kite at Factory. He rotated to the Gravekeeper Cypher, forced the Gravekeeper to change ciphers like twice, I think, and that was really important for Deathworld because it slowed down the BK Cypher Rush significantly and put them in a pretty suboptimal position. So I do think that because there was also, and then the Slowbox at Factory also ended up being useless because the Prospector never utilized it. So I think that it's really important that the Prospector were to stay at Factory and utilize that Slowbox at Factory. And that way you could kite away from Cypher Machines and also kite in the strongest area of the map with the box. I think it could have improved Cypher Rush and potentially allowed the Survivors to have more of a winning position. But yeah, overall, unfortunately did kite across that Cypher Machine at middle, and that gave Deathworld enough time to get the down. It still was able to get down very fast there, and it worked out nicely for him.
So, like you said, it worked out perfectly for him, and yeah, I mean, looking at the stats wise, it was really unfortunate that Deathworld got that slight lagging issue. I mean, most of us, we actually do have ping spikes like this once in a while, very common. But wow, it would have been such an amazing play if he actually got that instant down without that ping spike over there. I think, regardless, I think, do you think if he didn't lag over there, there might have been a certain slight change in the results of this match?
Yeah, definitely possible. He did have, the Prospector did have Flywheel, but I think Deathworld did have Blink available at that point. So I think he could have just, if I'm not mistaken, I think he could have just, even if he did Flywheel, he could just Blink him right after or get another hit. So I think it definitely could have impacted, because if you think about the Cyphers were very close at the end. You do see the win condition here for Rio. They would need a 3 Survivor escape or 4 to move on to a 2-0 victory. But, you know, considering that what happened, I think that the Cyphers, because, you know, he's going back and forth between those last 2 Cypher Machines, which were both about 80% of the way done. If those Cyphers were a little bit less, maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds less, it would have been closer to 40%. And that definitely would have been given enough time for Deathworld to potentially try to play for a win. And then also, when he went to that middle Cypher to go for the Gravekeeper popped before he made it. Obviously, that wouldn't have happened, right, if he had more time. So definitely could have had a different impact. You know, we can say whatever we want to say. There's no way to actually know, though, of course. But after this result, it's still not too bad. I think it's still fine, obviously, for Rio, as they are still winning here. So yeah, looking pretty good for Rio the Birds.
Rio the Birds, indeed. And yeah, I mean, therefore, bringing in Insolence was actually a very crucial factor as well. If he didn't bring Insolence, he wouldn't have the immediate vacuuming effect onto the Prospector to get that second hit so quickly, even after he lagged out. So still amazing stuff on Deathworld's side, and also a good job well done on BK Survivors. I mean, going against such a strong hunter like Deathworld, and Asbash Nightwatch, definitely to be feared and pressured on, and still able to get the tight situation, knowing all of that has been brought into factor. So so right now we'll be having a BK's Hunter duel coming up for this second half, potentially last match for Rio before they if they do take this win against BK. So Eli, if Yune wants to kind of achieve a 3-kill, if not 4-kill, regardless of what character pool he has, what do you think? What kind of characters do you think he should bring into this match? Considering he needs all that. Yeah.
I think that, well, we saw last one, we saw a Sculptor, which obviously was not too strong overall. I think it's mostly because Sick Hospital is difficult, and of course the hiding and rotation I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously, round 1 Sculptor is not very common, so I'm actually curious to see what the rest of their hunter pool is. Typically, when we see a less than common early round hunter, it usually means the late round hunters are also not exactly what we consider to be main meta, but maybe they still have some options. Looks like they're actually going to ban Bloody Queen, so they do have some preparation for this team and for this match. So we might actually see Sculptor still be available. Obviously, it is still available. We might see it actually come out as an option. We see a first round Explorer and Coordinator. So, Chocho, you seem to have something to say about that.
I mean, it's been a long time since we last saw an Explorer in IVC, so very surprised with this pick for sure, and I think Carrie might potentially be playing the Explorer as well, but definitely 100% wasn't expecting this at all. I thought they were going to go for this Gardener team strategy that they had before, but maybe, you know, they just want to surprise us with something different, and also a Coordinator, a buff Coordinator from last time, so kiting-wise shouldn't be a problem for Coordinator, especially when she has a gun as well. And wow, a Mercenary. So Eli, if you kind of, you know, go back to yesterday's match, we did see how Mercenary from FT side, Mercenary was actually opening the 3-pallet chest and gave that item, the football, to the Coordinator. So we might be potentially seeing an item swap, possibly. Yep. What do you think?
Well, we do see Lawyer again, so that is possible. With Lawyer, that's possible with the Coordinator as well. Technically, it's possible with Explorer, but we wouldn't really see that for the most part. Explorer's just going to hide away here. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, once Lawyer uses up that map, a map like Arms Factory is very good for item swapping because there is a chest directly at the center of the map. And that's very, very important because it's very easy for the Mercenary to open that chest. We're actually going to see Naiad potentially here. It's very easy for the survivors to open that chest, especially the Mercenary. And then Mercenary can pick up the item that was in the chest and then leave his elbow pads on the ground for the Coordinator to pick up if she's already used her flare gun, or for the Lawyer to pick up if he's used up his map. They can use that for kiting, so if they ever kite through that middle area, which a lot of survivors will do. So that's definitely could be an essential strategy here. And, you know, looking at how this is, I think Lawyer's pretty weak against Naiad. Any hunter that can... Lawyer is very good for making distance after he gets that first hit, because he gets that Veteran's bonus. However, a character like Naiad, or a character like Nightwatch or something like that, they can easily catch up with the dash to that that Lawyer, especially if this hunter brings insolence, which I'd imagine it should be the case here. If there's no insolence, Lawyer is actually a pretty good first chase for survivors, because they can't dash to catch up. But if they do have insolence, they can dash, catch up right away, and that Veteran's bonus becomes a lot less important. And I think you can also safely bring Excitement here, is that Blink is not quite as important. I would imagine Excitement for Coordinator is fine. I think Excitement with insolence and detention would be ideal for this this Naiad.
So we'll see whether that would be the case. We're seeing that spawn location as well. He is surrounded by 2 of the fastest decoders in this team comp. We'll see which one he goes for. Whether it's the one that can hide, or is the one that can hide and also tell his teammates where the hunter is going to. We'll see exactly that once we head into the match. But before that, this will be your casters Chocho and Eli-O, bring you potentially the last match for today. Last second half for Rio versus BK. We have Rio survivors going against BK's Hunter duo, and let's see how this is gonna play out.
Alright, so it looks like he's actually gonna go for Lawyer first again, and we're gonna see Lawyer try to hide, but it does not actually work out this time around, as Lawyer is actually getting found. Of course, Naiad is a lot faster of a hunter. It's a lot easier to find a hidden survivor. Does get that Trident on to the Lawyer, using that speed boost to get out of the Trident area here. He's still picking up some water in the process, so he needs to make sure he leaves this all together, and it looks like he is going to do so. But the Naiad could get an early water hit pop, but no, Lawyer is able to get out of range again here. So excellent movements from the Lawyer, but he is forced to run in the open. And this is one of these situations where Lawyer is not as strong of a character, because he doesn't have great transitioning abilities on his own here.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of a misstep onto this Hunter's harpoon where he wanted to throw it, so it kind of forces him to go around. But yep, Lawyer is recovering from this water pool damage that water pool that he kind of accumulated, but right now getting that basic hit, and Blink is up. Eli will potentially go for this Blink hit.
Yeah, the Cypher push from the survivors here is incredible. We already see Explorer Cypher 80%, Coordinator is about 80% of the way done, and Mercenary Cypher, and actually I think loses sight of the Lawyer. This is a game-changing play here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see the Lawyer might be able to escape the grasp of the Hunter completely. I think he has finally caught sight of him, but this is going to allow 2 Cypher Machines to get down. The Mercenary shortly will follow suit here, and the Lawyer can easily get the blink out by throwing down this pallet. He's actually going to go ahead and camp it, and we are going to see the blink here, but I think that's perfectly fine. If you force out blink here, you now know there's no excitement at all, and you also know that you have enough Cypher progress to win the game, as 3 Cyphers are now completed. We're going to see Mercenary come for first save. I would actually really like to see the Coordinator come, because they know there's no excitement. It is basement, but actually Coordinator does have wanted orders, so looks like we're going to see Mercenary instead, which is still perfectly fine. Again, enough Cypher progress to win the game here, definitely, for Rio survivors.
Oh, but Mercenary was already at the basement. We didn't really catch sight of that, but at this point in time, getting that free rescue, sorry, not free rescue, but that rescue, I mean, going against Naya, the basement rescue is sort of hard, but, you know, Mercenary just expecting that, going down early.
Oh.
We're seeing the...
Lawyer dies on the last Cypher Machine, though. So that is unfortunately a huge... and I can't stress this enough, that is a huge misstep from the Lawyer. Possibly game-changing, possibly not game-losing, but sacrificing the win. This is going to be the difference easily between a win and a tie here. Now it's a little bit more challenging for the survivors. Coordinator is going to have to use her flare gun, and she's going to have to try to body block this survivor endgame here. It is not, she can't just push Cyphers. They would have definitely had enough time to finish the Cypher progress, but they will no longer have that as an option. They will be forced to support in the end here. Coordinator is coming for the flare gun stun here. We're going to see the rescue. Coordinator has to body block this as long as possible, so the Mercenary can finish that last Cypher Machine. And it is hard to body block a Naiad, especially when she has full presence.
So we're seeing, actually the Explorer actually came with the 50% pitch to pop that center Cypher, but still, this last Cypher, the Mercenary's decoding is only 21% at this point in time.
Right.
They need to body block all the way, but this is a knife we're talking about. She has this harpoon, and we'll see whether the Lawyer can survive this. Oh, and targets the hit exactly at Lawyer, and we'll be cheering him at this point in time. Lawyer, Coordinator will use the gun for that rescue, so last Cypher on the bottom left, we see that it's 50% decoded at the shack area.
Right.
Coordinator may potentially decode a new Cypher.
I think it's very beneficial for this Naiad to potentially chase the Explorer, because there's a good chance the Explorer won't have borrowed time, which, as we can see, is the case. A lot of Explorers don't bring borrowed time because they usually will hide away and not get chased under any circumstance. But he could have actually potentially gone for Explorer if he saw him, but he's actually going to go for the, it looks like Mercenary instead here. Yes, he's going to go for Mercenary, which is fine for survivors. Mercenary still has 3 elbow pads, so there's no real risk of him going down anytime soon. We might see the Naiad just try to waste some items from the Mercenary, so we won't have them for endgame. I think that's an acceptable play here. But it does give free time for the Coordinator to set up for endgame by searching a chest, and for the Explorer to push this last Cypher Machine.
Yeah, so we're seeing that happening. Last
missed
Cypher,
elbow
60%.
pad, though. Yeah.
And we'll be getting that hit registered onto the Mercenary, kind of forcing, let's see whether the Cypher will be primed when Mercenary is down. It seems to be that it will be kind of close, but might not be enough. Yeah, so we're seeing a little swap of positions on who will be decoding and who will be coming for this rescue, which is the Explorer that's coming for Mercenary.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because of Explorer saving here, Naiad should chase Explorer endgame, because Explorer will not have borrowed time. Most of the time, it's very standard for Explorers not to bring borrowed time, and I'm definitely hoping that Naiad would acknowledge this. Unless they give a free rescue. It looks like Explorer has picked up water, so the Naiad knows they are coming, but they are going to get the free save. Coordinator wants to body block this hit. No, or sorry, not Coordinator, Mercenary. He's actually going to... No, he changes to Explorer. He does realize Explorer doesn't have borrowed time here. They're going to wait for a basic hit, at least so there's attack recovery, I think. But yeah, Explorer does not have borrowed time, so that's something that's going to be really impactful. And he does, I think, waste... oh, wait, he actually does have borrowed time, right?
He does.
Oh, I'm losing my mind. Okay, never mind. We didn't actually say any of that. But he actually still is going to chase the Explorer anyway, because again, it is standard for Explorers not to have borrowed time. So I think the Naiad might be expecting this here. And he does get that first hit, and they should pop for the end game. The dungeon is in the vicinity, but there is blink available. So also chasing Explorer is suboptimal for the survivors because Explorer doesn't have any kiting items.
And we're seeing that the water pool 95%. I think Kikari might want to take this water damage to get that speed boost.
Yep.
He does have flywheel, and the gate is not quite open for Coordinator's front gate. So flywheel's early, but yeah, the blink hit registers. It will be a tie situation for Rio Survivors versus BK's Hunter duo, and it will be prolonged further into a BO3. Rio still having this advantage that they had in BO1, which is a 5-3, a 2-point deficit onto BK. So let's see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, so it was looking very good for Rio. They had a great positioning, a great setup, and this is very important. That one game-changing play, the lawyer unfortunately did die on the last Cypher Machine. So in that situation as a survivor, you really want to take the Tide Turner hit, and then you want to run to the corner of the factory. So you go to the factory, and then you run into the corner of the map. So that factory corner area, you run all the way into the corner, and there's no way the Hunter can drag you all the way to basement unless they have like Giant Claw, which I don't think, obviously, the Naiad would have. So you're going to die all the way in the corner of the map there. And then they have to chair you at that factory cipher, the chair near there. They can't get you all the way to basement. So then at that point, you're not dying on any of the ciphers, and it's a really good position for the survivors because there's no way for them to pressure the last cipher. But because unfortunately, just maybe a slight miscommunication, I'm not really sure, but it did allow the Naiad to water off the last Cypher Machine and prevent them from having it primed in time, and they did force them to start a new Cypher Machine. The Mercenary had to start a new one over near Shack, and that gave the Naiad the opening to get the 2 survivors downed.
Yeah, so yeah, it could have been a possible miscommunication over there because, I mean, it doesn't make sense for you to run and then die at the center in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, I mean, actually they did have a factor that kind of changed things around, which was the Explorer. I mean, considering that Knight is the type to kind of water ciphers out and prevent them from being decoded, Explorers with pages can actually kind of go against that, you know, just kind of force that ciphers to be popped when it's being trapped with that water pool. So they do have kind of like a counter to it, but then again, I think it might have been the miscommunication because they were having such a smooth play over there. And Lawyer did great kiting. Like, he did amazing job. Hunter actually lost Lawyer at the start of the match. I mean, not start, but during the first kite. So, yeah, for sure that they could have played that a lot better considering the outcomes of the first kite. But we'll see whether... I mean, it actually gave chance for BK to potentially come back from this. Right now, we are having BK with this map selection in BO3. So, I think there is definitely a chance for BK to turn things around and potentially win against Rio.
Yeah, and that's what I think is the appeal to Lawyer for some of these teams is that you can immediately... So you know, when you spawn into a game, right, as a survivor, even if you know the Hunter spawns with the spawn select system, you don't know which survivor they're going to go for, right? They could go this way towards Shack, go for this survivor, go this way towards Factory, go for this survivor, whatever, right? But as a lawyer, you can see immediately which direction they go, and you can say, okay, they're going for this survivor. And then the other 3 immediately just straight decode. They don't worry about hiding or rotating or anything, and the Cypher Rush is so fast because they immediately jump on a Cypher, there's no way they get slowed down. And a lot of times we see, sometimes in NAU and Southeast Asia, is that the Cypher Rush is very slow because a lot of teams, they run around the map, they hide early, even if they're not getting chased, even if the Hunter's nowhere near them. They lose so much decoding time because they're just too scared, I guess, to decode right away. And that sort of costs their Cypher Rush significantly. And that's why a lot of teams will struggle with the survivor side. And we haven't seen that as a problem at all with Rio so far. The Cypher Rush has been at the level of those global teams, such as China and Japan. But yeah, something to keep in mind for sure is definitely going to be that dying at the last Cypher was unfortunately a tough situation for Rio. If they were able to avoid that, they could have won. I mean, you really saw, Lawyer didn't kite that long in the early game, but they still popped 3 Cypher Machines right away. Also, Lawyer is a good hiding character, I think, as well, something to keep in mind. So, yeah, I really do I'm starting to understand the appeal in actually playing that Lawyer character from a strategic standpoint.
So, we might potentially see the Lawyer being picked in BO3 again. Who knows? So, we just kind of sit back and wait. And also, something to say is that Wolfie with the Mercenary just really respecting that, Knights camping at the basement is just really, really strong. I'm just gonna go down, get that rescue, and come right up without, giving a double down. That's the situation, and yep, everything played out perfectly. Other than the fact that the Lawyer died near the last one of the last 2 ciphers. So, Still amazing stuff, so 108 seconds kite from White. And 252% decoding on Explorer. Really amazing stuff. I mean, like you said, with Lawyer, you can actually see where the hunter is coming from, and actually allow explorers to just start off with this decoding without like hiding or waiting to see where the hunter is actually moving towards. So, yep, you're coming in with a different hairstyle suddenly. I don't know why, but
Wait, how did that even happen? I didn't even know that.
I don't know. You look different from before this was shown, but
it literally be changing. I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
yeah, but amazing stuff that we're seeing here. But BK map selection, they need to be really, really careful with this. Right now, they are behind points by 2 points, in fact. So how are they gonna play around with this? So right now, difference is actually not too large. It's not like it was like a 4 kill or a 4 kill or 4 elimination, same thing. 4 kill or 4 escape. So yeah, that would have been a lot harder for them to come back in this BO3. So I'm not sure what kind of map selection they have. I'm really, really hopeful that they do have a strategy to go with. And it will be crazy if they can make this comeback against Rio, even though they're behind by points.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, again, as you said, BK has to be very careful. They did make the mistake of that Sacred Heart map in the first round, and it worked out very nicely in their opponent's favor. So you pick Sacred definitely to throw off the other team and give yourself an advantage, but it actually ended up giving the other team the advantage instead. So yeah, you gotta be really careful here how you play this. So far, Deathworld's been very consistent. We saw in IVA, I think, just able to tie pretty much every game. We don't really see him win a lot, but we don't really see him lose. He's just very, very consistent, securing draws, and that's really what you have to do in a tournament survivor-sided meta setting. So definitely, definitely pretty optimal. I mean, so far here we've seen it as well. Two twos. Two twos.
Yep.
Yeah. So if he continues with that, that would be, I think that would be very good here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And looking at today's, I mean, we totally had a total of 5 matches. We had BO1 to 3 in the first match. Right now we're having BO1 and 2, and proceeding to BO3 as well. Just looking at the maps, right, that we had Lakeside, Moonlit, Ever Slipping Town, Secret Hospital, and Arms Factory. We still haven't picked the Red Church, Leo's Memory. Leo's Memory haven't been picked at all, and there's still Chinatown.
Right.
We'll see whether BK is gonna pick one of the 3 that hasn't been picked for today. And maybe, just maybe there's a Leo's Memory team comma strategy that we don't know of. But Rio, they're actually very well rounded. And I would just want to emphasize on how White has this very unorthodox picks like Lawyer, Gardener, and Doctor. Roxy coming off with a very strong Antiquarian Kite in BO1. And Cat Carry with that Explorer. He's actually did a very great kite with Magician last time in IVA, so yeah, definitely something to expect. And also Wolfie, very stable rescuer that we've been seeing. So team, for survivors wise of Rio, they are actually very consistent. I think sometimes miscommunication could be an issue, and I think that's fine. They can definitely come back from this. And we're seeing this BK with this Red Church pick. So Eli, how do you feel about this Red Church pick for BK, and how do you think Rio can potentially counter with I mean, going against BK with whatever they might have been planning for?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, Red Church is a lot safer than Sacred Heart Hospital for sure. A more standard map in general here. So, you know, I think this is going to benefit them definitely. We do see the win condition here. A 4 elimination would secure things here for Rio. Keep in mind, this round has to be won by BK. If they win by 2 points or more, then it will be or if they win by 2 points, we will have a 4th round tiebreaker. If they win by more than 2 points, then they will win ultimately. And if this round is tied, or Rio wins, then Rio will win overall. So you see the win condition again. It has to be at least a 1 survivor escape to have a second half of this 3rd round. And BK will have to win this round if they want to a chance in this series. So yeah, looking into this, I think we do have Red Church map selection, mainly probably for to benefit the BK Hunter, and also they don't want to play anything too overly aggressive like Sacred here after it did backfire early. And we also have, you also have to consider Deathworld's Hunter Pool as well. A character like Nightwatch is not going to be very strong on Red Church, so I think that might be one of the reasonings for that. So they might not just ban Nightwatch at all. So I think they're probably going to go with, we saw Dreamwitch ban last time, so they could ban Dreamwitch Bloody Queen, they could ban Dreamwitch Anne, and just go ahead and allow for a Nightwatch to come out as, again, not a very good Nightwatch map, which we did see them have the same approach last round. They banned Dreamwitch and they gave up Nightwatch, even on Arms Factory, which is, again, not a good Nightwatch map, so.
So we've got to just wait and see what Deathrow really thinks. And looking at how the win conditions is, it seems to be that BK survivors might be coming up first to go against Deathrow. We're not too sure. We have to, you know, take a moment to see which first.
It would be because if it's according to the win condition on the screen, it showed that a four kill would result in
Rio winning.
So it should be Deathworld hunting first.
We'll see whether it's going to be BK or the Rio. So just going to wait a little while for the teams to be prepared for this. I mean, of course, it's going to be a very intense matchup, potentially a last match for BK before the second half if they get a 4-kill. So if they get 4 elimination right from the get-go. So we're seeing the ban picks starting really, really soon. Alright, so with 4 auto bans already. Female Dancer, Prospector, Antiquarian, and Professor. And we're seeing the Priestess and Seer being banned over here. Eli, the Hunter bans. We'll see whether you'll be correct.
We will see. They actually do ban Nightwatch. So they really don't want to have to deal with that at all. And of course, it will be the Dreamwitch, as we talked about before. So they are opening up Anne, which is interesting, considering that Anne is pretty good on Red Church. It looks like we're going to have Merc and Psychologist as the first 2 characters, as of course they are still open here. And we'll see what Deathworld opts to ban next. So depending on what he bans next, I think will definitely indicate what sort of hunter he's going to lean towards. Looks like he's going to be Patient. So Patient is a little bit more towards Bloody Queen. And since we do see Entomologist countering that Anne, I do think Bloody Queen would make more sense based off of what we've seen thus far in these ban picks. And this last ban pick, of course, will be very important as well. Acrobat is still available, so we could see that get removed. Or Female Dancer, still a few options.
Yeah, they actually need a lot of options to see what, but we just gotta wait to see what BK is gonna be picking. Yeah, we do have the Rescuer role secured, a Wi-Fi healer as well, support from the Entomologist Beast. I think it could potentially... it could be an N, it could be a BQ, but we're seeing the last one to be a beta, seemingly. So wow. Eli, what do you think Deathworld is gonna pick this time around?
Yeah, I think they're trying to counter Anne. So basically you have Batter's pretty good against Anne if they can hit the ball. So Batter's actually not as strong of a counter Anne as people think, because Anne can actually curve jump around the ball if you curve your jump properly, and it looks like it's gonna be Bloody Queen. So I think he just doesn't want to deal. They actually want Bloody Queen based off of this comp, which is interesting considering his Bloody Queen is quite strong in the first round. But Entomologist is actually a very strong counter to Anne because you can actually just get off the bees in a narrow area and it'll just completely block her jump, and you can kite out cats that way. Psychologist being a 3-hit character is obviously good against Anne because Anne's a single hit hunter, and Batter can push the Anne back as she jumps if she isn't able to curve the jump enough. So Deathworld just acknowledging doesn't really want to deal with these sort of things, so he's actually just going to go Bloody Queen here and try to just secure a tie with BQ and hold on to the lead, because if Deathworld gets a tie here and the survivors of Rio tie, then they will be victorious.
So, I mean, considering how Deathworld really did perform in BO1 Serial Hospital with the Bloody Queen, I think from what I recall, maybe there was just like a 1 or 2 field mirrors, but other than that, it was all very accurate. So we're heading right into the spawn locations. Hunter will be spawning at the back gate, and he could potentially chase the Entomologist or the Battle. We'll see how this could potentially be played out. This is gonna be potentially last match. Deathworld, if he gets this 4-kill with Bloody Queen, is gonna be huge, considering Bloody Queen is more of a tie queen. We're heading right into the match, BO3 first half. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this match between BK survivors versus Rio's Hunter, Deathworld.
All right, so it looks like we are going to see Bloody Queen going towards the shack area first here, trying to find the first target. Most likely going to be that entomologist, but actually no, rotating towards top broken. Does mirror onto the psychologist. Early hit right away onto the psychologist. No hesitation from Deathworld. Psychologist actually throws down the power, gets a second hit right away, almost terror shocked there. And Deathworld even gets the switch off in time. What a beautiful start from Deathworld. A double hit on the first mirror is one of the hardest things to do as a Bloody Queen player, but also one of the best if you're able to pull it off. These bees are not going to be relevant at all here, as he can easily just catch up with another mirror image.
Yeah, I mean, if this character was anybody else other than Psychologist, it would have been an instant down with one mirror at the start of the match. So that's extremely incredible from Death Row, and another mirror accurately placed to prevent Happy from exiting from this area, and we'll be cheering him at the back gate where actually no ciphers are being decoded. And look at the cipher progress. It's actually not a lot, Eli.
Yeah, not a lot at all. That's really goes to show the power. 3 hits with only 2 mirrors is a really strong start here for Deathworld. We're going to see Mercenary transition for this first rescue. And going around the backside of the church building here, does see that. We're going to see the elbow pad pass there. Is able to avoid the hit from the mirror image, which is very important. Does get the hit on the psychologist, but we still have the blink available for this Bloody Queen here. Will he use it right away? I think it's better. He's trying to bait out Flywheel. She doesn't have it, of course. I think it's a little better not to use your trait because you have a long time before Tide Turner runs out. You don't actually lose any time if you're still able to get the down within the 20 seconds of Tide Turner. So it's actually more beneficial to wait and try to use a mirror, and if you do miss that mirror, then go for the blink, and you still don't lose any time, because it is, of course, trying to get it. Oh, he gets a backdoor mirror hit with the balloon here onto the batter, and batter needs to be very careful. Deathworld's going to try to bait. He's going to try to bait again. Batter's still patient. Can he get the chair? Does get the chair off before the survivor can struggle free here. And batter actually had Flywheel as well and wasn't able to use it, so I mean, wow. I mean, just really incredible Hunter gameplay from Deathworld. Mirror onto the batter as well. He does have Flywheel to work with, so he should be able to Flywheel this mirror if it does happen to get close to him. But it looks like the survivors stopped to heal up as well, and he still gets the batter down without using a Flywheel.
Amazing stuff from Deathworld, not missing a single mirror at this point in time. We are almost 3 minutes into this match, and he's using his body to block.
Yeah.
Wow. What can we say here, Eli? I mean, this is incredible. I mean, a Bloody Queen able to get so many mirror hits, not just, okay, one mirror, I mean, getting one hit is fair enough, but one mirror with 2 hits at the start, and then when he made use of his mirror, pick up Psychologist, he was greedy. He went for that hit, and it registered, Eli. That was the whole entire point. It registered. He was greedy at the right time, and it works out for him. Incredible stuff, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Entomologist is going to be coming for this rescue. Obviously, they do have to pressure the save here, and is going to Flywheel past that hit, is still able to get the mirror connection here. I do think this early mirror might be a slight misstep from Deathworld because now it's going to be a while before he has that cooldown back up, and he can go for that batter again here. Batter does still Flywheel too, so he can make this window if he uses his ball or Flywheel, or he may not even need it at all here. He's going to make this vault. Deathworld not, of course, able to get that swing in time. And it looks like he's going to go for... it's a mind game here. Does get the batter push, and he is able to push him away. Still has Flywheel. Can batter utilize this properly here? Tries the Flywheel. Does get it off this time, and this might be enough to kite out the mirror image, but it still is showing because of the full presence, and he still manages to get the down here. The last cipher, you see 50% with the Mercenary, and Entomologist cipher is 0, so this might be enough for Deathworld to win. As a Bloody Queen player, this is difficult. He chairs near the cipher machine too, so he can mirror this character. He switches to Patroller. I understand what he's doing. He's trying to patrol the Entomologist so he can hit her with a long-distance mirror here. But I think this might kind of kill his endgame. I guess it's to slow down the decoding. But I don't know if how much sense this really makes. We'll see if it actually pays off.
Yeah, but Mercenary will get this very safe rescue. Batter still has 1 ball to use, but doesn't have Flywheel anymore. The mirror is ready, and yeah, Mercenary will be going for this body block, but just getting the hit without that mirror. Basic, highly doubt he's gonna survive through this. We'll see this ball effectively used.
He changes the angle. Oh, it still gets the down onto the batter. There is no Flywheel, and maybe that Patroller actually was important, because now that Cypher progress bought about 20 seconds of Entomologist not decoding, so this might be enough for Deathworld to go for a win here. We do have double self-heal still available. So the Entomologist will have Flywheel online in a few seconds here. So it's still possible for BK to potentially go for a 1 escape here, but they have to get at least 1. If they don't get a 1 escape here, Rio will be securing the win right now.
Yeah, basically what we're seeing here seems to be that this mirror will not be hitting, unfortunately, and yet the chase onto Entomologist is still on. Entomologist doesn't have beast anymore, but he does have this Flywheel. We'll see whether she managed to kite out the second mirror, or maybe Devil doesn't even need that. So we'll see. He does have a blink in 5 seconds, Eli.
Yep, it looks like we're going to see a mirror image onto the Entomologist. Flywheel still available. It is able to avoid the first hit there. The second swing is going to connect. You see the extended hitbox range of that mirror image. He's going to go for the chair. I don't think this is correct. There's still 2 ciphers left, so there's no risk of the endgame being pushed just yet. And also, none of the ciphers are moving, so I think Deathworld can just drop the survivor here. I think he'll probably go ahead and do that. Yeah, he's just going to look out for the mercenary. He knows, you can see none of the ciphers are moving, and you can also acknowledge with 2 ciphers remaining, there is enough time to find this last character. We are going to see a syringe for mercenary, so this is an optimal item, but if he does happen to get found here, there's the patroller. He's going to use this to find this survivor. Does see the mercenary with the patroller, so the unlikely patroller switch is actually having a very big impact potentially on this match here. Mercenary is going to go down, does not have self-heal, and now he can just go for the Entomologist. He can just down the Mercenary. If he downs Mercenary, he knows where Mercenary's downed at. There's no self-heal. I think it's actually more beneficial for Mercenary to run away and die in an area where Deathworld doesn't see where he dies at, and then a survivor can come potentially heal him. But since he dies on the Cypher, I think this is probably a bit of a misstep, but I don't know if it's even going to matter at all. As long as he finds this Entomologist, which he does do, this will secure the final kill for Rio in this match.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Deathworld needs. A 4 kill, and the end. Rio wins, BK loses, Rio secures their spot in this top 8 for playoffs in IVC. So this hit registers successfully, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A 4 kill match by Bloody Queen, by Deathworld, and we are having Rio as the winners. Congratulations to all of them. Eli, any words about this matchup? Yeah,
I mean, excellent job from Deathworld. I think definitely could come out as the MVP for this one. Very consistent, 2 ties in both of the first 2 rounds there. The 2-2-2s and then the 5-0 here. So with Bloody Queen as well, you know, we saw a very strong Bloody Queen in the first round on a very survivor-sided map. Was still able to get a tie, and then this time around, you know, was able to come out on top here against this team comp. I think this team comp definitely was weak to Bloody Queen. They were using it to counter Anne because they really expected Anne to come out here, and it ended up being the BQ. So unfortunately for BK, it did backfire again here with this team composition this time around. We see Rio coming out on top with Deathworld's excellent performance. So some excellent switcheroos from the Bloody Queen there.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, like you say. Yeah, like you mentioned, just this BQ match alone at Red Church, it's enough for Deathworld to get an MVP for this matchup. Amazing stuff from Rio. I mean, survivors-wise, they're so consistent. Excluding whatever happened in BO2, I think Rio definitely. I think we have high expectations for them. I mean, right from the get-go, they got 3 escape in BO1, just through solo kiting. Not even a support happening at all. So, yeah, but wow, Death were able to capitalize on the survivors' inability to really cut out the mirrors. And I mean, we saw like flywheels happening, but still, he managed to still make the hit connect without 0 charge attacks. Not even like trying to bait out the flywheel through the mirror. It's just gonna go straight for it. I'll bait it out, and I'm just gonna get the swing right after. That's his plan, and it worked out perfectly. But any highlights you like to specifically mention about this matchup alone?
Yeah, I think part of it was obviously the early game. We saw the double hit with 1 mirror. Anytime you're able to get 2 hits with 1 mirror as a Bloody Queen player, obviously, as long as survivors can force every hit to be like a single 1 mirror, 1 hit, 1 mirror, or 1 hit, 1 blink, something like that, right? Then that's perfectly fine. If it's a basic hit though, or if it's 2 hits with 1 mirror, that's never really ideal. So as a psychologist player, right? You can simply just take a hit and then just run away, and you'll be able to get out of mirror range. But she stopped to throw that pallet down so she could get a speed boost, and that actually cost her a free hit, almost even a terror shock for that matter. So definitely a huge impact there. And then he was able to get the next down with the mirror right after that. So very fast down. That was the start to the victory there for Deathworld, and then into the free hit on the batter when he was able to get the hit with the mirror on the balloon hit. That was really important too. And then he sniped the batter from a distance. That was a really big play too, to slow down the coating completely. Unfortunately, batter was not able to utilize that flywheel in those instances. I think if he utilized those flywheels in those instances, it could have been a completely different result, potentially a tied game. But because of that situation, Deathworld was able to get a fast down on Psychologist and then a fast down on batter and put himself into a winning position here. So excellent job to take advantage of that and use that Bloody Queen. I don't think he missed a mirror that entire match.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I mean, everything was played out so perfectly onto him. The mirror switch, the changing of the mirror angle, everything. He did it perfectly. He was greedy at the right time as well. That's something important. There's many hunters that wants to be greedy, but they always end up losing out a lot. But not with Deathrow. Deathrow was very sure that he might potentially get that hit. If he doesn't, it's fine. He can still chair the person regardless. So we're talking about, like, you know, sometimes talk about insurance, you know, keeping it safe. So amazing stuff from Deathrow. I'm excited to see how he might potentially perform against, like, even stronger teams, for example, like FT survivors, Idol survivors, those really, really strong ones. We'll see how this potentially going to play out. But before that, our match results 7-14. It seems to be really, really close, but with that 5-0 in BO3, it just ended things even before second half even happened. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, you can see here, of course, Rio is too far ahead in points and rounds. Even if this was a 5-0 result in the second half of this round for BK, we would still have a win in terms of rounds. It would still be 1-0 in terms of rounds for Rio, and then also they would be winning 14-12. So, but yeah, final score 14-7 and a 2-0 victory essentially for Rio. So they will be again moving on. So congratulations to them. That is now our sixth team to advance to the next stage of the competition, the top 8. We will have 2 more here in the next 2 rounds. We do have, of course, Deathworld as our MVP didn't lose a single game today, a 4 elimination at the end, and then securing those consistent draws in a survivor-sided meta, especially on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital. Cannot stress enough how important that is for any team.
Yeah, very well deserving MVP for Deathworld to receive, and also we see the BQ. Yep, exactly. So that's exactly what we should be seeing here. And it wasn't like he was creating chances for himself. It was just he was able to capitalize on all the mistakes that survivors were able to make and make it into his own and just kind of snowball it all the way. Usually we see, like, against Bloody Queen, it's easy to kind of stop the snowballing. But Deathrow able to just kind of tell us otherwise. And you know what? His Night Watch is scary, but his BQ is another level. We see BO1, BQ at Sacred Hospital. He got a tie, but we see that once it's not a survivor-sided map, his BQ is just throwing us off with this amazing mirrors that we don't usually see each time. I mean, do you play a BQ, Eli?
Yes.
Is it easy to place the mirrors?
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda.
It depends on the map. I mean, it depends. Long range mirrors are different. Some of the long range mirrors I think were the really important ones that he hit. So definitely shout out to Deathworld for that. We are going to go to a short break. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We still have 2 more matches. Poch and Nell will be in next. It'll be it for me and Chocho. We will be back with you guys in next week's of competition. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and we'll see you all shortly.
Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, me while you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば
暗くなるがい夜が明ける路上在路上里对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and
あ
me
なたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない
Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you
明日な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember the last time we have.
新しい道をつないでく
Sing all the time 'Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side Forget about time fire, I keep feeling it 如果听到我心跳声就手牵手奔跑吧
在这老地方不用另外找地方，在这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，大家一起找北方。这是最无时无刻在追求你感到迷惘，但我们起出无法抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩
Ladies and gentlemen, back in your lives once again, Nello Mello and Poch Spice on the mic at your service for the next half of these IVC matches. Nell, how you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling super excited. We've watched a lot of Night Watches yesterday. Today's no exception. And as the saying goes in the comment section, hashtag Itakwa Nation. So that alone has gotten me excited. But you know, we're up for another 2 matchups tonight, and I believe it's not gonna be any downer as well. But first things first, how are you doing as well, Posh?
I'm doing great. I wasn't there yesterday, but thank you guys for holding down the fort yesterday with the amazing matches. You know, we're gonna probably burn the midnight oil for this one because this is only the second half. So I hope you guys have stayed hydrated, had your dinner or snack wherever you guys are in the world, and we're still gonna keep on trucking until we finish these preliminary matches to start off. So we have ST versus MW. You know what? It's very. This stage is very interesting because we're making notes on these teams, right? So, I believe it's MW or ST, Nell, that you want to talk about more since you know them more.
The matchup between ST and MW is going to be pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the main reason being we have no idea yet. We have no idea yet.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, okay, let me just reiterate a little bit from yesterday. Utopia, which consisted of Z and Run mainly as the core, okay?
Right.
They had an unknown hunter, okay? They had an unknown hunter, I believe it was, hold on, was it Midori? I'm thinking about some...
In Utopia, I'm looking at the notes now.
UTP, hold on, just give me a moment.
Sure, as you say that.
Yeah, it's Mobius.
Mobius, yep, I see it.
No data at all, no prior knowledge to who this hunter is. But when he started playing and he went against one of the best teams as well in this IVC this time, he was wrecking 4K back to back with so, and then some information comes in like, oh, best hunter in Vietnam. So we never heard, and that's a surprise because we never heard of him. So it's gonna be the same thing as well tonight, ST versus MW. So far we have no idea about MW yet, but for ST, they are they comprise of veteran Vietnamese players.
Ooh.
And I believe you know one of them. I believe you know one of them. That's actually Kwon, who's like the S-Batch Soul Weaver.
Ooh, okay. You had me at what's that S badge there, Nell. So I'm super excited to see that. And yeah, you know what? I'd like to take it back to, you know, the old saying, ignorance is bliss, but in this format, it's definitely not. So the less people know about you, the better. Exactly. Especially as we're heading towards, you know, the road to the playoffs, right? Or the road to the offline finals. We've seen it before with CZ last year. When he made a big name for himself when he joined team as ZT. Unfortunately, they disbanded. He's still here though, but he made quite the splash, being one of the best survivors out there. So Mobius also has made it on the radar, like you said. So hopefully tonight we're gonna get a lot more information on these two teams, since you know I think this is a great outing or a great outlet for them to be representing their team names here at IVC.
Exactly. There's no better place to get your name out there. And what better place to do it than IVC, the biggest Southeast Asia NetEase organized tournament. And honestly, I'm really excited to be here with you, Posh.
Yes.
But and we are going to go through the team lineups here.
Like you mentioned, Kung, we have Gris, we have Boss, Tayton, and Love Theo. There's a bit of, I don't think we have that in the alphabetical language, the X there, so hopefully we'll be pronouncing your names correctly. But that's ST in a nutshell, folks. Again, let your voices be heard in chat, giving what's up to choose here. Zoe, Hanako is here. Everyone is actually still here in the chat. Again, 155,000 and strong now that's watching. So hope you guys are having a great Sunday so far.
Exactly.
Oh, Nano, what's up to Nano too?
Nano, that's actually Nano and Hanako and Chi-Yu. The very regulars, I would say the VVIPs. Honestly, I wish that there was the screen, right, where they had the viewers in the audience and the names.
Yeah.
You remember that? That's super cool. But before that, let's just add one little extra detail. Love Theo is actually a prospector. Thank you, Chocho, behind the scene. Prospector main. Currently S-Batch. I know he duos with Taihi from Vietnam as well. So that's a little bit of input for you there.
Right. Thank you for that input, Nell. And also, if you guys have any info on the previous IDV tournament that happened in Vietnam, let us know too, since we are going to see some Vietnamese teams represent here in Team ST. But MW, though, here introducing the members, Taros, Atlas, Mimi Polo, and I could not see the last two, so I apologize for that. But
no. Just kidding. Probably Goblin. I saw Goblin there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but now the comparison of hunters, Taros and Kwang at 1S. I know I said that he was a S-Batch Soul Weaver, but it seems that Nightwatch has been on the rise. Everyone's chanting Itakwa Nation, and Kwang and Taros are not left behind. They also picked up Itakwa as their main hunters. So
right. Now, talk to me more about Night Watch, because you know what, we do have recency bias. You know, it's the shiny new toy for the new hunters to play around. But tell me, like, the toolkit that's so terrifying with this Night Watch.
Yeah, I mean, Night Watch has this amazing ability to force you to come to him. And that's called the attraction.
The attraction, the winds, the
wind force.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he attracts you. It slows you down. So if you're a lawyer main like MX, well, he kited really well against him yesterday, but he still fell short because of that suction ability. Not to mention, he has the ability to swap his traits to boost his movement speed. And when he turns it into a secondary skill, when his skill has been unlocked, usually through insolence, well, that's where he can zoom forward and instant zoom. So that makes him really, really scary as well.
Yeah, basically a lot of movement. I mean, even the opera singer with the shadows and how she's able to be very mobile. It seems like all of the hunters now have been going with the movement more of instead of chip damage, which again, it's a very welcome, fast-paced one that they could do. Map pressure is going to be dependent on how well they can move around the map. So we're just going to have to wait and see how their Night Watches. Maybe it's going to be our mirror match of sorts, because now we're going to introduce Gris and Atlas here. Looking at the stats here, it seems like Atlas is really good on that win rate with 73% compared to the 31%. But you know what? The numbers don't tell the entire story, so I hope some of them would live up to it, and hopefully, like maybe Gris would actually boost up more his win rate here.
Exactly, and especially the little girl with the recent adjustment to her skill. You know, a lot of people used to dislike little girl because they it's not their fault, but they reset the hunter's attack recovery with
page, right? Which
exactly.
And now,
but now that there's no such thing, like it's reworked, it no longer removes it. Little girl means are using the pages more actively, and that's a good thing to see, Posh.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some more of the little girl, the little devil, they say, before. But now she's definitely be your little guardian, right? So at least she's gonna help the team out even more. So I'm excited to see that, especially with those changes. We did see some rescuer mains. Now we're going to go with harasser mains, Tahiti and Polo here. Antiquarian being the top priority of, on everyone's list. Like, Eli has sung praises with this character. But we did see a batter come out in the last match. Unfortunately, didn't do much of... He threatened a little bit, but it's in the right hands. It could be very terrifying. But it was a little tough showing in the match against that Death World's BQ.
Exactly. In the hands of the right person, top pro plays, you can enter the top 10 pro moments in IDV.
Exactly.
In the hands of not so pro, well, you can still enter the top 10 funny moments.
It's still a top moment for sure. Try using batter, folks. And now 2 prospectors here. Again, shout outs to Chocho for the information on SZ Love Theo here. Again, versus Mogwai. I'm excited to see how they're going to be faring, especially since a lot of these stats, once again, are just a snapshot of what they can offer. Prospectors, always love to see them. He's technically able to kind of counter that wind tunnel or that winds of attraction that we've been talking about from Itakwa.
But yesterday, there was actually an instance where a prospector was being used to, and he was the first kite actually. It was from Team A, I believe. He used the prospector in the first game against an Itakwa, but because he was so scared he would reset the hunter's attack recovery, it got him worried. You know, I remember now. It was A versus GH. It was Seichu on Night Watch, and the A Bang, I believe. I can't remember, but he was the prospector main. He used it, but unfortunately, you know, it's a double-edged weapon. You can push the hunter away, but you know what? You don't want to reset the attack recovery there.
Yeah. Would you say the risk it does equate to the reward in that sense, or is it too high risk and high reward?
You can't play scared. You can't play scared.
Definitely not my main. Not my main then. I definitely play very scared. I tie it all the time. So, but you know what? If you dare to, you know what, bank on yourself. If you dare to, you know what, trust your ability. Hey, you can reap the rewards there. So hopefully these players will bank on themselves and they will trust in their all fathers and their ancestors that they're gonna get that strength to be able to kind of counter the Itakwa, because we're going to Arms Factory, quite the small map, so you could really feel the mobility of this Night Watch.
Exactly. Believe in the All Fathers. Don't leave your hotel rooms to brave the rain for something that is unknown. But go to the basement and eat something delicious. You might meet your fortune there.
if you guys don't understand that, you will, because we're going to tell about like our little offline adventure, me and Nell.
Exactly.
Again, we're going to have offline finals of IVC in an offline venue. So we're hoping to document our journey, because last year we had such a blast. Shout outs to everyone that took care of us. Shout outs to the players as well. And me and Nell are still thinking about what we'll be doing for content. So hopefully you guys can help us. Just let us know in the chat too.
Exactly. If you're from Thailand, we'd definitely love to see you guys. Please do drop your messages as well. We would love to hang out, especially with you guys. And of course, we will be having a little bit of surprise for you guys. So please do say hi to us.
Yes, please do. We're definitely gonna shoot some interesting stuff. Hey, Chocho's gonna be there. Eli's gonna be there. The whole the top 4 is gonna be there. So it was so much fun last year, and I can't wait to duplicate that same type of energy coming into this one. So sorry, you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I totally agree with you. The energy casting in an offline venue, believe it or not, it's super crazy. Here, you're super excited enough being online, but when you're offline, it just goes off the chart. You can't even sit down because of the excitement.
Yeah, I remember we were standing up towards the end there.
We were sweating as well.
We were, and I guess maybe because we were beside each other, I felt like we were more in sync with how fast action packed it was, that we were literally off our seats. So
exactly.
More of that as we go on into the day here. If you guys want to talk about it, let us know. But right now we're going to see some action. ST versus MW Mythical World. So I'm guessing that's why Taurus came from, and all the other mythical worldly IGNs are in. But Ooh,
that's right.
Pushing, the Ravenclaws are there.
Okay, but sorry to cut you there. But yeah, we're coming into the band pick screen right here, Posh. As you all know, the new band pick system, the global band pick, you pick the first 2 characters, and it's going to be added to the global band picks. So it seems like they're going with an explorer, a composer. So these 2 first picks will not be available to Team ST in game number 2. So just getting a little bit used to the system here. So just enlightening you guys as well.
Yeah, thank you for that, Nell, because this definitely plays a huge role, and that's why you kind of save your big mains for like game number 2 or game number 3. Now they go with double decoders, again, very specific, right? Especially Explorer here in this map. I think that was a great first round pick, or the part of the global ban. So now like Cypher Rush is definitely on their minds. Having to pick like an Acrobat, and look at the bans for the survivors now, just no stunners available. Really passive lineup now. What are your thoughts on this?
Normally I would say why pick Explorer? If you get found out first, you can't really kite, right? But with the new rework on the Explorer as well, it seems like you can stop the progress and you can collect the progress of the treasure that you collect, which means that what this means is usually if you finish collecting 100% of the page, there will be a notification letting the hunter know where you are. But here you can stop at 99% and you can still keep that 99%. So that's a really huge deal.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see it pay off. I mean, the previous match you were able to see a little bit of that rush on that Explorer. Unfortunately, didn't really work out so well. But what we are going to be seeing once again, and the trend we've been seeing since the start of this new meta, Itakwa is coming into the Arms Factory. Talk to me about Composer and the rest of the lineups now. How do you feel about their chances going up against the Night Watch?
Well, I would say Acrobat has a chance because he can at least leap. Explorer's best bet is just hide.
Yeah.
That's the only thing he can't outrun. For a Composer, yes, he does have the tuning fork to, get distance, right? But he has to be really careful. He needs to do it much, much earlier before Nightwatch gets into before he gets into Nightwatch area of attraction. Because when that happens, the tuning fork is not going to help you boost your speed. Yeah, even forward has a problem with it, right? You can't even dash out of it.
Exactly.
So
it's like you're running on a treadmill at that point, right?
Exactly.
You gotta get a head start. And you know those cartoon animations where they run in place? That's how I feel when it's like that AoE where it's just pulling you or attracting you towards a hit eventually. So hopefully that'll be the case here. Again, This Night Watch is gonna have his hands full since there are 2 decoders, and with the recent reworks of the Explorer, he could actually just scavenge around for pages, keep the progress on it, and use it right away. So he's definitely a big threat coming into this one.
Exactly. But you can see that he's spawning at the factory. So there are 2 choices he can go for. He can go for Acrobat, which is on top of him, but that's going to be a really tough chase just to get the first presence. Or he can choose to go for the Explorer. He knows where the Explorer spawn. So honestly, the Explorer can hide, but he wouldn't have enough time to hide when the Itakwa approaches. But if he fails to find the Explorer, and the Explorer is like the master in hiding, it's gonna waste so much of his time though. But we're heading into the game right now, bringing you the commentaries of the first round, first half. Posh Pies and me, Mellow Mellow. Let's go, MW versus ST, Posh.
And we're going to go for a quick technical pause here. Unfortunately, the Explorer was hiding, and Itako was seeking him, but he was able to find the Mercenary at the center of the map. So not the best find, especially, since the Mercenary does have those 3 elbow pads, and Itako doesn't have full presence just yet. So I would say switch targets since the round just started. But hopefully, this technical pause is going to go by real quick, so we're going to get back into that match.
Yeah, hopefully so as well. Okay, just to talk a little bit more about the Itakwa traits that is normally being brought into a game. For lately, there seems to be a rise on detention insolence. Normally, we see a top-down build or a 3-6 build, right? But here it's insolence because they want to get that skill up and running as soon as possible. They want to be able to switch. So what happens is usually they'll just bring a teleport straight away. So they will sacrifice a blink. Or they could go for a blink and just bunk in on their dash ability in the late game. So that could work as well. Sorry.
I was gonna ask, in a map like this, do you think Blink would make it? Because it's kind of smaller, right? I do want to see that insolence and detention build. I love the aggression in Itakwa. Late game is also kind of good, especially with detention. Do you think in this map maybe Blink would be more productive or more effective, or would a teleport be good?
Well, he saw the lineups, right? So he definitely has no problem bringing teleport if he wants to. Like an Explorer, you don't really need a blink to catch up. Composer, you don't really need a blink. Acrobat, yes, you definitely need a blink. But I would say if he's confident enough in his Itakwa play, go ahead, bring 6-9 with teleport. That's what people normally do. I know it's a small map, but it helps with Cypher aggression. But then again, there's also 6-9 Blink, which is also very, very useful. He can bank in on the dash ability he has.
Yeah.
But we all know Itakwa has a little bit of problem with Cypher pressure. So if he brings a teleport, he doesn't need to worry. And he can play much, much more aggressive in the long run.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I guess it all boils down to how well he wants to be able to, or how much he wants to be able to flex his dash ability just so that he'll be able to chase down and hunker down on these survivors. Like you said, Acrobat is the toughest one without a blink, but everyone else, it's workable depending on the area that they're at. And considering, he did spawn, or he did make it all the way to the center where Boss was. He wasn't able to see Gris, the Explorer, to his left of the factory. And the Explorer's already tiny, so it's going to be hard to catch him out of there. So we'll just have to see. I'm actually waiting for the replay to see what trait he also brought, because we did see a little bit of that match. But now talk to me about Arms Factory and where would you rank it on the list of hide-and-seek spots for Kurt to be at?
I mean, the area that Explorer choose to spawn at, that's a great hiding spot, a lot of bushes. Honestly, all the spots in Arms Factory is really good. You have the top corner, you have the factory. Okay, factory maybe not so much. I mean the outskirts of the factory. But the corner where he spawned, that was actually really, really good. That and which brings me to my next question. Actually, I'm wondering about this one thing. I wonder if you can help me with it. Because I don't play on mobile. So I'm not really sure what settings mobile players use. And I hope the viewers can join in and answer as well. Like,
do, yeah.
Do you guys use low settings or ultra settings with graphics? Because
go.
Just to finish it off, because apparently, depending on the settings, you might not even be able to see.
It depends. I use performance just because my phone, I need to upgrade my phone. But I totally get you, though, that you have to be able to see everything. Couldn't see the mercenary there, tried going for a swing, but unfortunately able to transition. And now it seems like PTX is actually going to go for this mercenary chase early game.
Wow. Well, at least he's a really, really huge target to be seen. But, oh my god! What was that?
Wow.
I thought it was a hit.
Same here. The after image, unfortunately, was the one PTX swung at, but able to get that elbow pad off. He spent 2 elbow pads, kind of a costly chase, but he's still good for a rescue here. But now able to spot out scratches on the floor, sees the Composer, and now the Composer has to use the skill accordingly just to move on away. But that's what you said, Nell. Gonna get the attraction here just to cut off his kite ability short.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Yeah, I think he underestimated the window vaulting speed. Because he decided to go aggressive and blink, but oh my goodness, yeah, the mind games going on here. Yeah, now the tuning fork's gonna happen, but as we mentioned, yeah, if you're in his range, doesn't really matter. You're still gonna be attracted in, and the first hit's gonna be registered. But while all of that is happening, Posh, 1 minute 20 seconds, one cipher has been popped, and let's not forget, Explorer is still on the run.
Yeah, he is. So confined spaces would cut that kite in the factory short. Oh my god, tried to go for that pallet, but the Composer, unfortunately, was cut short. You know, that was actually a great kite. 3 ciphers still remaining, but at least he did it. He did run into the mercenary for a little bit, but the mercenary being in this area, his cipher was interrupted. He can go for that first rescue. He just has to time it well before PTX catches onto him and snipes him out of the range of that rescue.
Yeah, and rest assured, he knows that Mercenary only has 1 pad left, so that's an advantage for PTX because, you know, dwindling resources is the gain of hunters. So the hit's gonna hit, and Composer has a second chance to kite.
Okay, now he switched skills just so he could jump that pallet. He went back and forth. Wow, the mind games on this Composer, but yeah, PTX still keeping that skill, able to jump through the pallets, and now he's going to try to go to this shack area and kite it out. He's going to go for another skill usage here. Yeah, he's going to try to do some more mind games here. Tai Tian, drops it a little too soon. What a mind game there by PTX.
That was so patient of the Composer, I would say that, but apparently Nightwatch is even more patient.
Exactly, yeah.
But fun fact though, he didn't bring 6-9 as most of the IVL players do. He actually brought 6-12, so fully committing to a blink here, Posh.
Yeah, okay, so 6-12 here, so it's very interesting. I can't wait to see the end game and how he's going to make use of that detention, but PTX still doing a great job just kind of cutting off the routes here. Mercenary is, is actually here. They're all here now. Everyone's here. Yeah, 1 cipher remains. Explorer and the mercenary's just here to try and harass. Acrobat as well, able to go for it. And yeah, of course, they made a conga line. Acrobat eating that hit. He's gonna try to go for another hit. Everyone's injured, but now this Composer is definitely out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, who do you go for in this point? Apparently he's gonna go for... Oh wait, the blink and the miss! Oh my goodness, Explorer's gonna go down, Poch, and he's gonna chair right at the last cipher, but it doesn't really matter because they're all healing up at the same time. But wait, basement play?
Yeah, so this kind of gives an opening for them to heal up and with them to position for the last cipher. This could be a 1-person rescue. Yeah, they're gonna try to double decode that last cipher. Lower left side says... Actually, just 1 person. We do see the Acrobat is here. He goes for a hit and a slow to be able to go, but he's able to activate the skill of Itakwa. He needs to be able to get this this basement camp ongoing here. Explorer. Wow, Acrobat eating that hit. So now Survivors pop the last cipher, and now it's the end game.
Yeah, beautiful play, blocking, because he wants to rotate, right? He doesn't want the Explorer to go down and then just getting tunneled. But now Leftheo is the one getting that kite. He still has a bomb to work with. He knows that Itakwa does not have a blink now, and he's going through the red bomb. He's silenced. Oh my goodness, he needs to get at least 1k here. Otherwise, yeah, he has to avoid 4k.
Wow, what a call, dropping down that pallet just so he'll exit that wind form. And now Leftheo doing a great job making the rotations happen in this ruins area. Unfortunately, the dungeon is not here. Exit gate is almost open. He's going to use a slow bomb, but PTX cutting the route short, going for the swing. Oh, the flywheel's a little too early. But what a kite! What a performance by the Survivor side.
Exactly. Explorer was hidden very, very well there. He managed to decode. I think we can look at the match stats later and see how much the decoding was. But honestly, Cypher Rush was real, and Itakwa couldn't really camp any Cypher except for the last Cypher there. But deciding to chair at the basement, I'm not really sure about that decision because, well, you are unable to control the last Cypher, right?
Yeah.
So I think chairing at the last Cypher would have been a better choice in that case. But, well, decision has been made. He prefers basement. And the result 3-1, Posh.
Yeah, let's try to recall also the start of the game, right? There were some decisions that didn't necessarily pay off aside from that basement chair. Going for the mercenary at the start also, I think because he was the only one there, it's like, all right, let's try to commit to it. Committing to too much that the two pads were used, allowing the Composer and the Explorer to kind of get some decoding on. Composer had a great kite as well. First kite, second kite, and also the rebound where everyone made that conga line, just the body block. So I would have to say Survivors are really good at covering each other's ground. Yes, they did kind of have the semblance of overextension, but they've done enough of the objectives that they could push for a 3-person rescue since one Cypher remained, and that was the last Cypher he was camped on. So it didn't quite work out on Itakwa's favor, but I mean, even though this team screams a little passivity, we don't have an antiquarian, don't have a forward, no prospector, they were still able to make it work.
Yeah, peaceful Survivor composition.
There you go, the peaceful route. Let's go with that.
Peaceful route. Do no evil, see no evil, and and you shall have no evil. And well, yeah, and it paid off. They got a 3-1. The double strat works apparently. But I just have to say, Composer actually has a disadvantage kiting against a Night Watch, but he made the correct rotations and he utilized the knee-jerk reflex, he utilized the broken wheel, the boost speed from vaulting so well that he could time that transition well during the kite against Itakwa. So that's also one thing worth mentioning. And the second thing is, well, I would say Itakwa not committing towards Explorer is also another thing, because that's actually one little thing that many people might not know. If you set it to high ultra settings, thanks for the information as well, the confirmation in the chat, like there's gonna be little snowflakes around the Explorer, right?
Nice. It's devils in the details. When you said little thing, I'm like, yeah, he's the Explorer. He's the little thing that's running around.
The little thing,
but
exactly.
yeah, those snowflakes. That's why lockers are not even advisable at this point. You can see those like little I don't know, those little snowflakes. That's actually a good way of saying it. So get a phone that has high settings, folks, if you're a really good hunter, so you could just see, I see there's an Explorer in this area. So unfortunately for PTX, or aka Taros, he was only able to get one Survivor, but again, this is just match number 1. Survivors were super prepared for this matchup. Everyone kind of understood the assignment and did their homework. And also, you know what? Love Theo. I can't wait to see him do more kiting, because even though that was an endgame kite, and the flywheel was a little not timed so well, he was still able to give Taros a run for his money in those final seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, being the sacrificial lamb, well, we always see this happen, right? It's either the Explorer or the Acrobat at that point, because they were the only ones exiting the basement. But as expected, Explorer has done his job really well, 204%. So I would say that's the one thing that's pretty good, because sometimes you kind of forget you kind of forget that you need to decode, you need to achieve objectives, and especially when you are on characters like Prospector, Antiquarian, sometimes you might get carried away. Yeah, I'm coming to support. Yes, okay, I'm coming. Sometimes you get carried away, right? Because you never leave your friends behind.
Yes, you don't. And we've had this topic before, right? Would you want an overly supportive prospector by your side, not decoding, but just like being there? Or would you want them to actually fulfill some objectives, even though the decoder is being chased? I think they played it very well, and I can't wait to see more of the team synergy in that match, because, yeah, I think we've all come across like the overly supportive or overly aggressive teammates.
Exactly.
You need to tame that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it if I'm the one getting chased. I don't mind someone supporting. Yeah, but as long as you are doing the right thing and not resetting the hunter's attack recovery, then
Oh,
that's
there you
all
go.
good. Yeah, but usually a prospector is pretty good in helping you if you are like, yo, I'm going through the middle and the prospector's kiting there, something like a forward, right? So he can provide the support. You go through, and what happens is, well, hunter either continues chasing you, but you're further away, or he changes target to prospector. So win-win, right? for you.
Win-win. Exactly.
Win-win for
Just don't
you.
chase me at the start. Oh my god.
Right, especially the explorer, right? Like, oh my god.
Exactly. I think as an explorer, you do have a pass of having the hunter not be with you, because I mean, we talk about vulnerable decoders, right? Explorer is definitely one of them, because even though you're in your Lilliput form, even though you're in tiny form and your hunter sees you, it's kind of game over. You're gonna get a one hit guaranteed if you're in an open spot. So yeah, you have all the right to like run towards like other fellow survivors, and they have to take that kite. It's by obligation, to be honest.
It's obligation that you die for me. Yeah, but honestly, in real life situation, normally you wouldn't really want to run towards a decoder cipher. I mean, prospector is considered a decoder after all, and not to mention he only has one magnet, very few magnets in the beginning of the game. So what typically happens is probably someone else supports you during the late game. He could easily come for a rescue with the 3 magnets to harass. We usually see this pattern with a lot of teams in Southeast Asia, most notably GH, like you know, Nerukun probably coming in with the prospector just to stun, support late game with the 3 magnets plays a huge difference. Yeah, it does, but mostly you want them to be decoding first.
Yeah, just finish one objective, then you could join the party. It's fine.
Yeah,
and I think I like the fact that you talked about like not running into your fellow survivors or the ciphers, because in the previous game you saw the effect of that. Like a win situation for the survivors turned into a tie because one of the survivors ran towards the last cipher, and unfortunately his last share was there too. So it's tough because they focus all their attention on that cipher, and if you don't fall down accordingly, if you fall down to a cipher that's about to be popped, it could spell the victory or defeat for your team. So every second, or even though like last effort you're on your death chair, it really matters where you fall down. So even though it doesn't show it, like I mean, if you don't have the best kite, at least put yourself away from the other objectives to help out your team.
Exactly. The worst thing is to die near your teammate cipher. Usually what happens in games is like, the normal game sense is to like, okay, you got rescued. You have tight turner, like, right? Doesn't matter if you get hit. There are a few situations. First, you escape from the basement.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Go out, get hit. Doesn't matter, right? As long as you leave that basement, so that it makes the second rescue easier. Secondly, you get hit. Doesn't matter. You want to protect you can also protect your rescuer so that he doesn't get hit and come and rescue again, and you leave that area of decoding.
Yes.
So that's a very basic thing to do. Run away from ciphers. Like, you know what? Don't die here. Don't die here. But but sometimes you do get certain randoms who, like, but I love ciphers. I want to die near you.
It's true. I mean, that you have to fight your reflex of at the start of the game look for ciphers, right? I think it took me a while to do. I think also your words spoke with me, Nell. It's like start of the game, don't touch a cipher, hide, especially if you're on solo queue. Just hide, just hide, or know your surroundings. All right, there's a pallet here to work with. All right, am I in the terrible spot? Because one of the spots I hate the most is top broken in red church. I'm like, God, I do not like this spot, like, because it's kind of open. You have to create your own openings. You're gonna run towards people, and the hunter's gonna go to the broken side of that map. So that's why. Exactly. So you have to fight your natural instincts. Even if you get hit, it's fine. Run to the corners of Arms Factory, because it's still gonna take some time for the hunter to like pick you up and put you towards your chair, which would allow some cipher progress to happen. Every second counts in this game, folks.
Exactly. Time management, cipher management. Honestly, some people might be wondering, why are certain games like 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes in, and it's already 400% decoding? Why is that? Like 3 ciphers done, the last 2 ciphers are at 50%. How did they manage to do it in 2.5 minutes? Cipher rotations. The places that they spawn determines which cipher they are supposed to do. Like when they spawn here, it doesn't mean that they're gonna start doing it at that very spot. Some of them transition, some of them doesn't. So cipher management is also really important, and where your teammate kites is also very important. And top tier teams know that if they want to win, they gotta create that pressure. They have to communicate really well. Like, okay, fine, composer's getting chased, you can kite around here. Usually that's what happens in the team comm. Okay, I'm kiting around here, is that okay? If they get hit, where can I die? That's the question that they usually give to the teammates. So
and then 3 other people, not here. Like, they just, don't die.
Where is here? Where is here?
Right?
I'm here.
That's usually the case. Like, where are you? I'm right here. Don't die here. Like, where? Oh, a statue.
Exactly.
Like that. It's a bunch of zoo animals talking to each other. Oh, I get so stressful. Like,
exactly.
I remember sitting into one of the practices. I'm like, wow, just constantly talking. You always have to keep talking. Comms are super important. So I remember before, I remember in IVC before where they had cams on them. I wish we also had live video or live hearing, because like in IVL, like the Chinese players like constant communication. Japan players very quiet, very calm, right?
That's really true, Pod.
Like, how are they so calm? Oh my
They're
god.
So cool. Like, okay, I'm dying.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, dying here.
Okay. Die here. All right. Rescuing.
Okay.
0.5 seconds. All right. There we go. All right.
All
Very
right.
ASMR.
Yeah, they're so calm. The Chinese players like, oh, 可以 xing xing. Yeah, you know, like they're
you
really
feel
excited.
their emotions. Like that's very human. But the Japanese play are very stoic, I would have to say.
Yeah,
even
I mean, it's their culture, right?
yeah, I mean, look, even before you, right? We saw a little bit of their team communication, right? They were so like, all right, okay,
cool.
Yeah, just like chill, very chill. ZT on the other hand, very animated. So it really depends on the teams, right? Like that's why you love to go to offline. You love to see them talk, and you love to see them like kind of pop off in those crazy moments.
Exactly, super chill. Like, okay, I'm heading around the middle church. You want anything from Starbucks? You know, that kind of conversation, which is super weird. But yeah, there are also certain times when you go into a map and you don't really know how to call it out, and that's also one problem. For example, Chinatown. I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't really know how to call certain areas, right?
Yeah, you just know hotel. Yeah. Yeah, like back of the center, middle of the 2 gates. Like it's at the there's some specific spots, right? If you're not in the hotel area, if not in the 2 double connecting 2 stories, if you're not in the fountain, it's gonna be tough. So
exactly. Like, where are you? The old tree. Oh, okay. I know the tree. That's the only place I know. The hotel, the cafe. What cafe? There's no cafe here. I mean, honestly, there's just so many spots, and it takes time. It takes time, but that's just one thing that I hope that I learn, but I never actually learned, like, which is the hunter's spawn location. So I really admire, right? I really admire those people who can call, like, where are you? Where are you? Oh, hunter's at back door.
Boom! They know, right? They know where to. Yeah, it's crazy. Especially before the spawn locators, it's like based on how the survivors rotate. If one is like in front of this, oh, hunter spawned here, right? So that was so crazy.
Exactly.
So much respect to all the pro players out there that learned that. Please teach us, and also please give some shout outs, Nell, because a lot of people in the chat are talking about like quick matches and whatnot. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and chiming in with your inputs once again. It's really tough since the chat is ongoing, so we're gonna try our best to read it out. But any shout outs you want to give out, Nell?
Well, Hanako is definitely number 1 on the list. The YMM Simp, I6, I6 Rivelli as well. Waffle, Kino. I thought I saw Ghost Investigations, and Horton Hines reminding us to drink water. So thank you so much there as well.
Appreciate it, you guys. Appreciate all of you guys as we head towards the picks and bans. So I think the survivor side of MW know what's at stake here. They know how well the other survivor side performed. So now Antiquarian round 1. Again, this is a double-edged sword since she won't be able to be picked. And this is interesting because they go with Explorer as the last pick. Explorer can be used again, but he's very good on this map specifically. So it seems like they want to prioritize harassing with the bees and the stick of the Antiquarian. And then Explorer coming in at the end. I think that they just wanted to add that little bit of pressure. So seems like now it's going to be Kung going for the Bonbon. Which apparently, like you said, everyone has a bonbon these days.
Everyone has a bonbon. You gotta you gotta have it in your arsenal in case it gets banned. So I understand the logic behind this. Like sometimes you don't wanna go. Usually you go Itakwa, right? In
Yeah.
the first game, but you do not want it to get banned in case you need it for a much harder game in round 2. Here you just need to get a draw, so I understand that. Well, maybe you want to save Itakwa for a later round, and you're confident enough to use a Bonbon who might not have the best chase, but heck, he's such a scary camper in this game.
He is, and considering the map is very small, that could be the winning condition for Kung. He just needs a tie, and then ST is gonna win this first game since the survivor side did pretty well. They got 3 survivors escape, so MW has to be able to produce 3 and above to keep this going.
Yeah, 3 and above. I mean, 3 is definitely gonna put them in a draw. We're gonna go into a game 3. If they can get a 4-man escape, that would be
Even
super good
better.
as well. But it looks like right now they are replicating the explorer's hiding spot, with the exception of goblins actually hiding at the outer factory. So Huang's just gonna take the top left corner, which typically means that the cipher in the factory will be blocked, forcing the rotation by entomologists. So, I mean, this lineup, I like it. I mean, antiquarian typically, right? You as a bonbon, you typically do not want to have an antiquarian, but it works both ways. Like when you go for the rescue, sometimes you can safely, confidently rescue because you stun the hunter. It doesn't matter if you get hit by the chip bomb, you can still rescue, right? Because he was disarmed. But you know what? Second half, first round still. Bring you the commentaries in action. Posh Bites and me, Nello Mello. Let's go.
Seems like it's the mercenary that's gonna get the heartbeat. So it seems like, kind of in the same pattern. Mercenary getting the first chase, or maybe just forcing the elbow pad to come out. But it seems like he's actually trying to make his way towards factory. And Kong, he's gonna try to commit towards this mercenary to force him to go for the elbow pad. So beautifully timed so far. And now the Bee's trying to block a little bit shy of trying to block off that start. Cypher is still locked, so Kong going for another target, forcing the mercenary to spend 2 of the elbow pads.
I hope this decision doesn't come back to haunt Team ST because they had such a good start as well. 3-1, 3 escapes. Three escapes in the first game, right?
Yes.
Yeah, first half. So now apparently, Entomologist is gonna be the next chase, and with the bees on her back, honestly, she will have a better time dodging bombs.
Yes.
Kwon still has no presence, has a blink to work with. No idea on the trait yet, but no insolence. Probably a 3-6 blink.
Probably. I think that would be the best bet here. But it seems like he's starving a presence now, so he's gonna have to commit towards 1. And it seems like might be the entomologist. This allows the explorer enough time to go for those those pages. But the Goblin's doing an amazing job so far, just keeping the hunter away, forcing him to actually go for the bees. And now he has no more bees. He can go for just a basic hit here. And still a basic hit. He's still not going to lock that first skill, so Goblin still has a lot to work with, considering he's not running into anyone just yet.
Yeah. Oh my god, the instant blink as well. No one's going to be able to help. Oh my goodness, the Explorer's actually in the vicinity. Beautiful work.
Oh shoot, did he see him? No. Okay, that was actually great. Seems like the Antiquarian flywheels away, has to eat that hit. And luckily for him that, no one slammed that pallet. Yeah, the Explorer was just there. Nerves of steel now, that Explorer.
Exactly. Deciding to change targets to Antiquarian here. I like that because that means no one will be able to support the remote bomb to give 1 more chip damage. But you have to land this last hit, otherwise...
Hang on.
He's gonna rotate away.
Okay, one more time for him to be able to... he's kind of forced to hold this. He can't go for a basic hit here. Gonna go for it again, and this allows so much time for this Antiquarian to just buy enough time. But wow, runs towards that bomb, so that's actually a gift for Kwong. Able to get his down, and it is the Antiquarian. Entomologist is a basic character at this point because she has no more bees to work with.
Exactly, but it doesn't really matter because the idea is, well, he doesn't even need to get healed. They know that Bonbon has a blink, so he can safely decode far away. As you can see what's happening here, 30%. Explorer's gonna come for the last cipher, still digging page. A little bit more, probably gonna pop that last cipher, but Mercenary on duty. Honestly, if they have enough ciphers at this point, they can easily wait for the rescue.
They could. Since the winning condition for Kwong to win this round is just get a tie, right? They need to play this one very well and wait for the last cipher to get a decent progress. Mercenary is giving that tinnitus. I believe he's crouching near the windowed area. Kwong still, yeah, it's working. It's Kwong looking at the two entrances. There he is! Oh my god, he just needs to turn the corner. He's gonna see him.
Exactly. My phone's on performance settings. It's not on Ultra. I don't have iPhone 20 Pro
Oh, there
Max
it is!
Ultra. Oh, no drop hit. Oh, it did not. It did not register. He's gonna get that rescue. Has to be really careful not to get hit by the drop down hit again. He's gonna go up. Oh wait, yep.
Oh, Mercenary eating that hit, and now cancels the attack recovery here. He's gonna try to go for the bomb. Gonna get a double down here. He's gonna have to pop this cipher accordingly. Gonna go through, over, and it's not done just yet. He's gonna pick up the Antiquarian.
What? The entomologist is waiting.
Oh, yeah, because the Explorer, unfortunately, wasn't in time. The Explorer page was supposed to pop that last cipher. So I don't think he got to the cipher in time, so that was a little unfortunate now.
Oh my goodness, he does have tinnitus though, and Mogwai on the Mercenary does not have any more elbow pads. That's gonna be a huge issue for him. Dungeon is nowhere near him as well. He has the kite. Looks like a very strong possibility of a draw at this point, Posh. He still has Bling to work with. Kwong might be able to secure this win for ST after all. Everyone has left. So
yeah, he could just play this one out, just keep going for chip damage hit. Yeah, Mercenary is going to be down. So, yeah, no, I'm actually also a little bit flabbergasted with that last. I was waiting for the pop to happen, but it wasn't there. I don't think again, we could look at the replay on the stream, but I was looking at the lower left side of the screen. The entomologist was waiting for the pop to happen. So, again, it happens to the best of the players. Like, they didn't have I guess the Explorer wasn't ready with the pages, or he wasn't at the cipher at the time of that pop needing to happen.
yeah, exactly, and that's gonna cost them the game because if
dearly,
frankly speaking, if that pop was in time, that would have easily been a draw for Team
Could have
MW.
been.
Yeah. So well, but still, nonetheless, MW managing to make Kwong sweat a little bit, and honestly, Posh, I know that I said we have no input on MW as of yet because of the new names, but I recognize some names actually.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Pluk Nam, I think that's a Thailand team. We've seen them. Yeah, right?
Okay.
Pluk Nam, Mogwai, I remember it now. So
if this is a PSA, public service announcement to all the players out there, please could you minimize changing your name so we can make better stories for you guys? Because look, GH, they don't change their names. Right? With known household names, great. B4U. I mean, even in IVL teams, YMM, you got Dong Xuan, DX. Yeah, I know he was DX before, but it's still the same. Just maybe a little bit reiterations, but yeah, we love you guys. Hopefully, we apologize if we get your names wrong these days, but if you stick to the same name, we will learn it eventually and we'll tell better stories with it. So shout outs to Team MW. So we do know some of you. Thank you, Nell, for that.
Thank you as well. And yes, definitely want to keep your name because it is your identity. Imagine if today I'm known as Nello Mello, tomorrow I'm known as Milo Peng. So,
or your, I would say your alternate ego, Leno
J Leno.
You have a late night show with
yeah, that's my alt ego. My alt ego's white, by the way. So.
Yeah, with pepper hair. So that's gonna be a good one. So yeah, guys, again, shout outs to each and every all the players, I would have to say. And if you guys, if you have more information, we do want to know. So just DM us because we want to tell better stories and we want to be able to give credit where credit is due and also give shining moments or like really highlighting moments to these players. So hopefully, MW is going to try to bounce back in the next round because that was quite the performance ST showed on both Hunter and Survivor side. Exactly. Oh, here it is, Nell. Are you watching the thing? And yeah, goes through, and then he's able to get the pickup. Yeah, Antiquarian's waiting at the gate, and they pop it there. So I don't. Yeah, maybe the Explorer was still digging for the last page. So that was a little unfortunate.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, they've done the best that they could at that point. But it's just very unfortunate because Mogwai is the one coming in for the rescue. And he has no more pads to work with. And half health, not to mention. And pretty unlucky, if I have to say so, because Dungeon's not even at the vicinity.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. But you know what? Back to the present moment. that's the stats. Stats don't lie. As usual, Explorer 191%. The decoder going on here, and honestly, I think the change from Kwang to Antiquarian is good because, like, imagine if he persisted on Onto. Well, after Antiquarian has popped his cipher, he could have come in easily for a rescue and might have made things even harder for Kwang at that point. So good job in being aggressive first in the early game, like switching targets. Like, okay, it's fine. Let's switch now. Get rid of Antiquarian. Anto's half health anyway. He's no longer has B. So
yeah. And looking at the bigger picture, also at the start of the game, forcing the mercenary to spend both elbow pads. So endgame, he was basically a downed character with the bombs. So yeah, Kwang doing an amazing work, trusting in the process, just following his gut instinct. Mercenary, all right, chase a bit, sees the entomologist, goes for the entomologist, all right, goes for the antiquarian at the end there. And like you pointed out as well, at least he doesn't have a harasser to worry about.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, well, things would have been different if he had a composer. I mean, SD did pretty good without a harasser. So,
yeah. Do you think that because in previous metas, right, double decoder, double rescuer, right? Do you think we've been so like the metas we've been seeing? We've been so reliant on harasser meta that we've kind of forgot the ways of peace in Identity 5 of just going for the rush.
Well, I mean, survivors are known to be notorious hunters in real life. So it's not a 4 survivors versus 1 hunter. It's a 4 survivors chasing the 1 hunter. Actually, it's 4 hunters versus 1 survivor, 1 victim. If that makes sense. So usually, well, the hunter suffers the most, takes this victim role in suicide matches in quick match. Like the reason I say that is because, like, they want to get quick points. They just go in, harass, get sufficient points, then they just die to get.
Yeah, it's usually just to get those points, and they don't even go for the objective, right? So it's a little tough. And I would have to say also, it's what, Hunter mains out there, much respect to you guys, because I tried. I mean, I know you play Hunter too from time to time, Nell. I don't know how you don't get stressed out about it, because it gets so stressful as being a Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I tried before I went on a hiatus, I actually tried getting a smiley face badge. It wasn't easy. It was early season. It wasn't easy. It was a tier 5 early season kind of match. And I only got 50% win rate, but a B badge nonetheless. It was really stressful because everyone, I kid you not, everyone plays Prospector, Badder, Enchantress especially. Enchantress. Every single game.
No.
Right? And Posh, the funny thing is when I go to a Unicorn Survivor or Champion tiers, no one plays this character.
Exactly.
What do we get? Magician, Lawyer, Gardener, Nine's Eye sometimes. So I'm like, why are the mid tiers so aggressive? Like, the top tiers, like, you know what? Peace.
We give you peace, guys. We just want to go to the objectives and just run. That's it. That's the whole game. You're the hunter. They play their roles. They know their roles. But yeah, it seems like the survivors getting a taste of blood, and they're like, "Ooh, this is fun to harass." And especially the introduction of Antiquarian, right? We're kind of building up towards it, right? We saw like Prospector coming into the meta. Forward also had his time in the sun, and I think Antiquarian is just like the culmination of just like, oh. Yeah, let's just like really put aggression in the forefront of the survivor meta. I mean, it's tough, and I've seen a lot of my friends also get frustrated going into hunter matches with Antiquarian that's there, then pair that up with any other harasser. It's a tough night out for the hunters out there.
So thank goodness for Sangria. because Sangria's the one giving them hell at this moment, right? So much that they are banning him. Sangria all the time over Clark, over Wax Artist, over Itakwa.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, we'll be able to see her, but yeah, again, it's a new thing that the hunter can look forward to. So, any experience that you've faced against Sangria?
Unfortunately not. I've been in Hogwarts the time I went on hiatus.
You've been in school lately.
Yeah,
okay,
taking
gotcha.
divination.
I've faced the opera singer a couple times in quick matches, not necessarily in ranked, and she's really good. Like, I mean, I guess maybe it's figuring it out because she just nullifies all kiting spots because of the shadow, right? And when she drops down, also she's really good at also pressuring a chair. So I think, we always say have a good start of the kite. You could say that for any hunter, but this kind of hits different. So we'll just have to see. Unfortunately for the survivors of IVC, we won't be seeing her, so that's good. Also in competitive, but this gives time for people to kind of figure her out. And when she's introduced to competitive, hopefully we'll start to understand how to counter, because we've seen a lot of hunters that like, how do you counter this? Like it just so happens like you're just gonna need some time to figure it out. And if not, the balancing team of Identity 5 will figure it out for you.
Yeah, exactly. Either that or the community is gonna ask for nerfs.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's what I said. Like the balancing team's gonna like,
Right?
we listen, we change it.
Exactly.
Don't worry.
You know what? Everything's gonna. I feel like it's just a cycle at this point. New character comes out. A hunter means abuse the new character.
Yeah.
In ranks, like just keep spamming in ranks and upping level. And then 1 and 2 months into the game, people figure out how to do it. Same thing happened to Clark. Same thing happened to the Whack Artist. Same thing happened to Hermit. Hermit had it the worst, and same thing happened to Inakwa at this moment. So
yeah, what is the biggest change that you look back and it's like, wow, yeah, that survivor, that hunter really had it good before or really had it bad before? Because for me, it was definitely Mercenary. Remember, he had 5 elbow pads and he didn't even have that delayed hit before. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's so crazy.
Exactly. I mean, mine doesn't go that far back, but I miss the era when Postman's Tranquility Letter was 20% cipher decoding boost.
That was you guys are eating well. That was good.
That was crazy, 20%. And
but it was kind of crazy. Was it that time? Was Postman coming into the meta, and then that's when they nerfed him? That's why, because people started to figure out, hey, this 20% is really good. Like let's bring it down.
They were abusing it. Like whoever's not getting chased, bro, just send a letter. Even now, he's actually still good. I think they just wanna make him, rework him so that it's still not too much of a burden. Like Cypher Rush is already fast enough with the survivors Cypher management. So adding a 20%, bro, you're gonna see 5 Cypher done in 2 minutes instead of 2.5 now. 3 minutes, 2.5, 3 minutes. So
that's a drastic change, right? Yeah.
It is.
Postman was eating well before. I don't know if you're gonna bring that back. So chat, let us know also what are some changes that you've missed, or you're like, wow, that happened before. Yeah, we were eating pretty well before as a so-and-so main, or like a survivor, a specific survivor. Even I was gonna say like Prisoner, because one of my friends that I do quick matches with, she uses Prisoner a lot, and she stopped playing the game. But I mean, Prisoner's great now because the charge, right? You get it instantly, and that was one of the hardest things. And she always felt that like, dude, when the Prisoner first came out, it's like the hunter always spawns near me. He always finds me at the start. So
exactly,
yeah, that's a good buff, I would have to say, making him a little more viable.
It is, and the best part is it's rechargeable. So even if you don't have any charge, like you get off the chair, hey, at least you still have one mini stun to work with. So I would say Prisoner mains have it easier now. I remember when I first started playing it, like A badge, S badge, all the way up to S badge, it was super hard because that time you don't have this kind of advantage. It was like if you get found, you have to raw kite.
Exactly.
Or you have to like either you have to be lucky enough to gain the charge by connecting, and then you have to code, and then hopefully it charges up fast enough before the hunter finds you.
That's like she'd be like in the middle of a guy, like, time out. Let me just connect real quick. Time in.
The delivery guys here, time out. Oh my god.
My friend, shout outs to Kelly, she always say, like, guys, I'm gonna be playing tonight, but my mom's watching Netflix, so it could get interrupted. So I'm gonna say time out, okay? So
yeah, exactly. But Hanako, time British. But right now we're going to map band pick. Okay. This is just a tribute to Hanako and Chiu. It seems like ST is gonna ban the hospital because it's inauspicious, and Leo's memory is gonna be the ground of battle for modern warfare.
Wow, that's actually.
Is it modern warfare or mythical wonders.
There you go. There it is.
Wonders.
I've been cutting class. I have not been joining,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
you know
sorry,
more than me,
dramatic.
Nell. So
Yeah, exactly.
I apologize to my classmates that I have not attended with. Anyway, yeah. So Leo's memory coming to the mix here. It's being a rise, I would have to say, in this map being picked more and more. I'm still personally, it's not my favorite map, but you know what? Ever since it's been
Not my
making its
favorite.
way, you kind of have to get used to it. It's just everything's so far apart from each other.
Exactly. But one thing is still pretty good in Leo's memory. The factory always a pleasure to kite there, especially if you have a patient, you have a toy merchant. Have you seen that? You've seen that before, right?
What?
You go up the second you go up the second floor. You use the hook, fly all the way to the back of the factory, rotate back from the front, the hunter chasing you, go back up again, the
Vicious
hooks
cycle.
cool down.
Yeah,
Bro.
boom. Yeah, just keep going. Oh, that's so crazy.
Toy merchant too, crazy. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some toy merchants here because you have to bring it out at the start because it's gonna get banned either way. Or like this is one of the maps where she's actually really good at. Idia Shroud. You know, a lot of people are saying Itakwa nerf soon. What would you say Itakwa nerf soon? Like, what would you change about it if ever, chat? Let us know too.
Yeah,
But how about you,
please,
Nell?
yeah. I mean, Itakwa. Well, I mean, why change something that's working pretty well now, right? Honestly, I wouldn't say change per se. Maybe in certain aspects, not in characters, but if I have to say make a change, maybe make it so that when the ciphers are not being decoded, it regresses a little bit.
Oh,
by a
so
little
just the
bit.
yeah,
It
okay.
can
That's
slowly regress. Maybe not as fast, but you know, like maybe like 20% speed regressing. Like yeah, I mean that would help hunter mains a lot because honestly, survivors. Well, if you meet those strong survivors who cover so much and decode so fast, that's gonna help hunter mains a lot. And it's pretty fair, right? Because if the hunter changes target, hey, at least the cipher is regressing. So it makes it that the meta becomes you no longer cam or you can freely change target in the middle of a chase.
right.
So yeah, I think that would help the game be more like, you know, fast paced. Teleport here, blink there, teleport here. Wu-Chang would be super good here then.
Ooh, yeah, if it's that no camp strategy because it's like you really gotta pressure down these ciphers, yeah, I definitely would love to see that. More action. I mean, we do love to see how the hunters, you know, it is a camping meta, right? Even before, I remember like when I first got into the game, it's like, is this how you're supposed to play? Then you kind of have to figure out the camping styles of each hunter, and you got to be able to know how to get out of the chair, or like if you're a rescuer, if you need to body block. So it is what it is. But that's a good shakeup, I would have to say. I'm open to it. A lot of people.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say just a lot of people in the chat also bring up before how the first officer would get invisible if someone gets into a rocket chair.
I did not know that.
Yeah, me too. I didn't know that either. That was again, when first officer first came out, it didn't really spark my attention as much. But I started to use him when, you know, it gave him a mini tide turner if he got hit when he did the pocket watch. So I feel like that's an open thing, an open change to him. But yeah, getting invisible, that's crazy.
Yeah, invisible Zhong. I'm just kidding.
Shout outs to Zhong.
Shout outs to Zhong as well. But invisible, that's crazy. Is like, what are you whacking exactly? Like, are you swatting a fly? That's even worse. But honestly, hypnotism is no easy feat as well, because in the hands of a very veteran and experienced first officer, you're pretty much whacking the wind most of the time. You have no idea what's going on. And yeah, first officer, very, very underrated in the past, but now being used a lot, especially after this band pick system, like, you know, getting the merc out, getting the Gravekeeper. So loving it so far. Loving it so far.
I remember another change that I liked was Gravekeeper Shovel, that you can actually cancel it out and still have Shovel. Because before, remember hunters used to, like, they commit Gravekeeper Shovel, then they just leave, and it's like, well, I'm stuck here unless I want to cancel it out. So I think that's a good change for Gravekeeper and made him a little more viable. But if we're gonna go with like ranking the priorities, yeah, Mercenary always has to be up there, and then First Officer has actually been a good substitute, if not Gravekeeper. So.
Yeah, good substitute indeed. I
Mhm.
mean, we talk about changes, and honestly, I feel like, the veteran hunters, if they can get a little bit of rework, I think that would help a lot as well for more players to pick them up. Because I
Mhm.
see photographer getting a lot of love,
Oh yeah.
even Ripper as well. But unfortunately, it's not like there's no rework so far on the photographer.
Mm.
Like I
Mhm.
kid you not, like an S batch photographer,
Mhm.
like S batch, like let me just give you an example because it's Devastry on S batch. He posted a video on
Shout
how,
outs. Mhm.
yeah, shouts to Devastry right there. He posted a video on how GH win against him twice. And the crazy thing was there was a mechanic in the mix. The robot was gone. Everyone was whacked. Everyone was whacked with damage in the first mirror. So,
Mhm.
and he was supposedly close to getting a win, but survivors somehow still managed to get a comeback from there. So I feel like what's going
Mhm.
on now is the skills that Joseph has is
Mhm.
not enough for him to be playable in highly
Viable.
competitive.
Yeah, it's fine if you're playing like solo team or not even like high level, but in high level, I think he's definitely has his limitations. People have figured out once the photo, or like, you know what, hide first. Once they see a camera, hide. Once the picture's taken, one goes inside the photo world to kind of just tell everyone where he's gonna be at. It's I would have to say, I love Joseph. I love photographer. He's very unique in that sense as a character too. It's just the meta has definitely changed, and he unfortunately wasn't able to make it like, or cut it in the top tiers.
Yeah.
Even though a lot of people love him, I have to say. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the devs have been giving a lot of love to survivors, right? Like,
Mhm.
I don't know if you still remember this. I
Mhm.
almost forgot about it myself.
Mhm.
Before this, we could not convey Cypher progress to teammates. Remember that?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
And there was the thank you era as well. So
The thank you era. How could we forget? Oh, I lost so much sleep because of that.
people are so polite before this,
Very, of course.
Thank
Please and
you.
thank yous. It's the magic word. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for sitting on the chair. Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
That's super funny though.
Mhm. It
Yeah,
was.
but now everything's like, yeah, I think the game is still growing, and I mean it's been 6 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. 6 years, right? According to
I
the
believe
video by
so.
NetEase as well. Yeah, so
Yes.
a lot has been done. A lot of characters have been introduced.
Mhm.
A lot of fashion clothings have been introduced to the
Mhm.
fashionista
Mhm.
fans as well. And I spend a lot. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you, Posh. I don't know about you guys in the chat, but I spend a lot in IDV. So NetEase, a lot. And
I feel you looking into the soul of like NetEase.
a lot.
Like...
I can buy a car with the amount
Oh, Jesus.
I spend on IDV. But honestly, it's worth it. I don't even want to sell the account. I just want to keep it. So it's just
A lot.
a lot.
Look into the
A
camera.
lot.
There it is.
Yeah, a lot. So please, the Aesop anniversary skin.
Oh, Jesus. That's a good one. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, it's so hard because it's really like the skins, the accessories, the rooms, they're so good. And it's such a
Exactly.
unique art style. It's like, you have to get it. So
You have to get it, no matter
Yeah.
what, And I spend so much. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. But yeah,
So
like
much.
yeah.
Chat, at this time, could you at the just emoji, could you tell us how much you spent, and say it in emojis? We want to be able to see that thing in quick fashion. Just use whatever emoji like you want to put there. If you want to be a dollar sign, you want to be a crying sign. If you want it to be like I don't know, just express how much you spent or how much you've gotten out of IDV with emojis. Please do while we wait for this next match.
Probably a smile if you spend very little. Probably just
Okay,
like
a
for
smile.
a die.
Okay,
Smile.
okay.
Probably a flat face if you you spend a lot. And a crying face if you spend a fortune.
Oh, I see. No.
A fortune.
Just be as creative as you want, guys. Again, this is all for fun, and we are gonna head towards the picks and bans coming into this one. Leo's memory, round 2, first half. Seems like Kwong is gonna be hunting again and setting the pace for his team. Again, if ST wins this one, they will immediately move on and negate the round number 3. MW wants different plans, though. They want to see that round number 3, and they want to be able to get the victory here in round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if they want, they should want to end it soon. No reason why they want to prolong it, right? But it looks like Kwon will not be able to use Itakwa after all. It's going to be banned by the survivors almost instantly, and for good reason as well. Like the mobility in this map, super good. But here's the interesting thing, Posh. Explorer being chosen this second time. So maybe that's the reason why they go for Leo's memory. The sole reason for Leo's memory is so that Explorer can enjoy himself hiding.
You can't see the snowflakes. If everything's in snowflakes, man, even though how high performance in your phone, you cannot see it. It's going to be tough.
You need iPhone Pro, Ultra, Max, Super,
21, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Futuristic, everything, right? So, double decoder coming with a composer to round out this lineup. So, really putting the pressure on Kwong here. So, this is going to be tough because, yeah, you have an Explorer that has all the height of just negating all the visibility of this Explorer. You got a Harasser, and you got another kiter in that composer. So, going with the Sculptor, so this can help out in trying to locate the Explorer once he gets to the tier 2 statues, but the thing is, you got to get there first.
Exactly. I think they kind of heard what we said. And like, oh yeah, no more Antiquarian, no more harassers. Yeah, Composer this time.
Yeah.
Replicate success.
Manifest that, right? You got to manifest that type of success. So I'm also thinking maybe they just have Explorer in their like. If anyone could let us know if Mimi is like an Explorer S badge, with how they're playing this one out, so I'm excited.
No surprise there. I mean, you gotta love it when you win, but when you lose, there's always the little guy to be blamed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but well, I have to say the strategy of hiding might paid off because last game Explorer wasn't even found. And remember when we were like, oh, Explorer was actually in the middle of the
Exactly. And the nerves of steel on this Explorer. So, I mean, in a bigger map and even with better hiding places, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one for this with the Sculptor. We'll have to see. It seems like Kwong is a very chip damage hunter. Like he's a fan of chip damage. So we're just gonna have to see how this is gonna go for him. Again, I think he just wants to just go for those ties, just to let his survivor team get the W for the whole team.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a lot of crying faces in chat.
Cultivator. He probably spent a Camry on.
Oh God.
I mean, and then Minazura with the shock face. I don't know. Did you spend a clubhouse on that?
I see Mushimello too. SCX Archie. I don't know how to pronounce that, but and a Toxic also. Big shout outs to you guys. Once again, Posh Spice and Nello Mello. Round number 2, first half in the match between ST and MW.
And speaking about luxury, did you see that Soul Catcher skin by Prospector limited S skin? Okay, guys, we are not the only ones spending. They're spending too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You cannot you need to get that skin, especially if you're a Prospector, man. But we see the Composer able to run the route. He runs right towards him.
What a legend! Goblin being out goblined by Kwong. The red light. That red light trick was so good. And here's the lesson as well. You gotta be really, really patient and look. I know the red light trick is not easy to guess, but Mogwai is coming in for an early support. Not really sure if that's what you want to do. Oh, Kwong mini stun because of the distance, but he's gonna persist on Goblin here.
He is. One more actually statue from falling down. This window is gonna be a great spot for him. Unable to get it though, and now he goes for the blink, and now Goblin has fallen down. Note that this Sculptor. Yeah, he's trying to be careful. Yeah, the magnet.
Yeah, sorry.
He's gonna try. No, not quite.
Magnet's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, at this point, I think they should just be like, yeah, let's not feed him further presents. Let's just decode because that was a pretty early down. I mean, not the fastest in the tournament. The fastest in the tournament is actually 20 seconds by Seichu against
Wow.
a female dancer in Red Church. But 1 minute 37 is not too bad. But we see that it's still 5 ciphers remaining for very good reason because Explorer is not decoding, looking for treasure page. Prospector starting. Plug name is the mercenary. Has to be really careful though. Does not want to give Kwong an opportunity to hit him. And then the second rescue is going to be really hard when the second chase starts.
Yep. And it was unfortunate that when he did the chisel, he spotted out the mercenary, so he knows where the mercenary is going to come from. Oh my God! Getting a hit on the explorer. So now is the mercenary going to come in for the full blood rescue? No, they're just going to sell sell him out.
Sell him out. So apparently this time they learned from the lesson. Don't feed presents to Galatea. Typically you would say, like just to quote Eli, this character is out of meta at this moment, right? But Kwang's making it work, and again with a red light trick. Oh my goodness,
Wow!
What?
Mogwai getting hit there, but out in the open here, he needs to go to some areas here to get that push going. Unfortunately, just creating that distance, couldn't get the stun, and now we see him go for the flywheel, so avoiding that statue and that hit. Mogwai dropping in another magnet here. Has to be very careful. He just pushed him away. The trade-off, Mogwai not looking too healthy.
Oh my goodness, and the basement is here as well, Posh. The chip damage, and that was such a timely full presence as well because the perfect statue hit him right at the window. My goodness, Norton in the basement, Explorers at half health, Mercenary is the only one at full health, but after you rescue, what can you do about the Cypher progress? Because
that's 4 ciphers, no, that's so much. This Explorer does not have a mechanic stall. He cannot duplicate into 2 and try to double decode. 3 ciphers remaining though, and the mercenary, did he make his way? He made his way towards the basement. So excellent usage of the elbow pad, and now this prospector has to be very careful. Yeah, he's just gonna just block it out here. Mercenary has to stick around the basement, but with so much barrage of statues, Mercenary's down.
I think it was a little bit of a misplay. Prospector should just get out immediately, and Mercenary should just stay there. But wow, the drop down hit again. Mercenary's down, and the Prospector down as well. What a turn of events! But here comes a headache, Posh. Like both of them are down, right? But if he decides to chair both of them, Explorer can hide and look for the dungeon, right? And this is why you hate it.
Yeah, this is a very timely pause because this can give us some room to breathe and realize this situation because it's looking very dire for the survivors, right? We already have a composer that's out. Mercenary, yeah, I would say composer, the prospector should have used that tide turner. The prospector should have used that tide turner to just get escape, right? They were kind of stuck there, and the thing is this Galatea could definitely just harass from a distance, and that's what happened. Mercenary ate all the hits, and they're put in a tough spot. It's kind of looking like at least the 3K.
It does look that way, right? A minimum of 3K, and I think just to add on a little bit, the reason for just running out, I mean, yes, you might argue that no one will be able to rescue again, but the point is not about rescuing again. The point is about keeping the mercenary alive.
Yes.
Because right now both of you are down. What can the Explorer do? And this is where Kurt's like, doesn't matter if I'm S-Badge, I can't do anything about this situation. Right? You can't do anything about this situation. So, except hide. And hopefully...
hide until dungeon's gonna open up. Yeah, it's that was tough, and like we talked about, right? Your job to use the basement is just to get out of there. Even if it's your death chair, just get out of the basement, or keep the mercenary safe enough for him to escape safely. Because at that scenario, it was just a vacuum of unfortunate events, and really good reads on Kwong. Nothing to take away from him. He played that very well. He just very patient, waited for the survivors to kind of play themselves into a corner, and then he just capitalized on it.
Exactly. Yeah, just go out, force the hunter to choose between chasing you or going after the mercenary, and then risk losing the prospector in the process. But yeah, just to add the final note, Bonbon players confirm confirm Galatea subs as well. Like, if you can play Bonbon, you can definitely play Galatea. So Kwang turning the doubters into believers with his supposedly out of meta Galatea.
Out of meta. I thought.
Out of meta. Yeah.
Do you have another Eli impression? Because there are some quotable quotes from Eli too. Like there's
Okay.
a lot.
No offense, but I'll try.
Okay, go.
If I can't do a good impression, but
Someone clip this and send it to Eli. Go.
Oh.
I get it. Okay.
okay. I just don't understand how they can give Sculptor this opportunity. Like, how does that even happen? I don't understand. I just don't understand.
I've seen that. He definitely has those calls where it's like, yeah, he sees it one way, then they're able to just change it or flip the script. There's another one like, when he thought that someone didn't bring borrowed time. Oh, sorry, I must be tripping. I'm losing my mind. That was my bad.
Yeah, I need more coffee.
Shout
I
out
think
to
that's
Eli.
the latest one. Shout out.
Yeah, no, we love you, dude. And now Kwang gonna go for a basement party here.
Chair.
Oh no, he's not gonna go for it. He's actually just gonna wait for the prospector to expire. Maybe the chair is gonna happen, but dude, this explorer, he's running on half health. He could try to pop another cipher at this point, but the crows are eventually gonna get to him just in case. Mercenary's up. Prospector's gonna be saved, so he's actually they're gonna go for that same strategy. Okay, but now you're giving them too much room here. Let's see. They're at the stairs, so this is actually the bane of the sculptor. Prospector getting hit. Oh,
just get out.
Yeah, trying to make a beeline for it. Now this mercenary is at half health. He's gonna try and go for tier 2 statues.
Okay, so Kwang is playing a little bit more greedy. Prospector here is trying to heal, but yeah, I like the idea. Fortunately, the mercenary had fast healing, I believe. So, well, he was able to rescue. But honestly, it doesn't really change a lot in this game, Posh, because you're still stuck with an explorer at half health. Mercenary with 75% damage. You can't really heal him to full. You do have a perfume though, but it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
And not to mention 3 ciphers, like what you mentioned.
And tier 2 statues just to figure out where everyone is at. So it seems like Kwang making the right reads here, going for the mercenary. Mercenary's trying to hide it out. He's going to look for that tier 2 statue. He knows someone's in this area. You cannot hide from a fully fed Galatea. He's going to be going for the perfume trick. He could actually try and go back. He goes back, but this just buys just a little bit of time. And it's more of like not going down without a fight at this point because Kwang has already put in so much work, drops down, and now he gets the hit across the pallet.
Yeah, looks like ST Hunter Kwang, coming back with a draw bonbon into a 4K, but then 4K sculptor teleporting almost instantly. But
yeah, he could not. I think the mini was there, but I think Tinnitus he's trying to look for it again, but he's actually rotating towards the center to see if anyone's trying to pick up the mercenary. But at this point, I don't think he's anywhere near it. So let's see if he's going to use the tier 2 statues to kind of guide him where everyone's going to be at.
Yeah, I mean, Mercenary is down, has no more self-heal. So this puts Kwang in a bit of a position. He can get that 4K, but honestly, he has to find it before the Mercenary bleeds out. Or before the Mercenary almost bleeds out and gets shared. So Explorer has a long time to wait. Oh my goodness, this is so hard to watch. But I don't know who has it harder here, Posh. The wait on the ground,
or the one
Explorer
running,
hiding, or Kwang trying to find.
I think. Well, Kwang maybe the least because he can at least rest that 3 ciphers still remain. This explorer though is actually bringing an elbow pad, so that could help out. I don't know, IDV math, so it's not looking too good for the survivors because not only do they have to pick up one another, they got to focus on 3 ciphers. He notes that he is listening to any of these shake, and it seems like teleport's gonna be ready again.
Yeah, I mean, Mini should not be decoding at all. He should be. Doesn't matter if you force this game to 20 minutes. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but it's already been 11 minutes anyway. So you might as well force continue the strategy.
Yes.
Continue the strategy. Let the mercenary bleed out. If Kwang decides to chair before he bleeds out, well, mercenary should not be staying at the same place. He should start crawling away from the area so that he wouldn't be able to chair him. So, and then that will give Explorer an opportunity to jump through the basement.
Right. Yeah, that's actually a good strategy, right? Let's hope the mercenary is healing up.
Yeah, start crawling. He's at 60%. Start crawling away. Like, don't let Kwang find you anymore, so that he cannot chair you and then risk the Explorer getting found out again. This is the annoying part here, Posh. This is the one thing you don't like about Explorer. Oh my god, almost getting spotted there.
That was close. Yeah, he could have been spotted out there. So now, it seems like, Kwang is going to put more time on the clock for him if he's going to chair this mercenary. I believe he already spotted out where the dungeon is at, and the crows are eventually going to get the Explorer. Oh, it seems like he's not even going to go for it. He's not going to go for the chair. He's just going to wait for the Explorer to come to him because he knows that the dungeon's here. Yeah.
Explorer has an elbow pad though, so that might work in his favor. But he has to be near a cipher to touch, because the moment Pluknam gets sent back to the manor, the crows are instantly gonna spawn around the Explorer, so he has to touch the cipher.
Oh, there we go. He touched the cipher already, and now immediately, once he's able to touch the cipher, now, wow! Do you see how fast that was?
Oh my god! Instant down! Couldn't even use the pad even if he wanted to.
That was his fast hands, man. The reaction, the mechanical wherewithal on Kwang, he is terrifying. That's a Bonbon main and also a Sculptor main. Immediately from the chisel, he switched to teleport right away. He knew that cipher was being touched, and he went straight for it. What an incredible performance.
Exactly. I didn't know we were actually commentating a photographer's match.
That's a good one. We wanted a photographer, man. You got one.
Yeah, we got one. Just the duration. So 30 minutes, not too bad. I've seen longer, honestly. But,
I've been through longer.
Yeah. What's the record? Oh, you still remember?
Mine was like 20, around 20
minutes, right?
Yeah.
And that was a Dream Witch, was it? A Dream Witch? Was it? Or a Hermit?
Was it Hermit? It was one of those two. It was just so long. The bleed out strategy, the hidings.
Exactly.
That was pretty intense.
Yeah. But honestly, Explorer had the idea. MW had the idea of, like, bleeding out and then just going for touching the ciphers. But honestly, I think he should have started decoding an empty cipher. I don't know, man. I think everything was just going so fast. The moment he gets a prompt, he just teleports straight away. So unfortunately, he wasn't close enough to the dungeon, and he was so far away. So I guess the thing to do was actually come closer to the dungeon and hide. When he knows that mercenary is gonna die, actually, instead of touching the cipher, he should have just went straight to the mercenary. To the dungeon and hide near the hunter, so that the crows wouldn't spawn.
Right. Yeah. Just get a little bit of the heartbeat. Yeah. That's true. I think, Kwang was just a step ahead because he knew like a cipher was gonna move. He was ready, like listening, or like he was able to spot it out. Just a little step ahead. Yeah, could have known that the dungeon was gonna be there, moved a little closer, get that heartbeat, and just negate the crows from happening. So I'm pretty sure there's a learning experience for MW as well. So shout outs to the survivor side. This might be the last time we're gonna see them or in this matchup at least, because their hunter needs to get a 5-point game just to push for a game number 3. So let's see what
that's true.
The hunter has to offer in this next half here.
Yeah, I mean, in order for the hunter of MW to get a 4K against ST to make it to game number 3, ST survivors need to, number 1, do such a bad ban pick that it doesn't really make sense. Or number 2, play like Elks. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Elks actually play really good.
I would say play like people that aren't in voice comms. Like they don't know what.
Play like randoms. Okay, that's a good one.
Or like everyone just. Oh, hey, I just want to get like I'm in it for the essence. I'm in it for the experience. I'm in it for whatever. Because that's with those type of scenarios, it's still hard for this hunter to kind of go for. I think he just needs to perform his best, a 5-point game is gonna be really tough. Let's just I would say if I was PTX, just give it out his all, because it's kind of insurmountable at this point, considering how the survivors performed. But you know what? Miracles have happened here now, so let's hope for that.
Miracles, yes, miracles do happen here, and they definitely need to pray for one, because honestly, we've seen this situation a lot. Not to be a party pooper, but same story, different chapter.
Right.
Referring to statistics, most of these kind of games almost always ends in a 2-0 because of how hard it is. I mean, it's easy to say, just get 4K and go to game 3, but the toll it must have on the hunter with that weight on the shoulders. So it's really, really hard to achieve, but guys, support for the teams as well is very important. So if you guys are still here, well, I mean, root for an Itakwa. We might see an Itakwa by MW here.
Ooh, yeah. If it doesn't get banned out, we did see a Itakwa at the start, but they were able to counter it with just passivity. But yes, I do want to see you guys support your favorite team, support MW, or support ST in this endeavor. Again, we want to build new superstars of Southeast Asia, and IVC is definitely that road to like competitive Call of the Abyss. So I want to see the survivors and hunters be pushed to their limits, and more stories to tell. Right, here we have it now. Like, here's the scoreboard: 5-0 round 2. Has to be unfazed by this. He has to be like, all right, I'm just gonna try to perform my best, and hopefully the stars will align for me to get that 5-point game.
Yeah, exactly. 3 + 2 = 5. 1 + 2 = 0. So that's the score. I'm just kidding. It's
IDV math, bro. Yes.
Yeah. 97 - 6, 92. So anyway, that's the score we have, and unfortunately, they need to get a 4K. MW needs to get a 4K. Anything less than that, ST is gonna win, as stipulated below us. Poch.
Wow. Yeah. Do or die. Basically, he needs 0. It's all or nothing for the hunter here. He needs to get all kill or nothing.
Exactly. All or nothing. Take the whole KFC bucket, or just don't eat at all.
16 get a 4-piece. Yeah.
4-piece.
5-piece and with
I
a
can't
drink.
do 5-piece. 2 is the most for me.
2 is the most.
Yeah, it's so funny, right? Like, used to be able to do it. Now, no. I think it's just low in appetite. But you get what I mean, right? Like, go big or go home. I would expect to see a fierce, unorthodox pick. Not unorthodox exactly, but a fierce, aggressive pick. Geisha, go with a Geisha teleport, foil them. We've seen Meow Pie yesterday. Meow Pie yesterday in Moonlit River Park. Crazy. 4K, and the 3 kills against MP happened at the same area.
Wow.
Even though he was on the last chair, he didn't even chair. He went straight forward, knocked down another one, went another place, knocked down another one, come back, knock again. So that can happen in Leo's memory. So,
Okay, I'm excited. Definitely, this is a time for him to turn doubters into believers, and for him to solidify himself here coming into this match. So, and that is what is at stake, folks. We have a 5-0 game for Team MW for them to stay alive in this competition, because the format has kind of changed. It's kind of more pressure here at the start, because it's single elimination. So you want your best foot forward at all times, and until you get to the playoffs, and that's where there's a little more room to breathe. But here and now is where the players need to level up.
Exactly, level up. Brace yourself, because man, this is gonna be super, super hard to overcome. But miracle is the word we're looking for today. Miracle and perseverance. So MW has a mountain to climb, but hey, you want to be the best, you gotta be able to overcome these kind of situations.
Yeah,
and believe it or not, there are certain teams that miraculously come back from this kind of situation, like 8-1 situation, 7-2 situation. So might happen to MW here.
Yeah, I know that. I think I was looking at IVL. I think it was the winter play when GG won. Wolves got the first 2 games, and then it's like, and then GG had to sweep them coming back into that. So, even the top teams, like you kind of need them to kind of warm up a little bit. Here again, it makes no difference too. Like whether it's on the big stage there or it's an online stage here, IVC, the pressure is still gonna be there. So hopefully we'll see some memorable moments. And like you said, they have to go for an aggressive, unorthodox hunter. And considering, I mean, yesterday you told me that there was an evil reptilian, a lot of Itaquas. When you say aggressive and unorthodox, what jumps to mind? What hunter jumps to mind to you now?
Undead. Undead. But then again, Undead's so easily countered. I mean, if you have an amazing game, you can constantly move around. I mean, catch them off guard. Maybe they will. I mean, ST might go for a little bit of a forward. Then the tide turner will be wasted. Something like that. Mad Eyes, if he has kind of a
skill and dexterity, that'll be great.
I mean, that would be crazy as well. But honestly, I would say maybe not so much unorthodox, but aggressive. Take a geisha. I think that would be good too, depending on the composition as well. But you know what, Posh? Round 2, second half, coming into the band picks, Leo's Memory is the choice for both of these teams, and for very good reason. I just hope that we won't see an Explorer again, and I just got reminded, it's been put in global ban, so...
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Explorer is out because they did pick it at the start. So now this is where they got, oh my god, they're bolstering their harassment. 2 harassers to start off. No toy merchant. They don't want mobility. Now it's their chance to show the other side. They're not going to play the shield. They're going to play the sword. They want to go aggressive, and they want to solidify that they're going to be moving on here. So now we have a psychologist that's banned, and mercenary is going to come into the mix just for that, added security, that security blanket of a rescuer. So it's still pretty solid on the survivor side, I would have to say.
Totally agree with you. I mean, sometimes, not sometimes, but it's a well-known fact. Some people do agree. The best defense is just by going
all out.
The best offense is the best. The best defense is offense.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. So maybe this is the idea. Okay. This is what we're talking about. The super rich era in Leo's Memory. We might be able to see that. I mean, he got a 4K here, right?
Yeah, the quick snipes, the terror shocks. It could definitely happen. Even though Axe Boy, I think Eli would also say that this is definitely not in the meta. The ones when it does show and it does get 4K, all of a sudden it's like, wow, he is terrifying in the right hands, right? Exactly. But if this, again, you need to be confident and really good with your timings of the flame snipes, and you need to be super on point with where you put down the pines and everything. There can't be any wasted movement. You need the efficiency of the economy of movement with this Axe Boy, because it has been in the mix for a while, so people have figured him out.
Yeah, I mean, they figure him out, but sometimes it's easier said than done. Sometimes I have to say, the wall flame snipes is super dangerous, right? So that might be something that he can hope to capitalize on, especially if the survivor is hugging the walls too much, like hugging the factory too much, hugging the walls too much. So that could happen. But hey, we're gonna see Boss being on the left side of the map. Theo, surprisingly, is taking the mercenary spot in the middle, actually.
Wow, he wants this kite. He wants to be able to attract the attention here of PTX. Acrobat is going to be pretty hard to chase over at the factory area. So, yeah, I think it's do or die time for Taros, folks. PTX, it's his last stand to come into Leo's Memory, while ST's Gris, Boss, Titan, and Love Theo will want to just to get at least a passing mark, get one person out, and they can move on in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. Just get one man out, and maybe that's why they are so comfortable picking this kind of character, like, because best defense is offense. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Possibly the last match of today. Axe Boy versus the team of ST. The commentaries, Mia and Posh Spice. Let's go, Posh.
So the Acrobat is actually at the lower part, but PTX going upstairs. This could actually be a lot of time being bought by the survivor side. So PTX I don't know if he was trying to look for someone up there, but Acrobat actually making his way towards that entrance part of the factory, so that wasn't actually good. We do see that he is dropping a pine that is here. The rest, he's gonna try to drop more or see what's gonna be happening. So the thing is, he needs to start hunting now because he's or unless he's gonna go for a pause at this point because he
I
needs to
think
get 5 or nothing.
Yeah, someone needs to pause. I think the moderator, the referee needs to pause at this point. It's he's idle for more than 15 seconds here.
Yeah, there we go. So Love Theo is actually the one that probably saw that he's not moving, so we gotta pause this. So a little unfortunate. I don't know if they're gonna allow or the survivor team's gonna allow them to restart the room. I think maybe them being gentlemen, maybe they're gonna come to agreement because there was technically no chase that happened, right? We did see a little uncharacteristic rotation there. Went up to the second floor even though there weren't any scratch marks. So we just have to wait and see the conditions, folks.
Yeah, honestly, under normal circumstances, like for the quarantine tournament, we usually follow the rules that anything that's less than 60 seconds, we will be considered for remake. But again, it's not a guaranteed thing, and it's still up to the officials to determine the situation. But hey, good job for Love Theo showing great sportsmanship. You know, he's been idle for at least 20 seconds there. So
yeah, I was trying to make sense of like, looking at the sky. All right, so he's idle. So guys, show Theo some love here in the chat for him to be him being a sport there, just going for the pause and making sure that the hunter is in his most optimal conditions to continue on with this game.
Yeah, I mean, show some love because this is not. I mean, you gotta get a 4K and then to be dealt with this hand, like going idle. Well, it's not something that you want to end the game with, right? I'm pretty sure ST might share the same sentiment. I mean, winning this way might leave a bad taste in your mouth. Either way, right? So, but then again, everything is still up to the game's official and referee to determine. But what we can say here is, so far, no chase happening, like what you pointed out. No damage being done. Rotations are not really happening because of the idleness. So, we'll just have to figure out what's happening and.
Yeah, and shout outs to the prod also for the TO, the tournament organizers in the back, the ones that are coordinating this. Yeah, and it's no easy feat because they're speaking multiple languages. Again, this is a team full of people from Southeast Asia, so the language barrier is real. So shout out to the people in the back, at helping making this tournament run by smoothly as possible.
Yeah,
so,
shout out to the people at the back. So thank you.
Right here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give a shout out to the composer that's here. Yeah, he's running. He's telling everyone.
Yeah, he's running. I'm gonna say thank you to Clark for not chasing me first.
You're not the closest, so you're fine. Yeah, she's not gonna go for you first.
I mean, hey, thank God for the Antiquarian. She's the only one facing the hunter head on. So
yeah, everyone else is like trying to run away. You see the mechanic trying to hide for her life. Prisoners over there, like, oh my God.
Yeah. Even left a bot there to be like, I don't really care. Yeah, self-preservation first, please.
Exactly. Yeah, make the bot. Yeah, sacrifice the bot. Have you seen? It's very rare, but have you seen like in game, or you've had a teammate or you've faced someone that dropped the bot like right at the time the hunter swung for a hit? Because I just try to see it.
Times.
Yeah.
And it does cause a little bit of split opinions. Some people will say, "Whoa, that's really risky. Unfavorable."
Yeah,
because you're wasting your bot, and once the hunter's done hitting, you give the hunter presence, and then after that, the hunter can easily just teleport somewhere, change target, and there's nothing you can do to contribute to the cipher decoding because you're a mechanic.
Yeah.
And when someone else gets injured, you're pretty much on the debuff.
Yeah.
Okay. But on the other hand, there are people who are amazed at this kind of plays. I mean, if you can kite 5 ciphers or 3 ciphers, by all means do that, right? Yeah. But the orthodox way would be to drop a bot first because normally you wouldn't see a mechanic kite that well. Not at the high level, at least, against these meta characters.
Where are you sitting on the fence there? Like, wow, it's a great skill. Or you're like, No, you got to use that for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if it's my friend, I would say do whatever you want. But if it's someone else, in general, I would say leave the bot out. Everyone leaves the bot out. Even top tier, most of the top tier players also leave the bot out. Shadow is a top tier mechanic as well. He leaves the bot out. He kites on his own. He can kite while controlling the bot to decode at the same time. So that's the high level that we seldom see on mechanic mains. So for me, I would say save the child, sacrifice yourself.
Self-preservation at its finest, right?
Exactly.
Let's
Save
just
the
not.
child.
Save the host, or you know what? I think when the bot dies early on and you get another bot and like he's right in front of you, then there's specific situations, but you want to just drop it and just move it away from your main body and just All right, folks, we are back to game, so they fixed it out. Seems like they're just gonna keep going with it.
It's okay.
Oh, the blink unfortunately didn't go through, so PTX now rough start. Yeah.
Exactly, and the Cypher's already at 50%. X-Boy is idling yet again. So honestly, I don't see a failed blink a lot in this stage, but I mean this situation confirms it. I'm pretty sure there's this issue needs to be dealt with because he's on idle again, Posh. So
yeah, he did move his camera again. Again, there's just minimal movements at this point, so I'm not quite sure if how they're gonna play this one out. Again, the players were briefed with their certain conditions, and there are specific things, the requirements, that the checks that they have to do behind the scenes. But it's just quite unfortunate because this is a match that has a lot of stakes. And unfortunately, PTX, in these conditions, is not playing to his most optimal. He tried going for that chase. The blink didn't quite work out, so I'm not sure if they're going to go for another pause here.
They should, because not like this. We know that ST has a huge chance to win, but honestly, if I have to say from a personal standpoint, not like this. At least pause for the guy, right?
Yeah, well, he's moving his camera, so I think he's trying to make something happen here. Or unless maybe...
Pressure's gonna be popped very soon.
Yeah. I guess they might just be playing this one out. So usually, isn't the game gonna prompt like idle, like not moving or something?
Yeah, unfortunately for Hunters, there's no problem. So, well, you can see the fire in his eyes. Unfortunately, he's still standing there. 3 survivors are running towards him, probably trying to absorb some owl.
Owl.
The acrobat's trying to get more balls by being near. I mean, that works, right? So, yeah, I think they're just gonna play this out. And fun fact, acrobat's the slowest in opening gate, but they're letting him open it anyway. Because why not?
Right. If Prod can cut back to us, that would be great, and just like figure out the situation, or just if anybody has some info backstage, let us know, because we kind of knew that ST was gonna move on with the odds, right? But we wanted to see if PTX was gonna try to defy those odds coming into this one. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what the next call is. Gris is still there, so he's just gonna exit the game. Yeah, not the best. We're gonna see ourselves. Okay, so I don't know if they're gonna remake the room. I really hope they do, because not like this. Like we said, we want to be able, like, we didn't say that, they did perform really well, but you want to go out on a bang. You want to go out on a high note. And that, again, it's, we want to at least have the Hunters and Survivors showcase their hard work.
Yeah, I mean, it's something like I'm pretty sure if we talk things out, I mean, not we, as in if ST and MW talk things out with the production and they both agree to it, I think things could work out and let their decisions be known. But honestly, even if ST does not agree, it doesn't make them any less, because technically a win's a win. And I mean, they are not responsible for their opponent's issues, right? So if they want to accept this win, I mean, it leaves a bad taste in their mouth, but technically they're not at fault. Yeah, so if this decision goes through, it's going to be a 10-0 in game number 2.
Yeah, it is. Again, there could be a lot of factors as well. It could be maybe the next matchup. Again, we are going a little bit over time, folks. Again, big shout out to each and everyone that's joining us. So I don't know what the factors of Prod is also in making this decision, because they have to remake the room again and whatnot. It's just unfortunate because, again, as a fan in me and as a commentator as well, you definitely want to see like the most optimal type of performance. So we just have to wait and see, you guys. So
Yeah. So this news just came in. Unfortunately, this will be the official decision
Okay.
agreed by both teams, and yeah, apparently a pause is all they're getting, and there will be no remake. The official decision is out. That will be a 4-man escape on the side of Team ST, and yeah, that solidifies ST standing. They are moving on to the playoff stage next week.
So it's a little unfortunate that it's due to like a technicality, the last match. But if you look at the scores, ST has already performed very well. Again, I wanted to see PTX, and I feel your sentiment, chat. Like it's not the best way to get it, but those were the rules that the teams have agreed upon, and they have used the pause already, and the pause time has been used for the connections to stabilize, for them to be able to have the best possible scenario. I think also the players knew coming into this they needed to have the best possible conditions for this, and it didn't work out quite well. So again, my heart goes out to MW fans out there, and also PTX. Not the best. I really want to see more of them. Hopefully we will in the future, but for now we got to give our flowers and our kudos to Team ST because they're the ones moving on.
Exactly. Congratulations to Team ST. We're gonna wait for the official results pretty soon. Just waiting to get the match stats as well. But honestly, I would expect to see everyone with minimal containment time.
All decoding progress.
All decoding. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's very unfortunate because I was actually looking forward to seeing an exploit match. I'm pretty sure you are too. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat is too. But well, it's okay. Let's hope that the other matchups will bring out exploit instead. So just keeping a positive mental attitude at this point. Yeah. But at the same time, Team MW, don't be disheartened, because you can definitely come back. You've made it this far anyway. You can definitely come back again in the SEA qualifiers, which will happen.
Fingers crossed, right, that they do, and hopefully this is just like a bump on the road for them to be able to come back. I see a lot of people in the chat being very passionate about like what was going on and whatnot. Again, yeah, we want to be able to give that sportsman-like environment, and hopefully, the players are still going to be okay with the conditions, and this was the agreed upon conditions that they had to fulfill. He already used the pause time, so it was just unfortunate how this one played out. We wanted to see that last stand of a match, but if you look at how the match was playing out, he needed to 5-0 this one. So it's just a lot of factors going up against MW, and hopefully they'll come back to this stronger. And definitely, with hopefully more tournaments on the horizon, we would see more of MW.
Yeah. I mean, the good news here is, hey, at least another Vietnamese team has made it through.
Yes, a lot of Vietnamese teams making it, and I think someone in the chat said, "Yo, there's a lot of Vietnamese teams representing here."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, after the IVNC, the Vietnam local community tournament hosted, exclusive for Vietnamese teams only. Well, a lot of Vietnamese teams have made it to this top 16, so that's actually pretty good. Just very unfortunate that MP couldn't make it this time around. But hey, having a representative, regardless of what team, well, brings pride to your country.
Exactly. So. Once again, shout outs to all the teams that have made it forward. ST also, we're going to give their, we're going to see the match stats here, but like you said, Nell, minimal containment time, more on the decoding time. Exactly. And yeah, I think most of their highlights did come from their first match. They tried going a little more aggressive here, but we couldn't really see much of it because of the conditions. And that's about it when it comes to the stats here. Again, shout outs to ST in the first half, survivors in the first round. They did really well. Too bad we didn't see them, but you know what? Since they're moving on, we'll see more of that as they go along in this tournament.
Exactly. Well, official results are out, 15-3. Was actually a very, very close matchup in the first game. In the second half, well, the 5-0 pretty much solidifies it. and not to mention the second half, a 10-0. So yes, ST, congratulations to ST once again, representing Vietnam. And of course, our heart goes out to Team MW once again. I know we just can't say enough, but keep trying, come back again.
Yeah. Unfortunate conditions, but we will see and reward the MVP. And even though the conditions in the last match were a bit faulty, we cannot take away the prestige and also the winnings of Kwong here. Again, just a Bon main and a Sculptor main. Got it all the way till 11 minutes. So just a beautiful performance by him. So congratulations, Kwong, getting the MVP. Very consistent in both two games.
Exactly. Consistency is the key for Kwong at this point. A 2 point in the first game, a 5 point in the second game. Well, 2K and 4K, 2 plus 4, 6. Divided by 2, 3.
There you go.
Yeah, adds up.
Boom.
Oh my god, I
Fast
didn't know my
math.
maths was that good.
Quick maths, man. So
exactly.
Again, big
Who needs a
shout outs.
calculator?
I got Nell by my side. I don't need a calculator.
Exactly. I'll count your expenses when we're offline. So.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Dang, please don't do that.
No,
I don't want to know. I'm just gonna like.
Yeah, it's okay. How much is it back again? According to Nell, it's only $20 for an LV bag. So.
I think you're missing some zeros there, sir.
Exactly.
A lot of zeros.
A lot of zeros, but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to, once again, for those of you who just entered the stream, we still have another matchup going on after this. And on a side note, we are going to be seeing you in offline. We prepared a little bit of program, a little bit of surprise for you guys. So hopefully you guys can come and hang out with us.
I think you have to message Eli because Eli said he's gonna cosplay. Same with Chocho. I think they're gonna be doing cosplay together. I think they will be doing that. Yeah, because they're not here. We're gonna confirm it. I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm just putting them on the spot. I thought you were gonna ride with me now. I mean, like, yeah, you did. Yeah,
I believed you actually.
Oh yeah, dang it.
Yeah, I believed you because what they told me was a totally different thing. They said they wanted us to cosplay instead.
Oh no, I know that they're gonna cosplay. I don't want to take out the
they're gonna
shine.
cosplay?
They're gonna cosplay. Yeah.
As,
So
I believe as the
think
Ada
Chocho-
Emil.
yeah, I think so. I thought like Chocho wanted to be the bee duck skin because she likes ducks. I thought. But you called dibs on that, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, next time you see Chocho, well, see your cosplay. Go ahead.
And the same goes for Eli. But right now, folks, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be our main event. It's going to be Noir versus RCN. So don't go anywhere. More of IVC when we come back.
When, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, me while you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば
暗くなんかい夜が明ける我想在路上里对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and
あなたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない
Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you
明日な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember last time we had.
Forget about the same
新しい道をつないでく
Sing all the time Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side Forget about time fire I keep feeling it 如果听到我心跳声就手牵手奔跑吧
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，跟我一起找秘方。这是最后时刻在追讨你感到迷惘。但我们企图无法抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩
Hey guys, welcome back. We are still here. Don't worry, we haven't gone anywhere. We just took a break. I hope that you guys have also taken your break, taken your drinks, and hopefully not too late to take some snacks because Posh and I, we will be commentating the last matchup for today, which is Noir versus RCN. And
Yep.
we're familiar with this team, Posh.
Yeah, I mean, Noir has been synonymous to competitive Identity 5 in Southeast Asia. We have some familiar names also in RCN. A particular Zen pops out into our minds and hearts. But
Exactly.
I think particularly like in RCN, right, we were wondering who's gonna play the Hunter here because they got some favorable Hunters and some of them actually gonna go to the Survivor side. But Noir, you know what? I'm pretty sure our fellow commentator here, Chocho, a former Noir member, is gonna be watching as well.
Yeah, I mean, she's also the one who was ex Noir before she went
Yes.
into commentating, so she's a pro pro player, as a matter of fact.
Retired.
yeah,
Wow. I heard
retired.
at the tender age of we won't reveal age reveal.
Yeah, we'll reveal it.
She's like
It's definitely
41.
younger than us.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely younger than us. We're 56 anyway, so
Exactly.
yeah. The reason why we don't look 56 is because foundation is
Foundation and also the
skincare.
fountain of youth. We have found it, guys.
Exactly. Eli's still using his skincare, but we found the fountain. But hey,
Go for it.
Noir,
Mhm.
no stranger to the lineup of Noir, Night Owl, Oxygen, and apparently Night Owl as the leader. Well, after the departure of Aurora as the team manager, well, there's Doom and Surprise. It's Serps in this lineup, but it's actually called Surprise, and they have been recruited from NM Reborn, a subsidiary team, and Shanim as well. So new blood, and we love to see new blood, and we love to see new metas, new synergies emerging. And I believe Nat Owl mentioned this is the best that he's getting. That he's gotten for Noir at this point.
He was searching the world, right? He wanted to find the very best that no one ever was.
Yeah, and he wants to catch them all as well. And
his real test and train them.
I see what you did there.
Everyone saw that. I hope you guys know what I did there, but if not, it's fine. Just search the lyrics. Anyway, RCN, we're introducing Noob Game, Miso, Boyman, SN Porter, and Yazen.
Yeah.
It seems like no stranger to some of these guys. But again, we did say that RCN did have a lot. I mean, Zen was here, Rifernon. Maybe they could be playing different names, but yeah, it seems like Zen and Rifernon are not here. But this was their team, based on the notes that Chocho did give. Shout outs to Chocho for that. So
thank you so much.
We did say that this is possibly the most evenly matched matchup, or on paper, it's supposed to really go neck and neck, and this can go the full BO3. So I'm really excited to be commentating this matchups with you now. Yeah, it's gonna be an intense one here once again, folks. Again, me and Nello Mello are sharing the mic with this really, I'd say, evenly bouted back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely love to see an interesting and tight battle between two teams. Not a one-sided. I mean, we definitely don't want to see a one-sided game. But coming in as the hunter main for Noir is Doom. As I mentioned, being recruited from NM Reborn, and Noob Game, RCN. So Noob Game, I believe, is Zeno. I'm not really sure if it's Zeno or Fernand. But hey,
and this is where it comes again. Like if you're listening to us, please stick to one name. Like, it's gonna make our jobs easier. But you're gonna gain more fans. You're gonna get like IG handles with Noob Game or Zen, and people are gonna be following you guys. So hopefully you guys could do that.
Exactly.
So like you said, Noir being recruited from NM Reborn. I'm excited to see that because NM, you know what, Nell also has an eye for talent, and the NM brand also has recruited a lot of top tier names. So I can't wait to see this version of Noir to come out with some NM recruits.
Exactly. Not to forget that our X2 NM members are the staple members of GH now. So proud to see that happen when it happens, right? But you know what? Let's not take the attention away from these two teams. Night Owl as the captain. If my memory serves correctly, he's currently S-Batch perfumer and S-Batch coordinator. But you know what? He's really dedicated in playing. He has numerous batch under his helm, even an S-Batch priestess as well. But next in line is Miso from RCN, and believe it or not, Posh, we're actually very familiar with RCN because without fail, they always attend IVC, they always attend IVA, and like Boyman, Sana, SN Porter is actually Sana Porter, Yatsen. Yeah, so these people, Miso, they are no stranger to us actually, under just a different handle probably. But next up, Oxygen.
Oxygen also is another survivor, or another name that we have seen also grace the stage of IVAs, IVCs, hopefully KOA, hopefully even bigger stages. But if you guys are dedicated fans of following these guys, Yeah, you could search them up. It's all on like the VODs for IVAs. Again, shout outs to Nell and the rest of the team for putting together IVAs because now we have context for big stages like IVC.
Exactly. I mean,
Hmm.
special thanks to NetEase once again for making this possible. I just feel nostalgic thinking about it from a normal local community tournament being
Hmm.
upgraded into an official largest local community tournament. Just bringing in all the talents and making their names known, scouting new blood, and honestly, this is where they get their new players to come in to fill in their
Hmm.
new teams as well.
Yeah, it's definitely like the proving grounds before you go to the big stage of IVC and even the bigger global stage of COA qualifiers or even IVS. So yeah, it's really important for you to follow the journeys in the grassroots level. Anyway, like you mentioned, SN Porter, known well part of RCN has been known or has been gracing the stages of community tournaments before, and like you mentioned also Chanim and Yazin also will try to cement their place in IVC history as survivors of their respective teams.
And a very interesting question coming in from Cultivator. What does RCN stand for? Uh, Replied with an equally interesting response: rocket chair now. So, yeah, so
Hmm.
honestly, very, very interesting. I love it. If
Hmm.
anyone else has any other representation for the abbreviations, well, go ahead
Hmm.
and give us your best ones because, we love a good laugh as well.
I think it might be, yeah, because like the logo looks like a rocket chair,
It does, eh? Maybe
right? Kind.
cracked wheel, exactly.
Hmm.
Like if you're driving on a Honda, he's been driving on Porsches ever since. So
With NOS, yeah.
yeah, it,
And
it, it makes Van
he
Diesel
also
seem
has he
slow.
also has the no look hooks. I remember the trap
Exactly.
placements where he just throws it and like, oh, it hits its mark. So see, look at what is RCN. Look at that logo. It's
It
interesting.
does look like our rocket chair now, yeah. But you know what? Noir 2 has the longest standing logo as well. Definitely appreciate it. They've already established an identity here.
Hmm.
So, yeah, not wasting any more time. We are heading into the band picks of
Hmm.
round one, first half, and it seems like Noob Game from RCN will be going as the hunter in this lineup.
Yeah, so it seems like yeah, this could be Zen or Rifernon. I'm not quite sure, but we're gonna refer to him as Noob Game. Maybe we'll see based on the character, the survivors he's gonna be. Sorry, the hunter he's gonna be bringing out. But the survivors we are gonna be seeing Ban of the Toy Merchant, Ban of the Priestess, but using the Seer and Psychologist to start out. So heavy on support. Noir is starting out with.
hmm I mean, I like this pick. Well, you're covering seer and
Hmm.
psychologist first, and honestly, I'm just really surprised that RCN Noob Game has opted to not ban the seer first, and instead
Hmm.
goes for toy merchant. And well, he's banning all the mobilities. Something to do with wanting to play Itakwa probably, because these two
Hmm.
characters counter Itakwa. So.
Right.
Hmm.
That could be the case here. And oh wow, a
Oh,
cowboy.
Oxygen Cowboy. How can we forget about that,
That's
Posh?
true. That is so true. So oxygen. Again, this kid is gifted when it comes to the him piloting hard characters and hard hunters as well. One, yeah, we got the lassos here. We got the forward football. You got the support of the psychologist and the seer. I'm excited for this matchup now.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Let's do a little bit of challenge. Each
Okay,
time,
what?
each time we see a successful lasso,
Hmm.
let's do the cowboy chant.
What's the cowboy chat?
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw! Yeehaw's in the chat. We need to see howdies. Howdies right
How
now for
howdy's
oxygen,
right now?
and
Mhm.
then the yeehaws when there's a successful lasso. And up against,
Yeehaw!
oh my gosh, against an Itakwa. Let's see how this one's gonna
Let's
play out
go. In a way, cowboy does counter Itakwa too. Well,
with the pallets, right?
because the hooks onto
Hmm.
the pallets and the cipher machine is
Hmm.
not affected. The speed is not affected by the
Hmm.
attraction, the
Hmm.
vacuum. So, very good choice. But the rest of them are pretty vulnerable to Itakwa, especially
Hmm.
psychologists. So,
Hmm.
we can see that this is a very standard lineup. Like, psychologist to heal the forward in case forward gets hit
Hmm.
during his support. So We'll just have to see. Spawn areas are going to be determined. Oxygen taking the middle spot. Howdy, partner. He wants to take that action. He's in the heart of the action. Night Owl will be on the second floor. Surprisingly, Psychologist is at a pretty vulnerable spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I thought she was gonna take House, but then I mean, Noob Game's just gonna lock that Cypher, forcing her out. But yeah, being out in the open like that, kind of just forced to stay at the cemetery. It's gonna be tough if you stay there. You're kind of relegated to falling there, and you really want to do that because you're rescuing a Psychologist afterwards. Rebound Kite after a chair isn't the best since she's just a basic character moving forward.
Exactly. Basic character moving forward. Psychologist is also not a strong late game kiter. But yo, I see some familiar names here. And thank you as well to Femboy Pollen IDV for the
Hey.
suggestion. Really cool name. That's really cool. Really cool name. And
What's
Wafuru
real?
as well. We've seen Wafuru as well. But you know what?
Yes.
Let's get right into the heat of the action. Bringing the commentaries is me, Dinello Mello, and Posh Spice. Round 1, first half. Ever Sleeping Town. Let's go.
Okay, so it seems like 7704 014. The psychologist. I'm just gonna call it psychologist.
Surprise.
Yeah, it's surprise. There we go. Oh, okay, gotcha. So surprise, actually, yeah, rotating towards this locked cipher here. Gonna go for the charged up hit, but yeah, if he farms enough hits off this psychologist, he has a really good camp off the psychologist, and he's also got full presence now. He's gonna try to use the wind to try and get that attract. He's also got the dash ready on deck for this psychologist to be careful of. Now he's actually running towards the cowboy. Let's hope that the cowboy, yeah, he just has to run away from that cipher.
Yeah, probably not going to commit too much first, because let's not forget, Cypher is so important. Wow, beautiful play right there with the speed and instantly the vacuum as soon as he drops down. That is so good, and with the addition of a blink, he's going to be able to catch up pretty soon. Psychologist is going to be rendered pretty useless after this, but
the forward, unfortunate time that stun was able to get the attack onto Surprise there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get a surprise jump scare of that stun. He's gonna go back and try to harass here. Oh, he's just gonna go for the absorb here. Oh, forcing him to use the football again. So the cooldown is about to be done. So is he gonna go for this aggressive play here for an early rescue?
I don't think they should. Like, they don't have the fastest decoding here, right? But
They don't.
hey, Janim's gonna make the most of what he has here. Gonna decode a little bit, 53% Cypher at this point, and probably try to waste as much time as possible to get more ciphers completed. But you can see, as you can see, Cowboy is on the second floor. Probably coming in for a support later on, but yeah, the rescue is gonna happen. Shanim is going to run away, doesn't want to get hit, but there's an owl. I totally forgot there's a seer, but there's still a blink though, mind you.
True. And then he goes for, oh god, he's actually saving him from the tram hit. And now the last effort is gonna get popped. So yeah, I would have to say he didn't wait enough. I don't know, maybe the spectating time was about to run out. But kind of showing his hand early there, forcing him to actually just wait out the owl. And now he goes for the second chair of the psychologist. 3 ciphers still remain. Cipher progress isn't enough to worry about just yet. And now they're kind of forced to go for this rescue. And he has 180 sight of the cowboy. If the cowboy gets spotted out early, he's just going to chase the cowboy.
Exactly. I mean, he does have full stacks, right, of wind force going on, so he can spam it if he wants. Oxygen has to be really careful not to get hit before he manages to hook onto something. And gonna go with that.
Howdy!
Oh!
He's able to get it! Oh my god, Yeehaw's in the chat, and he's trying to go for a body block. He's able to get it too!
And I think they can manage to get this because, like, despite all of that happening, he's trying to go for the window and let the cowboy help, but Oxygen needs to make this happen here. Or he could just sacrifice what this issue to sacrifice. The last cipher has not even been completed. And it's just only started, so it's safe to say at this point it's looking like a draw, despite the very early down onto psychologists. Believe it or not, ciphers are being managed pretty well, actually.
Yeah, considering that 3-minute mark already, it's already the end game for or pushing for end game are the survivors. So they managed that situation very well, even though the psychologists didn't have the best early kite. They were able to buy enough time for them to put themselves in a tieable position at worst. Oh my god, and now Seer, I forgot he had the blink. He held on to that for a while, so now they know he has the blink. It's already expended. Accelerated decoding's already probably done, so this forward is gonna manage the cipher accordingly.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beautiful flywheel. Usually that would have happened, but oh, he's gonna get hit right there, right then. The healing's gonna happen. You can see the forwards healing the Cowboy. Cowboy has flywheel. He does not have Tide Turner to work with, but doesn't really matter. But hey, very good awareness by Noob Game to bring the survivor to the very last cipher. My goodness, I think Oxygen should have came in much earlier to try and lasso. Because if Noob Game drops the Seer here, that would have been a struggle free for sure.
Wow, look at that. Just the lasso and also the flywheel. Now Oxygen has to eat that hit. Let's see if he can try to interrupt. Yeah, they're really trying to force this last cipher from popping. He's going to go for a charged up hit. He's just going to bring him back to that chair. Again, forward does have only like less than a quarter of a football left. Lasso is still on point, but gets the drop. So Oxygen just playing all the support type of roles, even harassment as well.
Yeah, I mean, take that 20% pallet stun in addition to the normal pallet stun. But this is where it gets tricky. I think there's a slight... Oh, wait. Okay.
Unable to get it, but... Oh my god, that was so scary. I saw my life flash before my eyes now.
Exactly. I mean... but yeah, now that he's on the chair, the rescue's not gonna happen anytime soon, honestly. And it might not even happen. There seems to be a slight miscommunication with the team, because Noob Game was clearly bringing that out towards where the last cipher was. And if the communication happened, Oxygen could have came in straight away to force Night Owl to put down the Seer. Right?
Yeah, he could have. But now going for a 180 trick, he's able to get a chair hit. Wow. Oh my god, he needs to down him right away. The forward is about to pop that cipher, but the wind, unfortunate, unable to get away from the grasp of the Night Watch, and now he's going to be able to chair. Unless Oxygen is trying to go for a lasso trick here.
I think they all brought the struggling speed. I think he can make it. If he drops another time, shouldn't have dropped there, but he should force heal.
Oh my... He's gonna force heal it from happening. Gonna try to swing. Oh, it's already primed, Nell. Terror shock, but it's all good.
Nice, beautiful comeback by the survivors of Noir. You can see the experience of the leaders, Night Owl and Oxygen, making it through. It's quick as well, but doesn't really matter. Gonna go down pretty soon. Forrest opening the chair. Cowboy is probably gonna be the next target, but he needs to be very careful because Shanim is right just behind Noob Game.
Dashing towards the exit gate here. He's gonna see that Chanim is here, so Noob Game. He's gonna try to go for a 3-person kill here, Nell. So yeah, again, it was really unfortunate that they played themselves in this situation, but they played that last pop really well. Can they try and push for a tie here? We see that Oxygen is opening up the exit gate.
Yeah, beautiful pallet slum again, coming in from Shanim. Really good. Trying to suck him in there, but it didn't happen that way. The attraction clearly didn't work here. But if Noob Game plays this calmly, wait, he's going straight for it.
He is. Oh my goodness. Can he try to cut off the forward here? He's going to try and go. Oh god, he went for another skill swipe here. He's going to try to chase away. The forward doesn't have... Oh god, he does. He doesn't have the... He has the absorb though. Here we go.
He has to play this really right. Oh my god, beautifully done. But careful.
Forward, able to go. Lock in. Can he pick him up?
He does not have scrolling speed. He does not have scrolling speed. It's gonna be a draw, but my goodness, what an intense game. And it could have gone worse for Noir, but seriously, they came back from that, and the awareness by Noob Game as well to just keep him there. That was a very exhilarating match, Posh.
This is why it's the main event, man. That was an incredible last couple of exchanges, if you would. Noob Game really pulled no punches back and really capitalizing on the big situations, but you saw how Noir was constantly a threat. Oxygen, my goodness, MVP with the slams, with the lassos, and also the threat of those lassos. All his lassos actually threatened something, or if not, they none of them were kind of countered, because he still did like the 180 trick over to flip over the hunter to get the rescue, force heal, like in the midst of the fire, he was able to still pull off really calm strategies. So A great
Exactly.
performance. Even though they didn't get it, Noob Game, we still have to congratulate him. Yep, I have to give their kudos to Noir with how well they played that.
Exactly. Noob Game kept his composure very well, but unfortunately against a team like this, a team composition like this with a cowboy in the mix, but I have to say one of the highlights in the game is definitely Oxygen with half health coming in for the rescue, and he baited the chair hit as well. So that was super risky. If he failed there, the game would have been over. But
yeah,
trust it. Trust Oxygen to bring that game back. Oxygen, Shannon did his fair share as well, and not to mention Night Owl also not giving a free hit in any way. A beautiful flywheel. So many back and forth, and honestly, I thought that just when you thought that Survivor's gonna be having it bad, the Hunters actually getting pulled back, and it's a draw. So it's a win-win situation now. Honestly.
Yeah, it's a win-win for us. It's a win. Well, first half win by Noob Game could get 3-1. But this is what you love, right? You love to see back and forth. You love to kind of see how the match is going and want to be proven wrong, because it's just that's how both sides really want to swing the favor into their side. And I'm looking at the final sequence. Even Chatham, he had a great end game kite. He just didn't have that much resources, right? He was really forcing Noob Game to try and use his wind stocks accordingly, and they have a really good grasp of how to face this night watch, and it didn't go in their favor on paper, but if you watch it, it's very apparent that Oxygen and Chanim and the rest of the team, Surprise and a Night Owl, have a good grasp of this character. So not sure if they're gonna ban the Night Watch coming into this next match. Hopefully not, because I want to see them try to counter it, but I think maybe they might respect Noob Game's Night Watch.
Yeah, exactly. But let's not forget, there's one thing we have to remember. This is Night Noir's map pick.
Right.
So getting a draw for Noob Game, while it may seem like could have been a better result, but Noir just coming back with a draw here. Honestly, it's still in slight favor of RCN at this point, because it is their map after all.
Go with the 180, get the rescue, constantly threat, get the body block as well in that first outing. Then he duplicated it again when he faced up against Night Owl. So yeah, Noob Game, I think, has his mark set on Oxygen to be very careful of him coming into this.
Picking the Seer first, because even if they don't pick it now, the Hunter's still gonna ban it in the next game. So since the Hunter allows the Seer, you might as well use it now, right?
Yes.
So honestly, they don't really mind using it. It's gonna be banned in the next game. So what happens here is a respect ban onto Cowboy. I don't think that will be necessary if only if RCN gets the map pick, right? Gets the map pick, and if they know a Cowboy is coming, well, they can adjust the RCN can adjust the Hunter accordingly. So, but if he's really afraid of it, well, he might as well just ban the Cowboy there and then. Yeah, because Oxygen's the one making it happen. And honestly, if I have to choose between a Cowboy and a Professor, I would choose I would choose to ban a Cowboy any day. Because Cowboy can make things very difficult for us, especially when the survivor has the awareness to die far away from a chair, and brings max struggling speed.
Yes.
All he has to do is just keep swinging. What, you think I'm gonna lasso you? Well, you thought wrong.
I'm just testing it out. I'm just testing out these buttons. And you saw everyone just crawling away, right? They knew the assignment. They knew they knew the personas to bring coming into that. So I believe Oxygen really is the ace in the hole for Noir here. So we just have to see, because now Noir's Hunter will be coming in into the mix here. I think Noob Game, if he is either Zeno or Rifrenon, the veteran or the experience is definitely going to kick in, and I think he's going to know, all right, this is not a Cowboy I can mess with, might ban. Even though we, as commentators, professional fans of this game, we want to see more Cowboy. As a Hunter, I don't know, if you're the Hunter, you definitely don't want to bring that added stress into the map.
Exactly. And I would like to apologize. It's not a draw. It's actually 3-1. So
3-1. Yeah.
yeah, it's been a really long day. So in my mind, I was thinking it was a draw.
Oh,
But
mhm.
yeah,
No, I think you said 3-1. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I said 3-1. Okay, I did say 3-1, but in my mind, I pictured the forward doing a somersault with a flywheel. So maybe that was happening in another reality.
Maybe. I think that was a different timeline. And I think, yeah, because you said that he didn't bring crawling. That's the right,
okay.
right. So I think, yeah, you're all good. Again, it was a really long day, guys, and me and Nell actually, like, I know we were only commentating like the second half, but we were actually behind the scenes watching the entire thing and taking down notes. So
Yeah.
excuse us again, and also let us know if we've if you have any corrections or anything, maybe slip ups we have. We apologize for it, and just let us know in the chat also.
Exactly. We love feedbacks as well. And of course, the Yeehaws coming in from the Cowboy. If you would like to see a Cowboy again in the next game, I mean, Oxygen's been very proficient, and from that one game itself, you can tell why he is the veteran OG player of Noir. He's been here and there, skipping in between some ad hoc teams, but ultimately coming back to his roots, Noir. That's where his heart belongs to. Honestly, for Night Owl as well. And hey, you know what? 3-1, not too bad. Because I'm saying this because they still have Doom coming in the second half, and if he's able to get that 3K, honestly, they pick Ever Sleeping Town, so they should have an idea of what they wanted to do.
Right.
So if Noir's Doom can come in and get a 3K at least, they can still draw the first game, and well, we are going to be seeing a game 3.
Yep. And we did say that this matchup is highly the most anticipated one because they're so even in terms of stats wise and also ranking wise. And hopefully it's going to get to that game number 3. Again, RCN survivors, they just need to tie it out. They can actually go for a conservative strategy here and kind of draft accordingly. But like you said, Nell, you know what? If you aim for the moon, you end up in the stars or something. So if they aim for a tie, they might, you know, and it doesn't work out, could be different. Maybe they might as well go all out here and try to add more pressure. But at least at the back of their minds, they could just like, a tie is good. We can settle for it.
Exactly. Aim for a Rolls Royce. End up with a BMW. Not too much of a.
Definitely an upgrade for me. Either way.
For reals. I would love a German car, but unfortunately, the weather here is just so hot. I believe it's so in the Philippines as well. And
It is, but if any of my kababayans out there, fellow Filipinos are out there, there is going to be a storm, so please do stay safe and stay dry. And it's still hot now. There is a storm, but it's still so hot.
It's hot and it's still typhoon. I mean,
oh,
I totally understand.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Maney says it's hot, but yeah, just shout outs to Maney with her
hot
comment.
girls in your area. Oh, she's trying to
Blackpink in your area, or the bot, or there's
she's
bot.
impersonating a bot.
Nell's gonna ban you.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban Maney now. I think Maney's been hacked, so I'll ban her now. Oh wait until she reads the comment, then I'll ban her.
Yeah, there. Just when she reads it. And shout outs to Eli also in the chat. What's going on? I'm pretty sure Chocho is watching as well. So shout outs to our fellow co-commentators out there. And look at that, RCN not wasting any time picking the antiquarian and psychologist to start it off.
Exactly. They wanna come in strong. They wanna beat up the hunter. I mean, the game is about beating up hunters anyway.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. They're gonna beat up the hunter.
Yeah. I mean, transparency wise, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, is it for show? No, definitely not. It's gonna be to beat up bad kids. In
Well,
this case,
like the lasso, right? It's spinning, but like, am I gonna do it? Am I gonna do it? No, if like the antiquarian's spinning, I'm gonna hit you with this.
I'm definitely doing it. I'm definitely doing it.
There's no mind game here. This stick is gonna whack your arm. You're not gonna be able to hit me.
Yeah, exactly. But here, another surprise coming in, Posh, because we have the couple.
Yes.
Ada Mill coming in.
Oh, by the way, yes. Speaking of which, Ada Mill and Eli's here. Eli is gonna cosplay offline, I heard. So yeah, shout out to Eli for cosplaying.
Yeah, he wants to cosplay as Emil.
I thought Ada.
Yeah, either Emil or Ada, because I believe he mentioned that if he has 1,000 viewers, he will wear something.
Yes.
From Ada.
Yes, I did hear that. That is canon. That's a canon event.
Exactly. And Chocho will cosplay as B-Duck.
B-Duck, exactly, because she wanted, or I think she's gonna be like, I don't know, she wanted to be a mascot for when I think FPXEQ's mascot or something.
Oh, yeah. The mascot's playing around. That's pretty cool. But yeah, you know what? Doom's gonna reciprocate with
another
of his own.
Dude, I can't wait to see if someone cosplays Itakwa. That's gonna be so cool.
I mean, you can expect that in the offline events in Bangkok.
But just with the stilts alone, that's gonna be crazy to balance on.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but you know what? Beauty is pain. Beauty is pain. Why do you think? Why do you think some of the ladies spend so much time getting ready? You know, because
I thought
beauty is
because
pain.
I thought because they I thought you were gonna mention like because the ladies wear high heels and Itakwa has the highest of the heels. in this
Oh
one.
yeah, exactly. Okay, that works.
So like that that hurts. But now we're seeing yeah, kind of a T spawn here and Doom spawning at the fake gate area. So again, he just needs to get a tie and Noir. Oh wait, no, he needs to get more than just the tie. The survivors need to tie it up.
Exactly.
Did Manny see it? Did Manny?
I'm not sure, but I saw
Wait,
the exclamation mark. But yeah, I mean, femboy is like making me laugh as well. It's like aim for a Ferrari, get a bicycle. I mean, that's so far apart.
That's true because you're technically from 4 wheels, you go to 2 wheels. That's not. It needs to be in the same wheelhouse. And speaking of that, folks, we're gonna put a pause on that because we're gonna head towards the match here. Once again, Potch Spice and Nello Mello at your service for this next match.
Exactly. Next match, we are in second half right here. Baby Cat Kim has to be really.
Whoa!
What is going on?
Hair shock when the words were still there. Unfortunate start for this patient. Wow,
I'm speechless.
That's crazy. So are they gonna risk a rescue here? Because well, I mean, if he needs to kite for his life here, he's got 3 hooks. He also has the graveyard to work with. Oh, that's not the best start for them, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, if I was Ada now, I would say, I don't want you anymore. You're not. You're not my partner anymore. But Baby Kim, pretty good. Good rescue. Okay. I think that's not gonna buy a lot of. Oh, beautiful hide behind the tornado.
Yes.
Doesn't really
he
matter.
flywheels through. Okay, just adding more. I wanted to see him save that, but shoots through. So that was a good jump spot. So Baby Cat Kim, you know, yeah, rebound kiting for his life here. Now hiding behind the pallet again, so forcing him to go for the blink. Okay, forcing the trait to happen. So at least early rescue did happen. Psychologist can heal up the mercenary if they want to go for it. But I'm scared of Nell is that they're not focusing on objectives too much. So let's see how they play this one out.
I think it's still okay because remember, no matter like a little bit of slip up doesn't really matter because in the end of the game they can still tie the game.
Right.
Yeah, right. Because they remember the objective is just to get a draw. A draw, and against an Itakwa, it's very possible as long as you don't forget about the ciphers. Right? So Baby Yazan is coming in. I have no idea why they named themselves Baby, but I mean, well, it's cute, and they're gonna sacrifice the patient. So good job, Boy Man, making the right decision, saying, "Yeah, don't rescue him. I'll find another one." And
find another baby. There is the antiquarian also that's baby. Oh wait, antiquarian is her own baby. So there you go. So psychologist, unfortunately, I couldn't get the rescue there. Probably just feeding that tinnitus. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Unfortunately, patient, you just hate to see it happen when a survivor dies with an item left. So he had 1 hook. So they just had to they just had to play for a tie. Let's see if he's gonna get that. He already activates the skill, but he's just gonna get the disarm to allow him. Oh wow, just to move on over to another side.
Yeah, he does not give him the opportunity to use Knee Reflex. Not that it really matters. He still has 1 more swipe, but Antiquarian decides not to use. Typically, you have 3 swipes available, right? So you normally use 2 swipes, and then when you transition away, you can still use 1 swipe at the end of the disarm duration to prolong the kite. But right now, Yadzan doing a pretty good job. He knows that the hunter does not have blink. Yadzan, it's actually a very tight spot. Oh, but he misses the 2 swings!
Wow, just unloading it right there, but the whiff punishment was on point on to the Itakwa. So Nell, this is not looking good when it comes to the ciphers because 3 ciphers remain, 2 survivors left. 1 has to go for that rescue. So the tie is starting to kind of slip away, but you know what? Never say never as the mercenary tries to go for this rescue.
Exactly. Mercenary still has 2 pads to work with, can easily bring in, but I can see how this goes. He's gonna get sucked in, and then he's gonna rescue before half. Hopefully no Terra Shock. Oh God! Oh!
Wow, okay. Good patience there, and now Yazin has to be able to kite this one out. Drops the pallet, but forces the blink to happen, so great usage of the trait here, using it wisely for him to get a second down. Psychologist can heal up the Mercenary for a possible second rebound rescue, and that's what they're doing right now.
Exactly. I mean, this looks like a very, very strong game for for Doom's Itakwa. And as Chiu mentioned it, the 4K might not, the 3K might not even matter if Doom gets a 4K here.
That's
3 ciphers
true.
remaining, but oh my God.
It could be the battle of the hunters at this point. So now he's gonna have to time this rescue accordingly. This Antiquarian does have just a little bit of stick to use. Try to harass, but speaking of harass, Mercenary just moving with caution here to try and get this rescue and not get there. Oh God, he got terror shocked.
Yeah, because when you know when the survivors almost expired, all you have to do is just hit the share. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wait, body block. Mercenary needs to buy enough time. Needs to block the hunter. Okay, stop here.
Nice. Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Oh, they hit through the window. It's not looking too good. The Mercenary is gonna fall down. It's gonna be the Psychologist that is the last survivor that is up and about. So Nell, looking at a 4K Itakwa here.
My God, a 4K. And you thought that a 3K would be enough for a noob game, but Boyman. I mean, Boyman's just trying to hide at this point. I don't think he should be touching any ciphers. The Nidus has been triggered, but Boyman has to be really careful. The ciphers are actually enough, but doesn't really matter. I think
this kite has to last for a while for the Mercenary to heal up, right?
Oh,
But then another terror shock. But yeah, he was half health at this point, so he's just gonna go for a slug strategy. This is like asking for a Ferrari and you get like a Hot Wheel car. This is like this is more than enough for Doom to actually get the victory for his team. So just in a swoop like that, he could get like get the lead here. But now Mercenary
has to be really careful. Has no more Hot Wheels, and I totally agree with you. Asking for a Ferrari, but getting a Hot Wheels instead. You have a dash going on. Doesn't really matter because Aqua has a zoom as well. So Merc is gonna go down pretty soon. Boyman has used up the self heal.
Right.
And even though ciphers are almost prime, both of them, but this is a situation you hate to be in. Terra Shock is one thing, but yeah, it has to hurt. It has to hurt for not being able to complete that cipher in the middle.
Right. And now just the blink drop down and GGs are going to be called here. Doom, ladies and gentlemen, with this Itakwa. I really want to revisit that first like scramble where the patient got terror shocked at the start, because I think that was the first domino that fell for this whole 4K situation to happen. And you got to play in high level, and Doom was able to capitalize on an opening there. It was just unfortunate that Baby Cat Kim got caught up in the open there. Had a good rebound kite, but I mean, at the start, getting a terror shock that early, it's hard to come back from.
Exactly. This is why I know you're not supposed to play Skirt, but you're not supposed to play Terror Shocked as well. So at that point, that was very, very risky. Not to mention, I don't really understand the preemptive
vault
pallet drop.
Oh, pallet drop.
Right? If you're gonna use it, might as well use it to vault fast and go all the way towards the second story. That middle, there's still 2 more pallets there. You might as well do that. You shouldn't be staying there. Even if you want to get a hit, doesn't really matter. You still have 3 hooks to work with. Go up to the second floor. You can rotate back and back again. So but
even playing as a patient, right? You don't want to be enclosed in that 11 area. You want like out in the open, transitioning to the graveyard, transitioning towards the middle. So it was just unfortunate that maybe again we were still doing the introductions to the match, and then the terror shock happened. So it caught us off guard. There we go.
Wasn't there,
that's the quote for the night, ladies and gentlemen. Patients have to play patient. They're still prone to terror shocks in high level, and yeah, kudos to Doom, really timing his rhythm really well and kind of forcing the patient to kind of react out of instinct, and in the end it kind of bit them in the back there.
Exactly. After this game, the patient probably needs a little bit of counseling from the psychologist. I mean, psychologists there to give counseling, therapy, whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, but jokes aside, I think yes, it's a 4K swipe, so it makes the score 6-3.
6-3 with Noir
Yeah.
leading. No, yeah.
Noir leading, yeah, it's the map selection. But honestly, it's not the worst case scenario. Worst case would be to get a draw and a 5-0, a draw and above, and get a 5-0 and it's like 7-2. That'll be really hard to come back from.
Yeah.
But in a 6-3, you can still play for round wins and you can still play for point wins. So
yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm. We'll not see the game number 3. So I think I kind of misjudged this match. Yeah, there are some highlights with the survivors, but it seems like it was the battle of the Itakwa as a mirror match of sorts in round number 1, and now I think this merits both bans on both hunter sides. So I can't wait to see how Doom and Noob Game what other hunters they have, because they play this well with this hunter. I'm pretty sure they have more up their sleeve.
Exactly. After this performance, Itakwa is definitely going to be banned for the side of Noir. I think both sides will ban Itakwa regardless, and it's going to be up to RCN to decide which map they're going to go for next and what hunter that Noob Game can bring in into play.
Yeah.
But regardless, though, like looking at the two lineups, right? You have to think though, picking the cowboy and forward definitely paid off instead of the solo antiquarian here, right? So
I would have to say as well, just to add context, this RCN picking the antiquarian and psychologist to start off, and now it's going to be globally banned. That might bite them as the games go on, because usually you want to save the antiquarian, and luckily for Noir, they still have that luxury of picking the antiquarian to start off, just for them to set that pace and negate even a game number 3. So just a little context to add for the next picks and bans. But looking at the match stats, an admirable start here for admirable rebound kite, I would have to say, for Miso or Baby Cat Carry. But getting terror shocked so early on in the game, it really will be a hunter-sided game. If I don't know, it's really hard to come back from it. I know there were situations, but you were kind of forcing the mercenary who doesn't decode fast at the start to go rescue you. So immediately they were like 2 steps behind in that match because of how it started.
Exactly. And you know what? Miso typically does not kite like this.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, but honestly, after what happened with Little Boy yesterday, anything can happen. Little Boy kited uncharacteristically short. Yeah, right? So if that can happen to Little Boy, it can happen to anyone. And honestly, just shake it off. I think it's just the Itakwa factor. Right? Because you play the mind game and you have that added speed boost. It's like playing, let's just compare it slightly to a Soul Weaver. It's like playing with a boosted Soul Weaver. Like it's like back and forth. Like what can you do there? But in this case, Miso took the risk. He got Terror Shock, and honestly, that contributed quite significantly because Cypher was slow. And I mean, but honestly, it's not hard to come back for RCN because it's their Mac pick next round, and not to mention they're gonna ban Itakwa definitely. As for Noir, they can just safely keep their lead. But last but not least, Chiu made a very good point in the comments. They cannot just rely on the hunters. Survivors need to step up for sure.
Shout out to Chu for bringing that out. And I'd like to emphasize on that point you said, the Itakwa factor, because it's again, we're in a position here where we have the mic, we can say about these things happening, but I'm pretty sure everyone knows also, it's easier said than done, right? Because when you play up against like a really good hunter, you kind of buckle under the pressure and you're kind of forced to play uncharacteristically, which again, we're still figuring out the Night Watch, and all these pro players are as well. That's why you see uncharacteristic kites coming from Miso, coming from Little Boy. Again, we have those off days. It's not we're not defined by those days. We're defined by how we recover from them. And hopefully RCN can do that in round number 2 with their added boost of them picking the map.
Exactly. I mean, they can definitely still come back from this. Noir has a pretty good start already. So as what I've mentioned, just keep to their lead. Play the lineups that they've practiced for. And I mean, there's just so many combinations you can go for with Noir, because I know that Surprise can also play the Acrobat. A Night Owl is so versatile. He can play support character, decoder, kiter. Name it, he can play it. He even played Rescuer once. Not the forward, please. Night Owl, not the forward, please.
Well, forward's not a rescuer anymore, categorized by the
harasser,
game.
yeah.
He's a harasser / support. So yeah, maybe Night Owl, maybe go for mercenary, first officer. A forward, I'm not. What have you seen him play as forward? How is it?
His forward was exceptionally good.
Uh
Yeah. Sorry, Night Owl, if you're seeing this, but honestly, he's needed much more in other departments like supporting and kiting. He's needed there even more. Like as a priestess, very invaluable skills.
Yes.
He knows the back and forth of Fiona. As a perfumer, well, what more to say? He does an amazing job as a perfumer. As a matter of fact, when I play with him, never fails with his perfume. So
it
yeah,
seems like we're getting a substitute. Noob Gaming is not going to be hunting anymore. Probably knows that his Itakwa is going to be benched. So it seems like Himiko is going to be coming into the mix for Team RCN. Again, tough times call for tough measures, and it seems like Noob Game knows. All right, I was able to get 3K. That's good. People in the chat saying that RCN just doesn't need to. So again, point wins would happen if they tie in terms of rounds. Again, if they tie, if they need to win 2 games, they could win it very conservatively and they'll be fine. So RCN taking a go to Lakeside Village now.
Exactly. Lakeside Village, the name of the game. They want to play in big maps, so they might have a strategy for that. And honestly, yes, points do matter for RCN as well if they want to win this. But honestly, I wouldn't worry about that because round points do come first.
Yes.
But yeah, hey, Lakeside Village, maybe they want to play around with Himiko. If I recall correctly, Himiko probably plays the Geisha, just to double confirm. Yeah,
Go for it. Yeah, go.
Okay.
While you're looking for that, Geisha on this map could be very terrifying with how well she could.
Sorry, Nightwatch and Naiad. So Naiad can be good too. Yeah. So
okay. So I was saying Geisha could be good. Yeah, Naiad being brought out like one of the most used hunters in big tournaments as of late, and she's actually grown from she's all right to like she's the most consistent hunter just to get those ties and even more. So I can't wait to see how Himiko is going to be coming in because she is like the second, I believe, the second round hunter because Noob Games started things off for Team RCN.
Yeah, honestly, under normal circumstances, him getting a 3K is already very, very. It's more than enough, honestly. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that Doom he was very motivated, got the 4K reversal, and now they're in the 6-3 spot. So we have yet to see the full potential of the survivors. I mean, we see the potential of Noir survivors, but we haven't seen the full potential of RCN survivors because trust me, they are much better in their optimal state.
Hopefully they're the type of team to really activate in round number 2 onwards, because it seems like Noir, especially Oxygen, it was, I think, Noob Game giving Himiko some tips on how he's going to be playing. He's very aggressive, very support heavy, and considering how things went, getting I think the thing that kind of burned them was them healing on the last cipher and them getting chaired there. It could have played differently. But they were still able to show a lot of promise. So we know that Noir survivors already in the zone. But like you said, RCN survivors, we still have yet to see that.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, it's surprising that we don't see Enchantress at all. It's actually a pretty good counter towards Itakwa.
Right.
Stacks, stun, right? So, but you know what? Let's leave that all behind because, wow, it seems like they have done their homework. Naiad's gonna be banned, but Himiko can play the Night Watch too. So
maybe they're more comfortable with this, but we have to wait and see. But I like this Toy Merchant getting picked at the start for the global bans. That's totally fine because she really thrives well in this map, and Noir is gonna get the last map selection, so it's all good. And a forward as well. Night Owl's forward, baby. Let's go.
I'm just kidding too. I definitely do not want to cheer for him using the forward. I don't want to encourage him, but honestly, Shanim is definitely gonna be the one playing that forward. So, and we've seen that Shanim's actually. Oh my god, the annoying combo is back. Cowboy and forward. Seems like RCN is gonna let that happen again, and Norse. I mean, that's their winning formula, so you might as well go with it.
Yeah. So I think if you should still add that fear no matter what hunter comes out. I mean, Cowboy, like you said, no matter what the map is, Oxygen. I would say Oxygen strikes me as like a loyalist. So even though like this character you don't see him, he's very specialized. But under high pressure situation, he definitely thrives with it. So why not? It's not bad. Let's pick the forward and end it with a mechanic.
Wow. I mean, Night Owl can play the mechanic, and then Surprise will probably be the one playing Toy Merchant. So this is already a very, very strong composition because no one can be chased here except for the mechanic. And
True.
if Himeko goes to a Night Watch, well, let's just say he's gonna have a really hard time controlling ciphers here.
But you called it, Nell. The geisha is gonna be coming out. Okay. So
let's go.
So Himeko, bring out the geisha. I did bring it up at the start. You know, we've seen a lot of geishas coming out in this map. Dong Shuen in particular, he's a beast when it comes to using the butterflies. Also, the added elevation means nothing if he's gonna use that levitate. So it's gonna be tough. Especially, I mean, she could definitely chase down this toy merchant too.
Yeah, exactly. The idea here would be, since Cowboy and Forward is especially is a slower decoder, right? So the idea would be probably to chase down Mechanic or Toy Merchant first, thus making it harder for them. If she has a really good start, for example, hit the Mechanic's doll fast enough, injure the Mechanic or hit the Mechanic doll for a second time, she can choose to instantly teleport towards other survivors, because let's face it, without a robot, well, it's back to square one.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely going to be... Wow, just the lineup formation here on the side of... yeah, so where is he going to spawn, on the left or right side? The Bossing Say wall of IDV characters here.
Let's go. He should probably spawn at the... Yeah,
he wants to go for the mechanic. But Oxygen is just going to be there to help harass. Hopefully he's going to pop a Cypher before he goes in harass. Night Owl, I mean, it's a really good kiting spot, I would have to say, like the small boat area, but I mean, with Himeko here on the geisha, she can just easily throw a butterfly just to negate any vaulting of windows. So it's I mean, it could go either way here. Night Owl, he knows what he's in for. He brought the mechanic out for a reason, and I think he wants to be able to either kite that really long or just provide enough support decoding.
So yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. He definitely wants to support with the bot, or he can kite with it as well. Honestly, it's a, at this point of time, it's a win-win situation for Mechanic, right? But Mechanic's already rotating towards a small boat, so Cowboy is gonna be in the vicinity, you know, trying to annoy him. But you see, like, Himeko's already getting the first hit onto the bot, which is good. And now Mechanic will be revealed, but Mechanic has already gained a lot of distance. So I think the smart thing to do here would be to change target, and he's changing to the Cowboy.
Ooh.
I like that, but let's not forget Cowboy is... Yeah, Oxygen's playing Cowboy. It's really hard. Oh, nice!
Wow, able to get the charged up hit. So then Oxygen now forced to just transition away, but it seems like he's transitioning towards the bot. So now he's going to try to use that pallet to his advantage. Himeko now is going to have his sights set on trying to down this Cowboy. Good patience by Oxygen, waiting for him to commit towards going inside, but now Butterfly Dash is going to close in the distance, but look at that. Oxygen once again saving this lasso just to go for that pallet, but chasing away the mechanic. So Cyphers are being interrupted by this chase.
Oh my god, Himeko! We thought that Oxygen would be a really, really tough first chase, but look at what just happened. Mechanic's doll only has enough to decode the one at the back gate, and someone will probably have to go and, you know, finish up that cipher. But the basement is going to be the resting place for Oxygen. This looks really, really hard, but fortunately Ford is already in the vicinity. But they have to be very careful though, because Himeko has not used a single thread.
they don't even know what she's gonna use. And Himiko has teleport, folks. So he has the Himiko has the Cypher Rush. Sorry, the Cypher Harass ability. He's just gonna try and wait it out here. Drops a butterfly, knows someone's there, and it seems like Chatham now is gonna be forced to use this football to go for the rescue.
Yeah, he's just gonna go down straight away. I mean, that works too. Oh, honestly, I think. Oh
There
my
you
god,
go.
yeah, Cowboys could go down. Shanim is uninjured, so that's a good thing. And the rescue happened before half. So what happens here is Cowboy's gonna leave this area. Robot's gonna do the best of his ability to.
Oxygen, so much distance. Oh, he's
Yeah.
able to catch him. That was crazy. Actually,
Exactly.
unless.
What?
Unless. Yeah, because
Oh
he used
my
the lasso to
God.
move away, and the scratch marks. Himiko has lost the cowboy, folks.
Oh my god, this is so unfortunate for Himiko, and Shanim being there also makes it even harder as well.
Yeah, he's forced to go for the forward. Oxygen it can go for that self-heal. And now it seems like he's going to try and focus his attention on trying to still look for the cowboy. So can he find it? Because this could be the bane, right? I mean, hunters have felt distress. Like, where was my first target?
Where was my first target? Very, very unfortunate for Himiko. Played that really well, but Oxygen with that awareness as well of using the hook straight away. And now here comes the toy merchant's play. My god.
And the Cypher up there was popped, so that's actually a great place for the forward to kite. Now Night Owl is healing up the cowboy here, so this is gonna even extend the kite longer. Can he get the heal off in time? This is gonna be so intense. He gets it off now, so that's gonna add a little more time for Oxygen to kite. And mind you, he still has a second chair.
Yeah, I mean, I have to see the replay, honestly, because how did the cowboy manage to lose lose the geisha? And now everyone's uninjured. Mechanic can freely decode. The bot is there obviously to give the Nidus, and this is so unfortunate for Himiko.
Yeah, and the thing is, his trait hasn't been used yet. He's still got that teleport, and I think they know at this point. Because forward now, he's already healed up. He's going to use the football to transition towards that pallet. Tried to go for another charge up hit, but Chanim knows better here. He's going to just eat that hit. Oh, wow, he canceled the forward the dash there. So now he chooses to teleport.
Oh my god, he's gonna find Night Owl, and that's not even the target that he wants.
Yeah.
He actually wants Cowboy. Yeah, I mean, not
Night
the
Owl
best target.
flywheel. Oh, just baiting out the flywheel. So I think he's just got to sell for this mechanic if he wants to stop the bleeding here. He's gonna go for the level 2 here just to change elevations. And it seems like Oxygen, he's in the mix here now.
Yeah.
Oh, there, look, there's the replay now. If you're watching the stream. Oh, it's about to be there. But yeah, so as that's happening.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be hard to catch Oxygen the second time. Not to mention he's at full health. One Cypher remaining. Pressure is on the Geisha to make something happen. Yeah, I mean, you did that to Oxygen once. Not gonna happen the second time here. But she's just waiting, honestly, for the trade to finish. So good job on landing that first hit before Cypher has been primed. Forward is working hard with the mechanic to finish it off. But Himeko, what she can do here is, honestly, she can still make it a draw as long as she waits until her trade has come back before getting the cowboy down. So
That's
that can
true.
happen. Yeah.
The thing is, Oxygen, though, is still holding on to this lasso and constantly skill checking. So it could be very frustrating for the Geisha not being able to get the mobility. Gets the hit, the Cypher's already primed, and Oxygen has a second life here. He's going to keep on kiting in this area, just being able to transition away, going to the small bloat here, and now forcing him to vault it. Note that the Cowboy has no more items.
He vaulted back into...
my
What a god!
He did. I was looking for him. My god, good eye there, Nell. And now, gets the pallet slam.
God. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the hunter has already lost the coolness. Like he lost his or her cool, and yeah, Tire Shock's gonna happen. Beautiful play right there. But honestly, losing Cowboy at that place was so.
Oxygen's a beast, dude. Like
exactly.
He stared at the face of death and he was still able to get away 2 times. And now we're going to see the mechanics bot here, but that's fine. Just provided that tinnitus. Chanim is actually at this area. So it seems like Himiko wants to get somebody. Oh my God, he's actually gonna find the forward again. So it's unfortunate that the start was so good, right? But Oxygen just proving he's not a survivor that you can just like let go of. You have to always be on him.
Yeah, I mean that's super crazy. You thought that with that down, with that rather early down, and with the
basement,
with the doll gone as well, at least the first doll being gone, that would have been so hard to come back from. But seriously, man, losing the hunter. Losing the hunter in that spot, that's crazy, unheard of. Channing as well doing such an amazing job rescuing before half, using the ball to the maximum potential. Not to mention that very last play, Hunter vaulting through that the elevation, he used the hook to come back in.
I didn't even see that. That was good eye there, Nell. Again, apologies for that. That was quite the intense play by Oxygen. And like you said, you know what? At this point, you could actually visibly see Himiko getting. He was already getting a little tilted at how that was going. It wasn't going his way at all. Provided how well, you know what? It kind of sucks that it actually went really well in the early game, and then for it to flip over sideways and it's a full 180, that could even get it worse. And you're playing like a more emotional or more skewed with how you see the game. So. It is what it is, but you got to get it up to Noir being able to come back in that fashion to 3-1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Himeko has definitely done the best that any Michiko could do in that situation. But honestly, it's just the coordination of Shanim and Oxygen that made this happen. He left the basement, couldn't find anyone, and Oxygen with the awareness as well to use the lasso to further the distance. And I mean, you can say it's lucky sometimes, but honestly,
I think it played on both sides. Yes, Himiko had, in hindsight, could have watched Oxygen more, but it was also the wherewithal. So I think it was the perfect storm of events for the survivors, considering how the start wasn't there. And now we're watching the replay here. Oxygen able to lasso back. Look, oh my God, that was so good. And Himiko is like, oh no, did he actually do that? Teleports right away, finds the forward. Forward has already expended the ball, so that's the best he could possibly go for.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay now as well. He seriously did that. Like, this is the first time I actually saw.
Yeah, same. I didn't know you could do that because it's elevated, or it's elevated, so I didn't know you could actually lasso back.
Yeah, but seriously, man, I hope that you guys have also noticed that play. You can replay as well. I think that's definitely worth mentioning, a highlight. So if Noir actually makes it to a further matchup, I think opposing teams definitely need to respect ban his cowboy.
Yeah, they do. Sass Nostalgia says Oxygen too angry to die.
Too angry to die.
He's surviving out of spite and anger. Like, oh, it got down early. I can't die now. So
sounds like the Punisher.
Exactly, right? That's what's keeping him up and alive. Oxygen Castle. Yeah, I can't wait to see more of that. And dude, like I know that Doom is really good, but man, Oxygen is really in the contention for MVP with how well he played that game.
Exactly, he's killing it. I mean, a Hunter getting Terror Shock is something that we see often, but man, that one play from a different elevation leap right back into the boat. I mean, if I see that happening, I would be like, just take the win.
Fine. Shake my hand. We're done.
We're done. I would say it was a good game. You guys played well. I cannot even get angry.
Yeah, exactly. I was outplayed at that point, right? If you're a Hunter and you saw that happen for the first time, you're like, yeah, kudos. You definitely racked in more hours in this game to figure that out. I was definitely outplayed. That was a good match. Hopefully Himiko will have that mindset because, again, he tried his best with his geisha. He tried doing everything he could. But yeah, just once he lost sight of the cowboy and Chanim was in his radar, buying enough time, and then transitioning towards the catapult of the toy merchant, and then the Night Owl also just working behind the scenes, healing, and then also priming ciphers there. So
exactly,
it was a tough one.
Even without the bot, he still managed an impressive 150%.
Oh, right? Baby Top in the chat says Himiko is Zen. That was Zen OWO. So shout outs to Baby Top in the chat.
Shoutouts to the top Thailand Grandmaster.
Let's go.
Whoa.
Yeah, follow
He
him
did-
on
Yeah, on IG. Yeah,
Mhm.
he
shout out to
posts
Baby
about
Top.
it.
Hopefully
Exactly.
we'll see him in the offlines as well. So,
Pretty
big shout outs to
sure-
Baby Top.
Pretty sure we will, because that's where
He lives.
he lives. Would be weird not to see him there, but
Mhm.
hey, good to see familiar faces as well. We haven't forgotten about you. And Clays is definitely very happy in the chat now because he's the coach for he's
Noir.
the coach for
Clays, if
yeah,
you're
he's
in
the
the chat,
coach for
let us know.
Noir. Sorry,
There we go.
I
Okay,
just
there
got
you go.
stuck there.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I was
It's
trying
all
not
good.
to say the wrong thing, but yeah.
No, it's all
honestly.
good. Yeah, shout outs to Clay, shout outs to Baby Top, shout outs to Chew, shout outs to Kino, shout outs to Revere. Yeah, so I know Reverie. Sorry, my bad. Again, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a really long day. But shout outs to everyone that's in the chat as well. Vanilla Kinda, Zosier, I6 Revel, and of course not forgetting Venus. I've seen you before.
Mhm.
Cowboy can lasso window.
Mhm.
Exactly. But he didn't lasso window. He lassoed the geisha and leaped all the way up.
Through, all the way up. He was so
Oh my God.
crazy.
Yeah, that's weird. Did he know that can happen, or it just happened by chance?
I think he's
We
like,
gotta ask him.
of course I knew that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
It was
because
all
normally
part
if
of the
you-
plan.
because normally if you lasso a hunter,
Mhm.
you would go upwards, right? Like
Above,
you somersault
yeah.
upwards. So
Mhm.
maybe that works in his favor. Yeah. But-
Yeah, and as the geisha was falling, right? Yeah, that could give you enough elevation to catapult you up. Because, yeah, oh man, I gotta check that out. That was crazy. So again, this is what we love about this job. Now we're learning stuff as we go. So thank you, Oxygen, for giving us a very clippable moment. Again, if IVC does do top highlights, please highlight that moment.
Exactly. Highlight cowboy. That's what every cowboy means aspire to be.
Mhm.
And when you don't make it, well, you just keep playing until you
Yeah.
get there. You get
Mhm.
there. Yeah. But yeah, we saw the prerequisites down there. We saw the
Mhm.
requirements. If they get a draw,
Mhm.
that's the minimum. That's the point. That's the bar that they need to achieve. If they get a draw, Noir will move on. So Doom only needs to get a draw, and Noir will move on. Whereas if the RCN gets more
Mhm.
than 2 escape, they get a 3-man escape, they get a 4-man escape. We are going to be seeing around 3.
Mhm.
And who doesn't want to see more of
Mhm.
the cowboy plays right
Oh
there?
yeah. Well, hopefully not the hunters of RCN. They definitely want to ban that, especially Himiko,
Exactly.
aka Zen. Yeah, the stakes are high, I would have to say, and I think on RCN side, I think this is the redemption round for them because the first game didn't really go in their favor, so this is a chance for them to kind of bounce back. And getting a 3-person escape is doable. Like at least it's not like a 4-person escape because that's really tough. A tie
Exactly.
usually is what you aim for, but you got to go above and beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta aim for a Porsche and get a bike.
I mean, you just got to get a car. You got to get something with 4 wheels.
Yeah,
That's
4
big.
wheels. Yeah,
Not
4
2 wheels. That's I feel like that's a big. That's a down.
Yeah, at this point, you have to take whatever you can, even if you
Mhm.
have to take Mr. Bean's car. So
Hey, his car's great. Just not like the boat car that he always remember that boat car he always like runs over. That's a
Exactly.
three-wheel car. What the heck is that?
that was crazy. Yeah, but just looking at this second half itself, I mean, what would you expect to see Doom bring here? I mean, ban his Night Watch. I mean, I'm just looking through the stats here.
Mhm.
Doom, besides the Night Watch, he does have a Clark and Guard 26. So a bonbon here for a draw.
You
I
could be
mean-
playing heavily towards that draw, right? You know, I don't know. He could try to go for something. I mean, guard 26 in the right circumstances in a bigger map, maybe. But Lakeside, we've seen also Alf the Great bring it out, and he got 4K, right? So
Exactly.
yeah, I could if that's in his wheelhouse, if that's in his neck of the woods of characters, sure. I'm just again, I'm always a believer of like, yeah, if you shoot for a tie and you get worse, it could extend things. Again, I think as Noir, as late as it is, you want to end it and end it quick here. Also, it's less tape on your survivors too, so less to study for.
Exactly. yeah, I mean, the name of the game is just getting a draw, so that's
Mhm.
very, very achievable for
Mhm.
Doom, who got the 4K.
Mhm.
And speaking of Doom,
Mhm.
speaking of Noir, right?
Mhm.
Clays, Oxygen can do the trick where he lasso Big Boat Pallet and go to the factory.
Big boat
That's
pallet. Big boat pallet, and then go to factory. There's
it's
a
nothing,
factory.
man.
Mhm.
We Posh can lasso the pallet.
Uh huh.
Posh can literally lasso the pallet of Big
What?
Boat
And they'll end up in Arms Factory.
and end up in Arms Factory and ends up in Moonlit River Park where he takes the roller coaster towards the exit.
Exactly, because I quit that match and then I ended up in another match.
Anyone can do that, bro.
Yeah. Boom, boom.
Yeah. For sure.
Big shout out to people in this. Reverie, again, sorry, I apologize. Yeah, I wanted to say your name, but thank you, Null, for telling me how to pronounce his name. So thank you so much. Horton's here also. And you know what that means. Stay hydrated, folks. Cultivators here as well. Baby Top also, giving us the stats. Oxygen, S badge, Cowboy. Honestly, I'm not surprised with how well he's playing Cowboy. For sure, he's an S badge. If there's anything higher, he'll get that.
Yeah, and that's not a character that you see often, right?
Yeah.
It's not a character you see often that you see in competitives often. Even by IVL standards, you don't really see it a lot.
Only like in specific standards where it's like Red Church and it's already the fourth. It's a BO4 at this point, and they do that inside the church strategy where the Cowboy's going to be there. Not like a main, like consistent, right? Oxygen's consistent with this Cowboy. It's insane.
Exactly, like consistently kiting good, consistently creating pressure. I think that's very important when you're a harasser, creating pressure without getting hit. Right? Because sometimes you try to replicate what the pros are doing, and you know what? It's hard. It's hard when it comes to that sequence. But you know what? We're heading into round 2, second half band picks, and per se the global bands. We're not gonna see the psychologists and Antiquarian.
Ooh, so now forward and also the professor coming out in the mix here, so I'm excited to see that. Itakwa, I'm gonna get benched for sure. So now going with a harasser, and also like you said, Cowboy Professor, rather go for the Cowboy band. Unfortunately, I don't think RCNs have Cowboys here. It has to have a Professor though. Acrobat also coming to the mix here. They're really going for kiteability now, so no decoders, forward could be a rescuer, but no rescuer per se, like dedicated rescuer just yet.
Yeah, no dedicated rescuers yet, and not to mention there's gonna be a thief. Is that a thief?
It looks like
thief.
it. Wow. A thief.
What?
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, that's their winning formula. 4 men, no rescuers.
Thief.
Scary looking dudes. What do you?
No, you know what I know this is? This is 4 tickets to the Barbie movie, folks. All these guys. Same goes for the wax artist. Oh, make it 5 tickets to the Barbie movie. Let's go.
Oh my god. Out of everything, he chose the crack artist. Eli would be proud. Yeah, shout out to him as well. Shout out to Eli, and shout out to all of you who are staying here with us. It's almost 11. We're going strong here. And wow, they look like they're scared, but I don't know, man. I feel like when they do this kind of action, like walking away, tiptoeing away, yeah, it shows like they're scared. But honestly, the hunter should be the one scared.
Exactly, and they're tripping over. Well, like you said, this wax artist, he's still, I would say, he's still very consistent in the right hands. And with Doom, with how well he played Itakwa, and he just has to play for that tie. You could definitely go for that. He just needs a really good first chase down right away, and they need to go for that rescue because they need 3 survivors out the game.
Yeah, I mean, 3 survivors out the game, not to win, but just to get a draw, right?
Yes.
But honestly, if they want to do it, they might as well get a 4-man escape. Either 4-man escape or else it's gonna be super hard in game number 3. You draw it here, you will still have a chance. Technically, it's 6-3, but you kind of have to get a 5-0 at one point.
You do. You have to make up for that, right? So they might as well make up for it here and now in this match. But with a very... okay, this is what you said before. Unorthodox and aggressive lineup on their side. Because the Thief being here, paired up with the forward, the acrobat, and professor. You don't see that much professors. I mean, very rarely do you see also thief, even though he has those silencing changes. But in the matchup against a wax artist, you have to close the distance, and the wax artist loves it when you're there. And what we love to do is to introduce you guys to the second half, second round, potentially the last match. Once again, Nello Mello and Potch Spice on the mic, and it seems like he's gonna go for the professor.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Professor isn't exactly a counter towards Wax Artist because he doesn't need to hit you, he just needs to freeze you. And Iso will be the one on Professor. He's taking the first kite. Pretty sure it's like a redemption kite here. 76% wax already. He can just break the pallet here, and with the 80%, can easily go in for the freeze hits. And maybe Kim?
Ooh, yeah, just blocking off the window and just waxing off while Kim was going towards that row area. So now blocking off the window here as well on the tiny boat area. I love the fact that he's being very conservative with wax because he's not at full presence just yet. The forward is here to harass, but that means objectives aren't being fulfilled here.
Yeah, I mean, forward can come in for the stun here. Boom, happens, but I don't think he's gonna use excitement for a short stun like this. But hey, whatever works for you, man. Like that's 52% max on the professor. I think the idea is just to get him down first, and when the forward comes in for a rescue or something, then he will just use the excitement. But I think it's a pretty decent kite. Thief Cipher is almost done. As a matter of fact, Acrobat Cipher has just been completed, so I would say a 2 1/4 cipher decoding kiting.
Could be. So it's again, Cypher Brush isn't the best with this lineup, and the fact that Boyman was being harassed at the start could be a little tough. So Boyman now is gonna kind of play this kind of close to the halfway mark because he could just get frozen out. And now we see that he's trying to get the silence. Oh, getting the chair hit.
Oh my god!
As well.
Beautiful blind going on right there, but he has to be really careful because Boyman is gonna get hit. So that means, well, you can't really safely harass after this.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. So now he's able to not lose sight of Baby Cat Kim here. Baby Cat Kim 36%, dropping down the pallet, but dropping down that pallet means you're gonna receive some wax in the process. Tried to go for the wax bomb, just try to close off the kiting routes. Baby Cat Kim has to be careful. Oh, gets the 100%. He's gonna get the swing in time. Oh, there we go.
Oh, and the beautiful flywheel.
Wow.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
See, that's Miso right there. Not the Terra Shock patient, but the godly professor. But he bought enough time. Acrobat has finished the third cipher. Not to mention, the Thief is already on 60%. Force on 70%. And all of a sudden, it seems like Doom is the one in a pinch here.
Yeah,
Gosh.
he needs to make this camp happen, so at least he can go for detention endgame. So again, it was actually a great, that rescue with the thief and the forward really played and gave confidence to this this rebound kite. So now it seems like they're going to go for that same strategy here. Gets the silence. And now this is going to be tough. Acrobat is going to go for it. Oh, this is so terrible for them.
Silence him. Let's go.
Oh, gets the professor in the process. Wow. Just the control on that hitbox. And now, unfortunately, I don't think they have their last cipher ready.
Yeah. I mean, Acrobat could have used the red bomb to silence.
Yeah. That's true.
Or a slow interaction that would work.
He has two. Yeah, he has two of those bombs. So
yeah.
Still
and he knows that the last cipher is here, right? Posh. He knows that the last cipher is here. So all of a sudden, Doom is already pulling the game back into his favor. And as we all recall, he just needs to get a draw. And he's already limited one. So it looks like, it's just back to RCN being put in a pinch at this point of time.
I mean, they had the right strategy, right? They go for double rescues with that thief paired up with the forward, the thief paired up with the acrobat. It worked out really well, and you know what? I would say Miso definitely had his redemption kite with how well he played that professor's skills. So an excellent performance so far. But again, you know what? The tie is a win for this hunter, so he's just gonna try to go for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, The thief, you can see, being very annoying. Just gonna try. He's gonna get that hit off. Doesn't really matter. But oh wait, has to be really careful.
96. Yeah, once he gets the stun. But now they pop this last Cypher. This thief doesn't have borrowed time. He does not. We didn't see that. But now Yazen, he's all gets the excitement. And now the down onto the thief.
My god, he doesn't have borrow time. And he's gonna go down. And unfortunately, that is the winning condition for Noir.
Yeah, Noir. Again, you know what? Doom really had to work for that tie to happen because the team RCN really tried their best, and they had an interesting strategy, especially with that thief. You know, every time there was a rescue, he was always there for that support, and it worked out really well. So now I don't think they want to risk anything. So a tie is definitely going to be a win for them.
And coming though.
He is,
and he has a pad. I think they have to rescue. They want to force a game 3. Yeah, he's just waiting for detention, but honestly, 60 seconds. Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, he tried his best, but man, 60 seconds of detention left, and he was overextended, and he was just able to get down right in front of the thief, and the thief is on his last second, so yeah, they're just gonna call for GG's.
Yeah, nice idea, but unfortunately, Doom was in a position where he's calm, collected, and just ready for you to make your deal. Like, you saw a little bit of a back forth, like back stun, but I think they anticipated it. But after all has been said and done, congratulations to Noir. And Posh, as a matter of fact, Noir has never failed to make it to the top 8 in IVC every year. So congratulations are in order for them.
Let's hope this year they make it even further. So with an excellent performance like that on both Survivor side and Hunter side, I'm excited to see how far they can go. This begs the question also MVP, because Doom had an amazing start. He got a tie. That was the win condition. Consistency wise though, might go to Oxygen, so we just have to wait and see the MVP there. But we also got to give our kudos to RCN. They really fought till the very end, and they had very innovative strategies coming into that matchup.
Exactly, innovative strategies, not to mention the perseverance coming in, right? But honestly, if you have to look at it in this point of view, one game, when you're playing at this level, slipping up one game is enough to have catastrophic outcomes. In this case, you know, like, yeah, you're playing super good here, but unfortunately, because of the round 1 incident, it kind of affects you in a way. It kind of forces you to play more aggressively and out of your element. It's as if what's mentioned in the chat, like, Oxygen is too angry to die. So here, like, you're too desperate to be calm. I think that's the best analogy to put it there.
Yeah, I think with the more specific your win conditions have to be, the more tunnel vision you get, and the more I would say maybe the lack of a better term is desperate, or the more how would I say it?
The more eager to make something happen.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, eager, or more stubborn's not the right word I'm looking for. It's more of like less calculated. You have to risk more to get what you want, because you have to, because you're in that position. And unfortunately, just that one slip up from the start, it really haunted them at the end, because the stakes of IVC are in a tough spot, because it's single elimination. So the most we could do now is give our love and our support to RCN, and hopefully we'll see more of them, because they are very entertaining to watch. It just so happens it was Noir's night tonight.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, another analogy to put it this way is, for Doom, he's able to make the better decision, because if he wins, well, if he wins, he would get a Merce. Even if he loses, he gets a BMW. But for Team RCN, when you get a Merce, but if you lose, you get a bicycle. So they kind of have to risk so much to get that little result. Okay, enough analogies about the cars. And I don't know why I'm just thinking about cars here at 11 o'clock at night. So, but guys, I just have to say, it's been a really fun night. Has been a single downer of a game, and everything was really exciting. And of course, Posh, sharing the mic with you, a pleasure as always. thank you for the night as well.
Yeah, it's always a fun time sharing the mic with you, with your analogies and your wise words and whatnot, and also your insights. I would have to say, because sometimes again, I'm not too quick to catch on to the action, and then you're the quick eye is able to get it. So thank you for that as well. Thank you to each and every one of you in the chat, also giving us some context to these players. Yes, there are some known players, but there are also some players here also that we're not too familiar with, because that's the beauty of IVC, right? We're showcasing the different talents, the different teams that don't necessarily make it to Call of the Abyss. So this is where stories are definitely made, as well as even continued from IVA. So you got to keep continuing to your support. Yeah, continue your support and continue on cheering on your favorite teams, because I think after next week we'll have our top 8 already.
Yeah, top 8. But fret not, guys. It's not gonna be a direct matchup between these two teams that move on. So it's not gonna be like FT versus Sing Idol. No, it's not gonna be like that. All these 8 teams is they are gonna be I believe it's gonna be shuffled or voted, and they're gonna be placed into different groups for the playoff stages next week. So yeah, I believe it's a fair system, and I think we're gonna have more excitement to come when it comes to this.
Do follow us also on our socials on IG, because we will also kind of find ways on how to make the offline a lot more interesting, because me and Nell, unfortunately, there is a wall in between us. We're not next to each other right now. I think he's across the room because we're in the same studio. I'm kidding, we're not.
What are you talking about? If there's anything you can learn, is that Clay has taught us that Posh can lasso his way here into Malaysia.
What? And then I wish I could do that. That's true. I should really do that. But yeah, follow Nello Mello on Nello the World on IG. Follow me. It's Spicy Potch on IG. Then we gotta figure out something, Nell. Maybe put up a poll on like what we like go around and like try out, or like, because we do have like some special gifts, and we don't know if we're gonna have some giveaways or something, just to make it a lot more interesting, a lot more engaging for you guys to head on over to the offline.
Exactly. One of the examples could be like a TikTok video where, like, okay, would you like a keychain? Would you like a merchandise, or double it and give it to the next person?
Next person. Yeah, we could do that.
Double it to 100.
Or we could spin a wheel, and then they have to answer a question, and then if they get the answer right, they have to follow us on social, and then we have to do a Mr. Beast challenge where they fly us out to the US to skydive, and then we get I'm kidding. It's getting too elaborate.
Yeah, we do have Mr. Beast in IDV. Let's get him to sponsor.
Why did you don't spoil it.
Oh, okay, wait, sorry.
Spoilers.
That's the surprise.
Spoilers.
Okay, sorry, Jeremy. Wait, is that his name?
You call him by his first name. Oh my goodness, I'm not like that. I call him Mr. Beast though. Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast 6000. Okay. Yeah. So apparently, Santa Porter will be the only one to leave the gate. Well, after a whole day's worth of decoding.
Yes.
He wants to take a break, so he's the only one who leaves with 253% of decoding. Honestly, everyone decoded their fair share. It's just unfortunate that I wouldn't say unfortunate. It's just that Doom had the right set of mind. Remember when there were 2 ciphers remaining and Jansen almost completed his cipher at 11 o'clock? But with the awareness of Doom to use the wax bomb to block it off,
yeah.
Yeah, he had no choice but to leave that cipher and come in for the support. So I would say that was also a noticeable highlight that I would like to mention here.
I think he's really good at camping out Cypher, because that's also placed the effect in the previous match. Oh wait, no, that was New Game. But he had the really good Terror Shock, so I thought he was gonna do that. Yeah, he's cheering right there. But like you mentioned, Wax Artist really good at the chase and also harassing, and Cypher progress can be halted if he's put in the right spot. And there we go. It's actually Doom. But, shout outs to Oxygen also for having amazing kiting plays. Again, it is his Night Watch to make the MVP here, since it did get that 4K.
Yeah, unfortunately for this game, MVPs usually go towards Hunter, because that's the only how do they judge it? By their eliminations. And for Cowboy, you can't eliminate anyone, but one thing's for sure, your Cowboy plays has definitely inspired a lot of us, if not all of us, to trust in Cowboys in the future.
Yeah, for sure. So, again, Doom, shout outs to him getting the MVP. Hopefully, you know what? Maybe this will give Oxygen more of the energy to try and get the MVP. It happened with, who was that? It's at the edge. Mochi. It happened with Mochi. Yeah,
he did.
Rescuer.
Patient,
He was,
right?
yeah, he went patient. He's like, all right, I'm not gonna play Rescuer. I'm gonna be patient, and he had to kite for his life. Then he finally got MVP. So, and it's not the end of the journey, folks. It's just the start. But for Doom, though, this is definitely a highlight in his career as a hunterman.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So with that, I would also like to give shout outs to Itakwa Nation, which is
Oh,
currently
yeah.
going on in the comment section. So we
It's
can see
Itakwa
that
mania at this point. Like, it's just a lot of
Exactly.
fanfare with that.
exactly, and you know what? Just joining in Itakwa Nation and Water Nation. I have no idea what Water Nation is, but
Yeah, what is
do you
Water
have any
Nation?
idea?
I don't know. I
man.
thought
This
the
feels
Water
like-
Tribe, like the Avatar. What are we doing?
This feels like Avatar, the Airbender series now. But yeah, I mean, I'm not Water, but I'm Fire Nation. So
You Fire Nation? You're Ravenclaw and Fire Nation? What the heck?
oh no, wait, I am Water Nation. What am I talking about?
Yeah. Okay. There you go. That makes sense.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. But yeah, for all of you who has been watching since the very beginning, thank you so much for keeping us company.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy to spend this time without all of you here.
Yeah, it's just gonna be me and Nell. Again, me and Nell could like talk back and forth, but you guys
Yeah,
seeing your
you
reactions
guys, yeah.
also, seeing your insights in the chat really helped the show. Again, the show isn't possible without you guys as well.
Exactly.
And these teams also have no one to showcase their performance on if you guys aren't watching. So it's super important for you guys to watch and also support your favorite teams and support your favorite players. And here we have today's results, folks. Again, the game started out really intense with ADM and DEV. Again, ADM did move on. This did reach that best of 3. While the rest of the days, Nell, I feel like your curse could be over. We're seeing 2 zeros here. Not the OT King anymore, Nell.
Exactly, but I would not want to jinx it because next week is the playoffs. All of them are super strong. I mean, top 16 is something, but top 8 is a totally level up in this sense, right? So,
true.
I mean, I wouldn't imagine anything else. And honestly, with such a huge prize pool every year for IVC, I mean, we can definitely see the buzz going in with the prize, the glory, and the honor of being. I mean, like, look at Oxygen. He's won our hearts with Cowboy.
Yes, he has. And this is the bragging rights, right? IVC, the stakes have always like built up year after year. So now it's definitely going to be an intense one. But here we have the brackets, folks. It's going to be FT versus Idol, GH versus UTP, ADM versus Rio, and ST versus Noir. So you got to stay up to date with the socials just to know the schedule of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely gonna be placed into a different group.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but you know what? It's okay. It's been a long day, and I almost forgot about
My
it,
bad.
honestly.
Just the way it was formed. My bad.
Yeah. It looks that way, right? At first, I thought it was that way as well. But thank you for clarifying it as well. Prods always keeping us up to date, and of course, we have each other to cover.
Thank
for
you.
each other.
Thank you.
And MX is in the chat, so
Shout out to
hot girls.
MX.
Yeah, not hot girls, but we are gonna ban Maney for this.
Yeah,
because she's been
Maney.
hacked.
She's
What
been
are you-
hacked. She's botting account. I don't know. She's doing that thing again.
Everyone ban her. Okay, just kidding. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a good time, and a lot of Itakwas going on. I'm excited. I'm happy to see Itakwa, but at the same time, I'm sad that I can no longer see Nayad. Because Nayad,
well,
thought Nayad was gonna.
I think we're gonna see her more on like round 2-ish, and I'm sure we're gonna see more of her and the chat next week. But Nell, any final thoughts before we sign this puppy off?
Thank you for joining us once again, and always happy to have you guys. Special thanks to you for sharing the mic with me, and a very good night to everyone, and see you next week.
And that note, see you guys next week for more IVC. That's Nello Mello. I'm Parch Spice. See you guys next week. Keep playing Identity 5, and we'll see you guys with more Identity 5 Championship.